thank you for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. It's the most live, extensive, live and rolling coverage as we are tracking the US presidential elections closely. In fact, it's been one of the toughest contests in US history when it comes to the Democrats versus the Republicans. We'll get you a live coverage. All the reporter lives from the US states, in fact from the key swing states. Let's get started first up with the headlines. Voting for the 47th president of the US ends fate of US elections sealed in ballot boxes. All eyes on the results. Presidential race rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris exercise their franchise. Neck and neck fight between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, who will be the 47th president of the US, is a question.
She always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three.
As the US presidential race heats up, focus shifts to the 7 swing states, closest contest in US history. For the most expansive, analytical and accurate election coverage only on Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. The big day is here when the voters of the United States of America have cast their respective votes and sealed the fates of Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris in the race to the White House.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. And as a race for the US presidential race heats up, the key focus is, of course, on those 7 swing states. It's a neck-and-neck contest. Rather, it's said to be the toughest contest in US history between the Republicans and the Democrats.
Well, of course, and we will be getting the latest and the most extensive coverage, Samiksha, from Washington, D.C. and other corners. What's really happening, what has happened in the final round of voting. The exit poll numbers will be out very, very soon. And the key issues that are, this election is being fought over. That, of course, will be is a part of our election coverage today. And from Donald Trump's latest speech to Kamala Harris's promise, what all has transpired up until now in this high-octane battle, the high-voltage campaigning. That, of course, will be one of the focus points as we begin our coverage.
And like we told you, the US presidential election has been nothing short of a nail-biter, with Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump locking horns in what seems to be the most awaited battle this year. 2020 marked a historic moment for Kamala Harris, who became the vice president of the US after Biden defeated Donald Trump in a chaotic election, Rakshita.
Well, the former US President Donald Trump is now seeking a rare comeback with the baggage of a host of controversies and the label of becoming the first US president charged with criminal activity. In fact, Donald Trump will be looking for a re-election this time, and in 100 years, he'll be the first one to, in fact, look for re-election after losing the elections and then, demitting office. Let's take a look at Trump's high-voltage campaign for the 2024 elections.
Donald Trump seeks to make a rare comeback. His campaign slogans, "Make America Great Again" and "I Am Your Voice," have reiterated his America First policy.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again. And now we'll have a chance to do it after today. Hopefully, everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out. We have to close it out.
He was officially nominated on July 15, 2024 at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, when he also announced J.D. Vance as the nominee for vice president.
The next vice president of the United States, the current senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
From focusing on key issues like expansion of executive and presidential power to promising stronger economic policies to the abortion ban, Trump makes a host of promises. Trump's campaign has been marred by controversies, including allegations of white supremacist and anti-Semitic statements, as well as concerns over authoritarian and anti-democratic rhetoric. If Trump loses, he has refused to accept the results, just as he did 4 years ago when he lost to Democratic President Joe Biden.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election. So we have to be very careful. Look, this is more than this election. That's a big statement.
If Trump refused to accept a victory by Democratic rival Kamala Harris, this could throw the US into political instability at a time when the country is already deeply divided. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has vowed to investigate or prosecute political rivals, election workers, and left-wing Americans if he becomes president again.
Well, that was Donald Trump's very interesting, and as usual, he's been very animated with his campaign and with his statements, and of course controversial as always. But now, he's up against Kamala Harris this time. She, of course, did not serve the full term. It's Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris battle, and Kamala Harris, remember, both of them, in fact, Trump and Harris made the final push from North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and it's a neck-and-neck battle. Kamala Harris, remember, she's a fresh face, she's a young face, and she is now to be the first ever woman president of the United States. So she has made the "We Have Momentum" pitch and says many promises here. Samiksha.
And one of the key promises, Rakshita, is of course that she will ensure that there is a federal law in place when it comes to abortion ban, which we've seen, and Trump having appointed those three the top court judges who overruled the 1973 ruling. In fact, talking about this election, it is of course a neck-and-neck contest with Vice President Kamala Harris having said that we have made the momentum pitch, and Donald Trump also having spoken unequivocally about how it's going to be America first under his tenure as the president.
As the most turbulent US presidential elections enter its final hours, it is a neck-to-neck battle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Bitter rivals Trump and Harris are separated by the narrowest margins in polls, which shows this election is a flip of coin. The 7 swing states will decide the fate of America, with Harris focusing on Michigan, Trump targeting on Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris became the nominee for presidential elections relatively later, after Biden stepped down from the US presidential race. Then she selected Tim Walz as her running mate. Later, released a detailed policy guideline in September to make US citizens understand what Harris-Walz administration would look like. Let's look at some of the key promises made by her. Some of the key promises of Harris to America offers wide range of ideas aimed at making life more affordable to citizens of America. Many of Harris's proposals are similar to Biden's administration. She advocates restoring nationwide abortion rights. While she continues to support cross-party border security bill, she also promises to expand publicly funded health care. As the candidates make a final push ahead of the D-Day, Harris, after a series of encouraging rallies, have said, "We have momentum, it's on our side."
In one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime, and we have momentum. It is on our side. Can you feel it? And we have the momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. Because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together.
During the final leg of her election campaign, Harris has expressed her confidence that she would win the race for White House.
And we will win because here's what everyone here knows. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. Have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that, and we are exhausted with it.
Meanwhile, Harris received support from celebrities like Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez, and Beyoncé. As we near to the D-Day, it will be interesting to see who reaches the 270th finish line.
In fact, Rakshita, talking about the key factors which have essentially dominated the campaigns of both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump has, of course, been the geopolitical dynamics. It's been Donald Trump who's been very vocal about his stand on the Russia-Ukraine war, having made it amply clear that he will bring an end to the Russia-Ukraine war that has been raging for almost 3 years now, Rakshita.
Of course, and there are very key issues that this election is going to be fought on. It's going to be historic this time, Samiksha, from abortion to economy, unemployment, and many such issues. Even the state of democracy, one of the very key issues that will be up in the mind of the voters. Let's take a deep dive into that in this report, viewers.
Race for the 47th US President. A neck-to-neck contest, closest contest in the US history, and the 7 swing states. The world is closely tracking the US presidential elections. And there are a slew of factors that will influence the US elections. From Trump's stand on increased taxation on Chinese goods.
When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game.
Trump becomes the president, he would enforce tariffs on countries like India and China. These tariffs will raise consumer prices. And it is estimated that each person over a period of the whole year may end up paying $4,000 more out of their pocket because of these Trump tariffs. So Trump will not be good for a US-India relation. Trump will not be good for economy.
To Harris' stand on abortion rights in the US.
Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. and will stop at nothing to claim unchecked power for himself. He wants to send the military after American citizens. He wants to prevent women from making decisions about their own body. He wants to threaten fundamental freedoms and rights like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
And then, of course, I feel very strongly the government should not be telling any woman what to do with her body. And when Congress passes a law reinstating the reproductive freedoms of women, I will gladly and proudly sign it into law because I strongly believe
immigration, economy, abortion rights, and the geopolitical dynamics are the key factors that would influence the US polls.
The other issue is immigration, which has been quite a case of concern given that there's been rampant immigration from Mexico to the US. Donald Trump says, rather he's pledged to execute largest deportation in US history. While he was the president until 2020, he even said that he would ensure that all those who have illegally taken shelter in the US will be deported, which essentially did not happen. Rather, it did happen, but it was not to a great extent. But Donald Trump having pledged again that if he's voted to power, he will execute the largest deportation in US history. Kamala Harris says, rather she's backed Biden's strategy to tighten immigration policy. So all in all, the immigration stand remains the same, both by Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
While Trump-Modi bonhomie is for the world to watch.
In India, have connected well with President Trump. The words of candidate Trump. अब की बार ट्रंप सरकार सब खड़े होकर के नमस्ते ट्रंप
Namaste to the hundreds of thousands of everyday citizens who come out and line the streets, and to the 125,000 people in this great stadium today.
The Republic nominee has hinted at an increasing import tariffs.
And I said, I'm not going to let it happen. If they do this plant in Mexico, right near the border, and a couple of others, I'm going to put giant tariffs on it for 100%. And if that doesn't work, I'll go to 200%. I don't care. They're not going to be selling cars here. Now, if they want to build their plant here, I hope here, but at least in the United States, someplace in the United States, that's a whole different ballgame. But we're not going to have them building them in other countries, sending them into the United States, taking all those jobs.
Harris, who has Indian roots, has drawn attention over remarks on Kashmir issue. The Indian-American voters in swing states could be decisive. It's a nail-biting contest. 50 US states, the 538-member Electoral College, and the swing states battleground. Will Trump see reveal of fortune, or Kamala Harris be the first ever US woman president?
So it's, of course, a high-stake battle, Samiksha, and one of the key issues, as also mentioned in this report, is the issue of immigration. That's very important this time around. Donald Trump, remember, has said that he will, in fact, make sure that it's the biggest ever deportation in his term this time. He has been pro the borders, he has been pro border security and beefing up the security and talking about stricter immigration laws. And at the same time, it's very different when it comes to Harris.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. And just to add to that, talking about the trade policies, Trump has also been very vocal about that, saying that if he's voted to power, he will ensure that China is taxed the heaviest. He's made it categorically clear that he will impose 60% taxes on Chinese imports. So there's also a concern regarding that, having said it's not just going to be China, but all imports rather, where the countries are going to be taxed heavily by the US.
Absolutely, of course. So there is the threat of reigniting of the trade war, but let's take a look at this report, viewers, where the immigration factor, the immigration policies and the promised reforms become very important.
You have to tell that horrible, terrible, the worst ever vice president Nobody knows where the other guy is.
Let us use our power to advance the cause of freedom, opportunity, and justice. Yes, let us turn the page and write the next chapter of our history.
We've proven something, we've shown something, and we're going to get it fixed, and we got to win this election.
And this is not the first time he has told us who he is. He does not believe women should have the agency and authority to make decisions about their own bodies.
Final countdown to the White House. A turning point for the United States of America. Polls close, anticipation builds. The world watches as the US decides who will command America's future. The subject of immigration has been the most heated and the most debated topic throughout the election campaign.
I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally.
President, I won't only bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump tanked. I will do more to secure our border.
We're going to do the largest deportation in the history of our country.
Politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election.
Donald Trump is promising a sweeping overhaul of the US immigration policy if he wins the election.
We do the largest deportation in the history of our country. We're going to get all of these criminals out. And it's not going to be easy. And, you know, I say that, and you know who has the record? Dwight Eisenhower. And I call him a moderate. But he hated to see people coming in from other countries and violating our borders.
Trump intends to commence mass deportations of millions of people. His proposed agenda would represent a dramatic shift in American immigration policy, targeting millions of undocumented immigrants.
Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible. Bloodshed, squalor to our cities is common, and they've unleashed a war and chaos all over the world. You take a look, everything's blowing up or getting ready to blow up.
Trump's campaign is trying to capitalize on rising public discontent regarding immigration and border security. Trump's proposal to use the military for immigration enforcement marks a significant escalation in the federal government's approach to undocumented immigrants.
And I don't want to do that. I'm not looking to do that. I think it's terrible to do, but we have no choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement you've ever seen. But I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can.
Expanding and reinforcing the border wall is another cornerstone of Trump's immigration agenda, a promise that resonates deeply with his base.
But I really would like to put that, because we're going to close up that border so fast, we're going to get those people out of here. And she's not going to do it. She couldn't do it if she wanted to. She wouldn't know what to do.
Trump has promised to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy he put in place during his first term.
Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl. And I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin.
On the contrary, Kamala Harris and the Democrats advocate for a more moderate stance. Kamala Harris's approach centers on balancing enforcement with reforms, emphasizing humanitarian pathways, and addressing the causes of migration. Donald Trump, on the other hand, focuses on stringent border control measures, deportation, and reducing both legal and illegal immigration. Kamala Harris's prosecution of illegal immigrants engaging in crime in the United States.
I won't only bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump tanked, I will do more to secure our border. To reduce illegal border crossings, I will take further action to keep the border closed between ports of entry. Those who cross our borders unlawfully will be apprehended and removed and barred from re-entering for 5 years. We will pursue more severe criminal charges against repeat violators.
Kamala has promised to make the national borders more secure by passing border security bill.
And instead treat it as the serious challenge that it is, that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels, and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need.
Kamala Harris has sharply criticized Trump's high-pitched campaign over immigration issues as electoral compulsion.
I will comment on the former President Donald Trump's remark about women and whether they like it or not. And listen, it actually is, I think, very offensive to women in terms of not understanding their agency, their authority, their right, and their ability to make decisions about their own lives, including their own bodies. And this is just the latest on a series of reveals by the former president of how he thinks about women.
Harris's call for humane immigration policy is completely opposite to Trump's extreme stance on the subject.
On the issue of immigration, we believe in keeping families together, not tearing them apart. So now undocumented spouses of American citizens who have been in the country for 10 or more years can stay in the country while they apply for a green card. And so can their children.
With their differing issues on immigration policies becoming a flashpoint of US elections, the battle of ideologies awaits as two polar opposites clash.
So, viewers, fate has been sealed in the ballots for the US presidential elections, but we just take a closer look at Donald Trump's campaign, a tumultuous campaign that was in fact marred by 2 assassination attempts that has brought the spotlight on his campaign and his bid for re-election, Samisha.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, and it was Pennsylvania. Of course, there was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. In fact, Pennsylvania is one of those 7 swing states where Elon Musk had joined the campaign rally of the Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump.
Absolutely, of course, viewers. We'll take a look at this report to understand how over the years we've seen the presidential candidates being attacked and what impact it had while they go into the election and bid for an election to the White House. Take a look.
Take a look at what happened.
Bullet piercing the ear. Blood oozing out, streaking the face. Fist high up in the air. The American flag looming in the background. This image from July 2024 became iconic and symbolic of resilience, revival, and reincarnation of defiance. Many wonder the gunshot at Trump's Pennsylvania rally could prove to be a shot in the arm for his campaign. The event energized his supporters and shifted public opinion in his favor, painting him as a strong leader targeted by what some call the deep state. In a matter of 2 months, a second attempt to assassinate the former president was made. This time, the attack was on the Trump International Golf Course in Florida, where Trump was golfing. Yet again, Trump escaped death. It was viewed to be a consequence of hate directed at Trump by his opponents. Trump went on to blame the rhetoric of Biden and Harris for the attempt on his life in an interview to Fox News. A bipartisan House panel investigating the July shooting called it stunning security failure. Trump's favorability ratings and polling lead over his then opponent Joe Biden both went up over the following days by about 1 to 2 percentage points on average. And a further 1 to 2 percentage point increase was witnessed after the second assassination attempt. Trump's social media presence experienced a significant surge in the wake of surviving the first attempt. All this reminded the world of America's history of its presidents or the candidates being on the target of assassins. Not every time it has proved to go in favor of their campaign. While candidates may receive an initial bump in the polls after surviving an assassination attempt, history shows that this effect could be limited and temporary. In March 1981, President Ronald Reagan was shot at after leaving a speech in Washington, D.C. Reagan survived and was back on the job within 2 weeks. In the aftermath, his approval rating surged by 8 points to nearly 70%. But economic gloom pulled the ratings down by more than 40 points later that year. But he had more than 3 full years to bounce back ahead of the 1984 elections, which he won with a landslide. Seeking re-election like Trump was Theodore Roosevelt. In 1912, former President of the United States Teddy Roosevelt was shot in the chest while campaigning for an unprecedented third term. He continued to deliver the speech for 90 long minutes, and only after its completion, he was moved to the hospital. Although Roosevelt managed to win more votes than sitting president and the successor who he had handpicked, William Howard Taft, their rivalry had split the Republican Party in two. They were both bested by Democrats Woodrow Wilson. Unlike Roosevelt, Trump has his party behind him, while unlike Reagan, the time period between the assassination attempts and election day is much shorter. The sympathy factor could be limited, or it could potentially aid Trump's chances, as these assassination attempts on a US presidential candidate has unfolded in the digital age. 5th of November will make the picture clear if escaping death twice could prove to be one of the factors to help Trump return to the White House.
Yes, our non-stop rolling coverage on the US polls 2024 that continues. And Rakshita, I believe that the early trends are going to begin anytime now. At least we'll have a clear picture to which way Georgia is headed. But as we continue to harp on what is best for India, the India factor, whether it is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, of course, Donald Trump making that statement recently, trying to garner the American Hindu vote. Lots of positives and negatives both ways.
Absolutely. Of course, Trump understands the importance of the Indian American vote, and we've seen that. In fact, all eyes will be if it's Trump, then will it be Trump, 1.0 about, or does he, make some change? Because there were a lot of conflicts in terms of trade, at least. Having said that, we also have to look at Kamala Harris. Will she continue Joe Biden's approach and behavior towards New Delhi, or is there something new that she could pull off this time? We will have to take a look at this report to understand more.
The Trump versus Harris debate has echoed in India as well.
Hold on, everybody.
The question that has now entered the fray: which candidate is better for the Indian foreign policy? Shalabh Kumar, Trump's closest Desi aide, alleges that Harris has problematic views in Kashmir. He also says that Trump's position on Hindus is crystal clear.
Kamala has radical views on Kashmir, and India will have to be conscious.
But that doesn't matter now, because 370 is abolished.
Because they will still raise the issue of so-called minorities, so-called Muslim minorities. So every time Joe Biden gets a chance, every time Kamala gets a chance, Kamala will be even more enhanced. Prime Minister Modi and BJP in India is persecuting minorities. Forget about what's happened in Bangladesh. Forget about what's happening everywhere else. Forget about what's happening in Canada against Hindus. So to them, Hindus are the majority, and the radical Islam, I'm not just going to say Muslims, but radical Islam is minority.
Kamala Harris, the daughter of an Indian-born mother and a Jamaican-born father, has talked about her Indian heritage on several occasions. Under Biden and Harris, the United States formed several key strategic agreements, including bolstering the Quad alliance against Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific region. The United States government also finalized several crucial defense and technology deals, including the recent deal for the sale of Predator drones. Her opponent Donald Trump, on the other hand, has talked about his good rapport with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game.
Both the leaders have their respective foreign policy stances with regard to India. Who's better for us? That's something only time will tell.
On that note, it's time for us to step into a very short commercial break. And while pollsters have predicted a very, very divided election, yes, early trends that will start trickling in to at least know which way the battle is headed. It is Trump versus Kamala Harris.
Welcome back. It is said to be the toughest contest in US history, the contest between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And it's said that the 7 swing states will be deciding the fate of Donald Trump, whether he is going to be returning to power again or if it is going to be Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at those key factors and those issues that have largely dominated Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's campaign rallies. The first, of course, being economy and taxation for that matter. It's Donald Trump who's made it amply clear that it's America first for him and that he's going to be increasing impose more than 10% tariffs on US imports. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has been very vocal about her stand on taxation. She said that she intends to increase taxation on the wealthiest, adding that those earning $4 lakh and above per annum will be taxed the heaviest. She's even advocated for moderate tax increases for the wealthiest individuals. That's exactly what we are talking about here. In fact, Donald Trump says that he intends to impose tariffs over 10% on Chinese imports. So yes, China issue over 60%, beg your pardon, on Chinese imports. So that's been a very strong stand that's been taken by Donald Trump in his campaign rallies on China. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that she will be lowering housing costs for the working family families. She's even gone on to say that how she intends to reduce corporate tax. Intends to increase the corporate tax on the wealthiest individuals. The other issue that has also dominated the campaign rallies of Kamala Harris has been abortion rights. Given that it was Donald Trump who'd appointed those 3 Supreme Court judges who overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. So like we told you, he appointed those judges that overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. And Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that if she's voted to power, she will ensure that there is a federal law in the country and that abortion rights are guaranteed across the United States. So abortion right, which is also being said, is something which has sort of created a gender divide among the US citizens, and female voters now are being drawn towards Kamala Harris when it comes to those abortion rights that they've been seeking. The other issue is immigration. Trump having said that if he's voted to power, he will ensure that there is largest deportation in US history, something which he also focused on during his tenure as a president, that is between 2016 and 2020. So he's pledged to execute the largest deportation in US history. Kamala Harris, who's also backed Biden's strategy to tighten the immigration policies to crack down on those immigrants who've entered the US illegally from the Mexico side. The other factor is the Russia-Ukraine war. The war that's been raging on for almost 3 years now. Donald Trump, who's criticized the US financial support for Ukraine, he's even gone on to say that how he plans to reduce the financial packages that are being given by the US Congress to Israel and even Ukraine in their war against Russia and the other opponent. Kamala Harris says that she's rather committed to backing Ukraine if re-elected. So largely the stand of Kamala Harris remains the same, which has been under Biden's administration, the kind of support that US has given to Israeli forces when it comes to the actions of the IDF along the Gaza conflict, especially the Khan Yunis region and in Lebanon and Syria as well, targeting the terror proxy groups of the Iranian forces, especially talking about the Israel-Gaza, the conflict that we are seeing in the Middle East region. There have been a lot of talks that have happened between Donald Trump and Netanyahu. Donald Trump, who's expressed support for conflict in Lebanon and Gaza. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, she's been more critical than Biden on Israel's actions in Gaza. She's also expressed solidarity with the Palestinians who've been at the receiving end when it comes to those targeted attacks being carried out by the Israeli forces in which they are trying to target those Hamas terror hideouts along the Gaza region. Now talking about the climate change, which has also been a very important factor given that US is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Donald Trump, who said that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. So this is a matter of concern. Given that US has been one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases, it is a concern for the global economy at large. Donald Trump says that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has failed to provide any detailed structured plan on how, if she is voted to power, she will try to curb that menace when it comes to the emission of greenhouse gases. So those are the factors which have dominated the campaign rallies of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In fact, as we speak, one of the key swing states that is going to be important to watch out for is going to be Pennsylvania, the same state where there was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and even the very fact that it was Elon Musk who came out in support of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania itself. In fact, Arizona is also one of those key 7 states, one of those 7 states that will be playing a major role in deciding the fate of the 2 candidates. In fact, Arizona has been one of those key swing states where Biden had won by a very slim margin. Let's take a look at this detailed report, which has excerpts of the campaign rallies of both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump seeks to make a rare comeback. His campaign slogans, "Make America Great Again" and "I Am Your Voice," have reiterated his America First policy.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again. And now we'll have a chance to do it after today. Hopefully everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out. We have to close it out.
He was officially nominated on July 15, 2024 at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, when he also announced J.D. Vance as the nominee for vice president.
The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
From focusing on key issues like expansion of executive and presidential power to promising stronger economic policies to the abortion ban, Trump makes a host of promises. Trump's campaign has been marred by controversies, including allegations of white supremacist and anti-Semitic statements, as well as concerns over authoritarian and anti-democratic rhetoric. If Trump loses, he has refused to accept the results, just as he did 4 years ago when he lost to Democratic President Joe Biden.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election. So we have to be very careful. Look, this is more than this election. That's a big statement.
If Trump refused to accept a victory by Democratic rival Kamala Harris, this could throw the US into political instability at a time when the country is already deeply divided. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has vowed to investigate or prosecute political rivals, election workers, and left-wing Americans if he becomes president again.
Right, the fate of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has been sealed in the ballots, and Suresha, this will be the first time, if Kamala Harris wins, that America will get its first ever woman president. Now, Kamala Harris, of course, has taken over from Joe Biden, and she's young. She's, of course, quite someone who the women voters are quite drawn to, as per what we have learned in terms of the reports that have come in. What does she really promise? How has her campaign looked like? Let's take a look at this report, Suresha.
As the most turbulent US presidential elections enter its final hours, it is a neck-to-neck battle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Bitter rivals Trump and Harris are separated by the narrowest margins in polls, which shows this election is a flip of coin. The 7 swing states will decide the fate of America, with Harris focusing on Michigan, Trump targeting on Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris became the nominee for presidential elections relatively later, after Biden stepped down from the US presidential race. Then she selected Tim Walz as her running mate. Later, released a detailed policy guideline in September to make US citizens understand what Harris-Walz administration would look like. Let's look at some of the key promises made by her. Some of the key promises of Harris to America offers wide range of ideas aimed at making life more affordable to citizens of America. Many of Harris's proposals are similar to Biden's administration. She advocates restoring nationwide abortion rights. While she continues to support cross-party border security bill, she also promises to expand publicly funded healthcare. As the candidates make a final push ahead of the D-Day, Harris, after a series of encouraging rallies, have said, "We have momentum, it's on our side."
In one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime, and we have momentum, it is on our side. Can you feel it? The momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people, because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together.
During the final leg of her election campaign, Harris has expressed her confidence that she would win the race for White House.
And we will win, because here's what everyone here knows. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that, and we are exhausted with it.
Meanwhile, Harris received support from celebrities like Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez, and Beyoncé. As we near to the D-Day, it will be interesting to see who reaches the 270th finish line.
Well, a high-voltage election campaign, but Rakshita, we also understand that the two dominant factors on voters' minds this time, of course, has been the reproductive rights for women and also the immigration policy, where voters largely believe that it is Kamala Harris who is batting for a more humane immigration policy and also pushing for skilled workers in the form of H-1B visa. And of course, we understand where Donald Trump stands as far as that is concerned.
Absolutely, of course, it's going to be a decisive factor as far as the immigration policy is concerned. It has, we've seen how Harris has battled, as you said, for a humane immigration policy. At the same time, Trump has, called for the biggest ever deportation in his term if re-elected, and also, of course, to secure borders. He made that pitch in his first term, and he battled for that. Let's take a look what all do we expect when it comes to the immigration factor.
You have to tell that horrible, terrible, the worst ever vice president. Nobody knows where the other guy is.
Let us use our power to advance the cause of freedom, opportunity, and justice. Yes, let us turn the page and write the next chapter of our history.
We've proven something, we've shown something, and we're going to get it fixed, and we got to win this election.
And this is not the first time he has told us who he is. He does not believe women should have the agency and authority to make decisions about their own bodies.
Final countdown to the White House. A turning point for the United States of America. Polls close, anticipation builds. The world watches as the US decides who will command America's future. The subject of immigration has been the most heated and the most debated topic throughout the election campaign.
I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally.
President, I won't only bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump tanked. I will do more to secure our border.
We're going to do the largest deportation in the history of our country.
Politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election.
Donald Trump is promising a sweeping overhaul of the US immigration policy if he wins the election.
We'll do the largest deportation in the history of our country. We're going to get all of these criminals out. And it's not going to be easy. And, I say that, and you know who has the record? Dwight Eisenhower. And I call him a moderate. But he hated to see people coming in from other countries and violating our borders.
Trump intends to commence mass deportations of millions of people. His proposed agenda would represent a dramatic shift in American immigration policy, targeting millions of undocumented immigrants.
Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems the likes of which we never thought possible. Bloodshed, squalor to our cities is common, and they've unleashed a war and chaos all over the world. You take a look, everything's blowing up or getting ready to blow up.
Trump's campaign is trying to capitalize on rising public discontent regarding immigration and border security. Trump's proposal to use the military for immigration enforcement marks a significant escalation in the federal government's approach to undocumented immigrants.
And I don't want to do that. I'm not looking to do that. I think it's terrible to do, but we have no choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement you've ever seen. But I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can.
Expanding and reinforcing the border wall is another cornerstone of Trump's immigration agenda, a promise that resonates deeply with his base.
But I really would like to put that, because we're going to close up that border so fast, we're going to get those people out of here. And she's not going to do it. She couldn't do it if she wanted to. She wouldn't know what to do.
Trump has promised to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy he put in place during his first term.
Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl. And I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin.
On the contrary, Kamala Harris and the Democrats advocate for a more moderate stance. Kamala Harris's approach centers on balancing enforcement with reforms, emphasizing humanitarian pathways, and addressing the causes of migration. Donald Trump, on the other hand, focuses on stringent border control measures, deportation, and reducing both legal and illegal immigration.
Stay tuned to Republic TV for the biggest and most extensive coverage. It's D-Day for the United States. Who will win the race to the White House? It's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? We'll get you the latest and more insights on that. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Consequential elections of our lifetime, and we have momentum. It is on our side. Can you feel it? And we have the momentum because our campaign is tapping.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning to all our viewers, and thank you for tuning in. Yes, we are live from the Republic studio. Rakshita and I getting you the early trends that are just beginning to trickle in. It is D-Day for the United States, one of the most divided elections in US history, and pollsters themselves are not being able to give a clear verdict. Which way will it go? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump after that high voltage election campaign that we witnessed on both sides, Rakshita? Really, I mean, we are going to get a lot of voices to who has the edge.
Absolutely, of course. Republic TV will be getting you voices from several parts of the United States and get you lowdown of the various aspects of this entire election, what all to expect. And also remember that the trends have begun to come in, and we will get you, state-wise what the picture is looking like at the moment. But first, the headlines at 6 a.m. viewers.
Voting for the 47th President of United States ends fate of US election sealed in ballot boxes. All eyes on the results.
Presidential race rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris exercise their franchising.
It is a neck-to-neck battle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Who will be the 47th President of the United States?
Regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three.
As the US presidential race heats up, focus shifts to the 7 swing states, closest contest in US history.
Stay tuned to the most expansive, analytical and accurate election coverage only on Republic. Oh yes, D-Day has arrived, Rakshita, and in fact early trends that have already begun to trickle in when it comes to Georgia, Virginia, where so far in Georgia Donald Trump is maintaining the lead. However, it is important to understand what the electoral process in the United States is like, how the Electoral College works, and how this process will go on until in January finally is when the United States of America will have its president take charge.
Absolutely, the 47th president for the United States, and indeed, as Suresha mentioned, it's a very different system altogether. It's also very important to understand how the swing states work. Much talked about these elections and the factor, how do they play out this time? We'll get you a lowdown on that. Take a look at this explainer.
With the fate of America all set to be decided on the big Harris versus Trump battle in the 2024 US polls, let's first try and understand the poll process and how the Electoral College works. There are 538 electors across the country. A candidate needs 270 of those electoral votes to win the presidency. Each state's number of electors equals its total congressional representation, the number of House members plus 2 senators. But what is Electoral College? Well, Electoral College is a system used to elect the US president and vice president. There are 538 electors. A candidate needs 270 votes to win. The process was created by the US Constitution as a compromise between direct voting and congressional selection. Let's move on to understand how electors are chosen. Each state gets electors based on its number of congressional representatives, House plus 2 senators. Political parties nominate electors who pledge to vote for their candidate if that candidate wins the state's popular vote. Now, what happens on election day? Voters are technically voting for electors and not directly for the president. Most states use a winner-takes-all rule. Whoever gets the most votes in a state wins all the state's electoral votes, except for Maine and Nebraska, who use a proportional method, splitting votes based on the results. But most importantly, what are swing states? These states are up for grabs and can vote for either party. They often decide the election. Swing states change each election cycle, but key examples include Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Let's now understand what happens after election day. Well, states certify the results and send the list of electors to the National Archives. In December, electors meet in each state to cast their votes for president and vice president. Those votes are sent to Congress for counting. And finally, how does Congress count the votes? On the 6th of January, a joint session of Congress that counts the electoral votes. The vice president presides over this session, announces the results, and declares the winner if they've reached 270 electoral votes. On Inauguration Day, the new president is sworn in on the 20th of January and officially takes office.
All right, viewers, we will be joined by our special guests on the broadcast today. Of course, it's the D-Day for America. We are joined by Mitchell Brown, Professor of Political Science at Auburn University. He's live from Alabama. Suhag Shukla, Executive Director, Hindu American Foundation, live from Pennsylvania. Devang Bhatt is live from Georgia. He's volunteer for the state of Georgia Democratic Party. Arun Ayagiri is live from New Jersey. He's a geopolitical analyst. Jenilyn Pace-Cleave is reporting live from New York. I'll go across to Mitchell Brown first from Alabama. Of course, it's a very important day. We are talking about neck-and-neck battle here, Mitchell. But how neck-and-neck is it looking like, given the fact that the trends have started to come in?
Well, it's early yet to say how neck and neck this is going to be. The polling, of course, has shown that it is neck and neck from what pollsters can tell. We've got early results in from a few states that some outlets are calling, but even in those states, we only have about a quarter of the votes counted. And we still have states that are voting right now. The polls will be open in several states for 3 more hours.
All right, Mitchell, do stay on. I'd also like to take a quick question to Devang Bhatt, who's joining us from Georgia. Devang Bhatt, Georgia, a key swing state, and early trends that have come in where Trump has the lead. So far, I think the numbers we are receiving where Trump stands at 59.9% and Harris at 39.6%. Were you hoping for a swing? What's your sense?
Yeah, as Mr. Mitchell said, it's too early to say. I live in Cobb County and adjoining to Fulton County. We are sort of the biggest blue areas within the state of Georgia. And we are seeing enormous turnouts. The lines from early voting, we have about 60% of our, our citizens have already voted. And today there were extremely long lines at the polling stations as well. So we are certainly hoping that this would be, will swing towards the Democrats when this is all said and done.
Well, also, of course, we will be going across to now Jenilyn Pace-Cleave, who is reporting live from New York. Of course, a lot of excitement, Jenilyn, amongst the voters this time. Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump is someone who they are well acquainted with. He's been the president, but Kamala Harris is a fresh face. Of course, she hasn't served a full term, and a lot of promises that she has made. How do we look at, her presidency, if at all she is voted to power? Do we see more of continuity as far as what Biden has been doing in his term, or do we see some change? There are a lot of challenges for her, given that there is less of experience on her side.
I'm an independent, but I have to tell you, I feel there will be a lot more of status quo. I am not optimistic that we are going to see too many changes. Although we are made a lot of promises, this happens almost every year with all candidates. They make us a lot of promises, but then when they get to the White House, they are not just going to be able to go and fulfill these promises. It takes so much for it all to come together and for them to fulfill the promises. So I don't think if she's nominated, we're going to see too many changes. And that's just my view.
Right. Do stay on with us. I'd quickly like to bring in Suhag Shukla also. Suhag Shukla, Pennsylvania is being looked at as the game changer in this election, the most crucial state. All eyes on what this state is going to turn out with. What's your inkling to which way Pennsylvania will swing?
Well, the polls are still open, and it's really hard to tell. If you drive out throughout the state, which this month at least, we've had the opportunity to be doing a lot of traveling, and it just changes from county to county. You see a lot of blue signs for Kamala Harris. Then you go to the next county and you see a lot of Donald Trump signs. It really drives home the point that we really are a purple state right now, and it's going to be a long night, possibly a long week before we really know which way the state goes. But I know that both campaigns have obviously been very active here. Just last night, not too far from my home, Kamala Harris was here for a high-powered rally with Lady Gaga and a number of other big names like Oprah Winfrey.
All right, I also see Saurabh Shukla on the screens right now. Very good morning to you from India, Saurabh. You have been on the ground for a while now, really through its length and breadth, trying to sense the mood of which way the Americans are set to sway. Now, it is being looked at as the most divided election in American history. What is your sense? What are you gauging in terms of whether it will be the liberal democracy ideology that Kamala Harris has been pitching, or the white supremacy, male-dominated society that Donald Trump is projecting for America?
Well, good morning, Swesha, and good to speak to you. Let me set the ball rolling by saying that whoever becomes the president of the United States, it has global ramification, it has a lot of ramifications for the world, and has a major impact on relationship with India. But the good news is that we have a bipartisan support here now in the US, that whoever becomes the US president will grow this partnership. That should be good news for a lot of your viewers who are watching us today, that the partnership with India will grow and intensify following these results. As Suhag was saying earlier as well, it is one of the most tightly contested elections. I've been covering India-US relations, US politics for a long time now. I stay here, so I can tell you one thing, that this has been, in terms of the campaigning itself, it has come down to the wire. As Suhag was also saying, that in the critical state of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris was door knocking, making sure that the last minute voters are wooed and they get to the polling station to actually vote in. So both the sides are doing it. Donald Trump is doing his. Elon Musk has done so many rallies there. So certainly the campaign has intensified, so to say, in the final stages. We may have to wait to hear the final outcome, because obviously the voting is done at the state level, the counting is done at the state level and at the county level, so it takes time. But I would say that it's a close contest. A lot of people, obviously, in terms of, if you ask me, the vote count of, I've been speaking to both sides, both Republican strategists and Democratic strategists. Donald Trump has a lead on perception to Kamala Harris, obviously leading when it comes to women voters, because obviously she has been talking about abortion and other key issues. When it comes to economy, Donald Trump has an edge. He has been, who will be a better, president? That obviously, once we get the results, we'll get to see. But I would say that this will be a historic day for the US democracy, and will have a wider impact on the rest of the world as we get along our discussions with the fellow panelists as well. We will get a clearer sense, because a lot more states, the polling will close, and we will have some early trends coming out. But for now, if you ask me, I would not hazard a guess that who's going to win this critical election. So, Esha?
Right. In fact, Mr. Shukla, we'll just go into some breaking news that is coming in right now, because it's a big breaking coming in on the presidential elections. Now, the FBI has given a statement on bomb threats at polling locations. Now, the FBI says it is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains, and none of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. So that's the big update we have right now. FBI says that threats have been made in several states at polling locations, and they have been traced to Russia or Russian email domains. And FBI also says that election integrity is among FBI's highest priorities. Multiple non-credible bomb threats sent to polling stations in several states. So, Yesha, of course, a cause of concern there, given the fact that we've seen, the FBI has been, of course, also probing the multiple assassination attempts and the violence before the elections, but this time this is a serious national security threat. Election day bomb threats linked to Russia.
Right. In fact, let's take this question to Arun Ayagri, who continues to stay with us, because Arun, we understand from cyber attacks to cyber bomb threats to interference in the US election, which the agencies have claimed is happening from Russia. All of this certainly having marred this election. Arun.
Yep. Hey, so yeah, thank you for inviting me back. So yeah, that's true. I mean, quite a few times, pretty much every election, there are rumors about interference. Quite a few times they happen. So this I should say, sadly, this was expected. Bomb threat, I'm not too sure about that, but some kind of interference, especially linked to Russia or maybe Iran, even something linked to Iran, I would not be surprised. So yeah, this I'm not, again, unfortunately, I'm not too surprised about these threats, and I think the expected, and also the training the poll workers received is much better than last time in terms of preparedness. And questioning election integrity and things like that. I think poll workers are much more prepared than last time. So I'm assuming they're prepared in this case too. And I keep seeing that D day at the top of my screen here. I think that should be D week. Because I don't think anything would be decided tonight. It's never a D day, but I've been following U.S. politics for a long time, and I'm not that old, but I've been following for a long time, and it's never a D day, partly because there are multiple times involved. I mean, different times involved in different state, and the multiple time zones involved. Each state, especially with the mail-in ballots and absentee ballots, provisional ballots, so everything else combined, early voting, all of these combined, I think it just makes it more convoluted and makes it more delayed, the whole process. So I think we should call it D week. And I also saw a flash before, I think like a story you guys were running, explaining the process. You're right, everything is winner take all except two states. But the small correction there is Maine and Nebraska are not completely proportionally represented. It's a combination of CD and statewide. So there's a mix there for Maine and Nebraska, small correction there. But otherwise, yes, these are expected. I'm just hoping everybody's safe, and I'm hoping they're all prepared for this. And you guys were talking about swing states as well. I just want to say, swing states, they keep changing, as we know. But these states were not the same last time. They keep changing every single election cycle. So yeah, in 1990s, there were close to double digit, the number of swing states, right? In 1992, there are 22 swing states. And now we have 7, 2020, there are 5. So they keep changing. So I would say we got to wait a couple more hours to get a clear picture on that.
Right. Arun, do stay on with us. I'd like to take the same point to Saurabh Shukla also. Disinformation from Russia. FBI has been probing such threats in the run-up to the election. The fact that the FBI is putting out this statement on counting day itself, what do you make of it, Saurabh?
Swesha, we have been tracking a lot of this. At News Mobile, we are a fact checker. We check disinformation, misinformation, and I can tell you that that's a reality. That's a reality because there are hired guns who indulge in practices like these on any election whenever it happens, and the U.S. election itself is a case in point. This has happened in elections in India as well, where hired guns from various parts of the world, including China, who were trying to interfere in the elections. Here in the US, the FBI has been taking a lot of steps, and I think this alert itself coming out tells you how early warning helps. But the voters have to stay vigilant. They have to follow the facts and the factual accuracy of anything that comes out on social media, because on the election day there are chances that you may see some social media posts emerging. They emerge from some handles who are actually used by these hackers to try to deter voters, especially in the swing states. So if these kind of news items are coming out, or you see anything, so I would urge anybody who's watching the broadcast, any prospective voter, please do go and check from the official sources, because sometimes these hackers, what they try to do, these hired guns, what they've tried to do, they've tried to pretend when they are posting that this is coming from a legitimate source, but that's not really the case. So I think we have to be vigilant, and this is a very crucial election, and every voter has I would say, important role in democracy to make sure that you shape a vibrant democracy, and this election will be very, very critical. So we have to be staying vigilant to that threat, Suesha.
Okay, Saurabh, I just want to understand, why is it not a regular election? Twice or thrice I have heard you say that this is a critical election, crucial election. I mean, why? It's just a regular American election with the American society playing out its options, and in a way it's been very divisive, and we have seen the fractures of American society really come out through this election. But still, why are you repeatedly calling it critical? I want to understand. Viewers in India would want to understand.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you on screen, friend. Let me explain to the viewers back in India and globally who are watching us. But both the key parties, for Kamala Harris, Democratic Party, this will be an election. If she does get elected, she will be the first ever woman president of the United States, first ever president of South Asian, African American descent. Sure. So that's the reason why it's very critical for them. For the Republican Party, this is Donald Trump's last chance to, in some ways, to, contest a presidential election. He's not getting younger, so it's a very critical election for them. Also, on a lot of issues, for Democratic Party, they are placing a heavy bet on this election on the issue of abortion. For them, it's a make or break election in many cases. For Donald Trump, he has been riding on the case of economy, immigration. That's the reason this becomes a very, very critical election. Every election I know is important, but when it comes to these pivotal points, that makes this election even more different. And the other thing is the close contest. Many times, in India, this has happened. It's happened in the previous elections as well. The polls have gone wrong. So we really have to wait and watch whether the pollster will be proven right or you will have a different outcome. So that's the reason why I call it, a critical election. Vishek?
Well, Devang, if I can also just bring you in right now, because the initial trends that are essentially trickling in and the response really coming in from the Democrats, that in itself gives you a sense that perhaps it is actually going the way many had expected, that you would not accept, either of the candidates would accept the mandate. And that's the biggest fear right now. Will they accept the mandate if it goes as close as it is being predicted?
Well, we have a history of one of the, in 2020, right? One of the parties did not accept the mandate, and we had to go through a round of sort of litigation and such. It has already begun in the state of Georgia. There have been lawsuits that have been filed about, turning in of ballots and such. So at least one side seems to be not too keen on accepting the mandate. So we'll see how this plays out in the next few weeks.
Devang, it also turns out that the Democrats also seem to be, infusing in that doubt about the results itself. Because if you really look at the trends that are now coming in, it does seem that there is an edge that Donald Trump has.
It's going to be a close election. No, it does. I mean, there's no question about that. It really depends on the turnout. And of course, there will be a lot of litigations from both sides, to be honest. And we'll see how this plays out.
Devang, in fact, because you mentioned there's going to be litigation, etc., I'm just going through a post of Barack Obama just a couple of hours back, where he's saying it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard. In fact, on that note, I will come back to the conversation. I believe there is a breaking news development coming in, and that's about Barack Obama, yes, Barack Obama doubting early. Why is he doing so? Michelle, I believe you are still there with us. Please help us unspool this. Why is Barack Obama not very sure about early results or early trends? He's saying, wait for a while, it might go long. It happened in 2020. You know, from 1781 onwards, it has never happened till 2020 that the results would be delayed. Why is it happening now?
No, there are a couple things going on here because there's still voting going on across the country. One of the things the Democrats want right now, because where we're seeing election results come in, they're coming in for Trump from states that we would expect to support Trump. And what the Democrats don't want is the people voting out on the West Coast to suddenly say, oh, my candidate's not going to win, so I'm going to stay home. And so as long as the polls are open, you're going to hear the Democrats say, don't worry about these states. We already knew these states were going for Trump. It's not a big deal. Still come out to vote. But the other thing that's going on that is a little bit different is we're doing more and more mail balloting. And in many states, the cure period and the period to receive those mail ballots goes on several days past the election, as long as those mail ballots are postmarked by Election Day. That's not true in all states, but it is true in some states. And so the idea that in every state we're going to have all the results today, it's not going to happen. And while it used to be 20 years ago, we really knew election night, except the 2020 election, right? That was also decided by the courts. Now, because of the trend towards more mail balloting and some states allowing postmarked by Election Day, as long as the ballots come in before certification happens, those ballots are going to be counted.
Yeah, what do you mean to say is like it's typical politician. Till the last vote is counted, they would want to have their hat in the ring, and that's why they want all the votes to be counted before any announcements can be made. Michelle, I believe you have to go. Please tell us what's really happening in Alabama from where you are joining us live.
Alabama's not a swing state by any stretch of the imagination. It's a precinct day only voting state, and it will go red.
Oh, you're so sure it's going to go red? But it seems that insofar as the Electoral College goes, early trends suggest that Trump already has a lead. He's having 19 Electoral College votes to Kamala's just 3.
Absolutely, because of the states that have been counted so far. They're all states that we would expect to go red. And when the Alabama votes come in, Alabama will be a red state as well.
Okay, and it's 6:30 a.m. India time, must be about 8 p.m., right? Time in the United States, at least in the East Coast. By when can we expect the clarity insofar as whether we can call the election or not? Michelle.
Calling the election maybe 6 to 8 hours from now, if we're lucky, probably a day or two. I think you'll see in about 3 hours most of the East Coast state results come in. But of course, they're not the final results because we don't get the final results certified until after the canvass period is over. And that canvass period is different in different states. Florida, I think, has the shortest. It's a 3-day canvass period until the results are certified. There are other states that have much longer canvass periods.
Well, in fact, we'll just quickly take you through the numbers that are basically emerging right now. As Abhishek was pointing out, there is an early trend moving towards Donald Trump. But having said that, these are essentially states which are deeply divided. You have the Republicans, the states that have been largely the counting that is happening is mostly for the Republican states right now. So that's the lead that you're really looking at. As far as Associated Press essentially reporting, we're being told that it's 23 for Trump right now. So it's a clear lead, it looks like. So how exactly would the battleground states really swing? Remember, the last you've had only one with Donald Trump. Would that really flip this side for Donald Trump or not? That's the big question that's emerging. Let's just quickly take you through how America has actually voted. That's an explainer that we're going to put out and then go back to our guests in a short while from now.
Welcome back. It is said to be the toughest contest in US history, the contest between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And it's said that the 7 swing states will be deciding the fate of Donald Trump, whether he is going to be returning to power again or if it is going to be Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris, let's take a look at those key factors and those issues that have largely dominated Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's campaign rallies. The first, of course, being economy and taxation for that matter. It's Donald Trump who's made it amply clear that it's America first for him and that he's going to be increasing impose more than 10% tariffs on US imports. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has been very vocal about her stand on taxation. She said that she intends to increase taxation on the wealthiest, adding that those earning $4 lakh and above per annum will be taxed the heaviest. She's even advocated for moderate tax increases for the wealthiest individuals. That's exactly what we are talking about here. In fact, Donald Trump says that he intends to impose tariffs over 10% on Chinese imports. So yes, China issue over 60%, beg your pardon, on Chinese imports. So that's been a very strong stand that's been taken by Donald Trump in his campaign rallies on China. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that she will be lowering housing costs for the working families. She's even gone on to say that how she intends to reduce corporate tax. She, beg your pardon, intends to increase the corporate tax on the wealthiest individuals. The other issue that has also dominated the campaign rallies of Kamala Harris has been abortion rights. Given that it was Donald Trump who'd appointed those 3 Supreme Court judges who overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. So like we told you, he appointed those judges that overruled the 1973 ruling on abortion rights. And Kamala Harris, on the other hand, says that if she's voted to power, she will ensure that there is a federal law in the country and that abortion rights are guaranteed across the United States. So abortion right, which is also being said, is something which has sort of created a gender divide among the US citizens, and female voters now being drawn towards Kamala Harris when it comes to those abortion rights that they've been seeking. The other issue is immigration. Trump having said that if he's voted to power, he will ensure that there is largest deportation in US history, something which he also focused on during his tenure as a president, that is between 2016 and 2020. So he's pledged to execute the largest deportation in US history. Kamala Harris, who's also backed Biden's strategy to tighten the immigration policies to crack down on those immigrants who've entered the US illegally from the Mexico side. The other factor is the Russia-Ukraine war. The war that's been raging on for almost 3 years now. Donald Trump, who's criticized the US financial support for Ukraine, he's even gone on to say that how he plans to reduce the financial packages that are being given by the US Congress to Israel and even Ukraine in their war against Russia and the other opponent. Kamala Harris says that she's rather committed to backing Ukraine if re-elected. So largely the stand of Kamala Harris remains the same, which has been under Biden's administration, the kind of support that US has given to Israeli forces when it comes to the actions of the IDF along the Gaza conflict, especially the Khan Yunis region and in Lebanon and Syria as well, targeting the terror proxy groups of the Iranian forces, especially talking about the Israel-Gaza, the conflict that we are seeing in the Middle East region. There have been a lot of talks that have happened between Donald Trump and Netanyahu. Donald Trump, who's expressed support for conflict in Lebanon and Gaza. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, she's been more critical than Biden on Israel's actions in Gaza. She's also expressed solidarity with the Palestinians who've been at the receiving end when it comes to those targeted attacks being carried out by the Israeli forces in which they are trying to target those Hamas terror hideouts along the Gaza region. Now talking about the climate change, which has also been a very important factor given that US is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Donald Trump, who said that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. So this is a matter of concern. Given that US has been one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases, it is a concern for the global economy at large. Donald Trump says that he aims to eliminate subsidies for renewable energy and electric vehicles. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has failed to provide any details structured plan on how, if she is voted to power, she will try to curb that menace when it comes to the emission of greenhouse gases. So those are the factors which have dominated the campaign rallies of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Well, in fact, Sabu, breaking news now coming in. AP has called in for Rhode Island as well as Florida. Florida going Donald Trump's way. Kamala Harris with regards to Rhode Island and Massachusetts again going towards Kamala Harris too. Jenny, you're joining us from New York. Give us a sense of how does it really look like right now, given the fact that you have a substantial number of states where the counting is already underway, and it does seem that there is a clear lead that Donald Trump has at this point in time. Perhaps by the end of the night, one may not be able to clearly find out the victor, but having said that, any sense that you are really getting from New York?
Well, it depends on who you go to for the poll, the total. If you look at NBC, you see a different number being reported in favor of Donald Trump. If you go to Fox, it's very difficult for us to tell, but the places where I go for my news, it appears as though Donald Trump is in the lead at the moment. But the numbers keep changing frequently. Last I checked before I joined you guys, Donald Trump was leading.
Yeah, he seems to be leading even now. I mean, I'm quoting the numbers I'm getting from Fox, for example, and they're beaming it on their screens. Jenny, and according to Fox, Donald Trump has already cornered 105 for the Electoral College votes, and Kamala Harris is trailing at 72. Of course, you're right, things can change. But as of now, it seems that Trump seems to be having a lead, but it's very complex. So, for example, I was talking to a friend, and he's in Georgia, in some suburb of Atlanta, and he said that these early leads are for Trump, and Trump is showing 59% votes in the popular vote vis-a-vis Kamala's 48 or 47. But these are votes that are essentially being counted in the suburbs, in the rural areas, in the smaller towns and communities, and in Atlanta metropolitan area, it's perhaps the Democrats who have an edge, and that counting is yet to begin. So it's interesting, really panning out. Stay with us. I come to Swag Shukla next, but before that, just let's look at the Trump campaign, how it panned out in 2024 elections.
Donald Trump seeks to make a rare comeback. His campaign slogans, "Make America Great Again" and "I Am Your Voice," have reiterated his America First policy.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting, and that's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again. And now we'll have a chance to do it after today. Hopefully everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out. We have to close it out.
He was officially nominated on July 15, 2024 at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, when he also announced J.D. Vance as the nominee for vice president.
The next vice president of the United States, the current senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
From focusing on key issues like expansion of executive and presidential power to promising stronger economic policies to the abortion ban, Trump makes a host of promises. Trump's campaign has been marred by controversies, including allegations of white supremacist and anti-Semitic statements, as well as concerns over authoritarian and anti-democratic rhetoric. If Trump loses, he has refused to accept the results, just as he did 4 years ago when he lost to Democratic President Joe Biden.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election. So we have to be very careful. Look, this is more than this election. That's a big statement.
If Trump refused to accept a victory by Democratic rival Kamala Harris, This could throw the US into political instability at a time when the country is already deeply divided. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has vowed to investigate or prosecute political rivals, election workers, and left-wing Americans if he becomes president again.
All right, let's go to Sohag Shukla Shawan. She's Executive Director, Hindu American Foundation. She's joining us live from Pennsylvania, another swing state. And it seems, Sohag, from where you are, the things are not clear yet. Typically, Pennsylvania swings, but the fact that Butler County, where an attempt was made on Trump's life happens to be in Pennsylvania. You think that's going to have some bearing on how Pennsylvania votes? Is it going to be soft on Trump?
You know, again, it's really hard to tell. And you made a point, a very important point, that elections here are very complex. You know, while we might be seeing more electoral college votes being counted towards Trump, it just depends on which state is reporting. On average, mail-in ballots, Democrats tend to do more mail-in balloting, while Republicans, this is what surveys have shown, Republicans vote in person. So depending on also which votes are being counted will kind of give us kind of a roller coaster for the evening, especially for those of us who live in this country and for whom, you know, it's going to be important. Stakes are high for this election. Both campaigns have been knocking on doors. I had two people from the Harris campaign knock on the door today and two from the Trump campaign. So, you know, they have been very active. I think they take very seriously the fact that there are equal numbers here. And if we look at even last election at other swing states like Arizona, for instance, we're talking about 49.4 versus 49.1. You know, some states only 10,000 votes, other states a little bit over 150, all, of course, reflective of the broader population or larger populations. But these are really, really close elections. And so, you know, we'll just watch. I think both campaigns were very active in all of the swing states, as they should be. And I think, at least from an Indian American perspective, what's important to know is that many clusters of Indian American communities, the higher populations, happen to be in swing states. So you have Georgia, which has a high number of Indian Americans, also Pennsylvania. Wisconsin has a significant community. Michigan does as well. So this is where we've also seen, interestingly enough, specific targeted outreach to the Indian American community and a lot of interest in what are the types of issues that are animating our community.
Since you mentioned this aspect, Suhag, and since you represent a Hindu organization, the appeal that Donald Trump made on Diwali and effectively read the riot act to the Bangladesh regime, you think it carried some vibes in favor of Trump while the Indian American community would have voted?
You know, it's hard to say. I think the Indian American community is very much a reflection of Americans at large. Just the same polarization that we're seeing in the broader society, you see it in the Indian American community as well. Most surveys, there's been two major surveys, the Asian American Voter Survey and one done by Carnegie that was specific to the Indian American community. The Indian Americans have generally leaned left and towards the Democrats. We have seen some changes in that from 2020 to 2024. More of a dip both when it was President Biden and maybe a little bit of a spike back up or a correction once it was announced that it would be Vice President Kamala Harris who was running. But a 9% change. I think it was 57%, give or take, that identified with the Democratic Party. And now that's slipped down to somewhere in the 40s. And so you do see shifts that are occurring. And on the Republican side, I think there's probably that at least based on the Carnegie survey, a little bit of more stability there, where that number is resting right around 21%. And it hasn't changed from previous years. Where we've seen the growth is amongst independents. And so that has to also be parsed down as amongst independents, which way are they leaning, left or right? But in terms of that statement itself, certainly amongst those who are supporting the Republican Party, you saw a lot of, welcoming of that message. And from the left, you also saw that, they're using this issue just for the election and questioning the sincerity of it. So I think that the Indian American response to these types of statements would be no different than maybe what you might see in something similar that was targeted towards some other community.
Right. Well, in fact, Abhishek, I believe that, which way Florida, Georgia really goes, Pennsylvania, of course, another key state, which way is it really swinging, is going to be extremely important. But as I understand, AP is once again calling it, as far as Florida is concerned, moving towards Donald Trump. Sort of, how are things really changing in the battleground states? Because if this, as far as Florida is concerned, this is the third consecutive victory for Donald Trump, which was expected to go his way. Are there any surprises in store? Do you believe that at least from the battleground states itself, while large prediction being towards Donald Trump, do you believe there could be some surprises thrown up?
That's a good question. But so far, if you see the election, these trends which are coming out, clearly this is coming on the expected lines. Florida is where Donald Trump, it's in some ways, that is where his, he stays there. And obviously he has cultivated the state for a long time. So that's something was expected. We have to watch out, as Suhag was also saying, that some of this, for instance, if Pennsylvania flips, and Kamala Harris is not able to get Pennsylvania, that's a big indicator. That's something then that's trouble for Democrats. Those are the kind of indicators we should be looking at. These numbers really don't carry much of a weight. Abhishek would remember we were analyzing it together. 2020 election. Similarly, similar things. Donald Trump had a lead. A lot of networks were even saying that, he has a lead, but then it all changed. So I think these are early results on the predicted lines. There are some states which are traditionally red states. There are some states which are traditionally blue states. That's what is happening now. We have to watch out and I would agree that the Indian American community, their vote will count a lot. Almost 2.5 million voters here, and they are divided. The fact that you have Kamala Harris in the fray has also meant that a lot of voters who were veering towards Donald Trump have veered towards Kamala Harris. But we will have to see how they have voted once the trends come out on these key states, whether it's Pennsylvania, whether it's North Carolina, Michigan, all these states have a sizable Indian American. Even Georgia has a sizable number of Indian American community, and they will definitely count more in this elections because, as I was saying earlier, I will reinforce that this is a critical election for both the parties, for both the candidates, and it's a high-stake election. But it is not going to be an easy outcome for either of the party. Also, it's not going to be an outcome which will be decided very soon. We may see a prolonged outcome. You were talking about Barack Obama's statement. So clearly, he's indicating to the fact that the counting may take time. Some of the states may not be decided that early. So that's what he's referring to, and that it may be a long haul.
So while the numbers for the Senate seems tilting towards the Republicans, in fact, they've also flipped a seat in West Virginia, in fact, taking in the majority as far as Senate is concerned. Now, that was largely as it was predicted. But having said that, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, there is a complication that is with regards to how exactly does the counting process really take place in America, and why many are now saying that perhaps by the end of the election night, one may not really get a clear picture of the victor. So what really is changing? Despite what we saw the last time, the close call that you saw even last time, and how things have really changed in the voting in some of the battleground states. Take a look at this explained, where we put together what is it required for either of the candidates to claim for the presidency.
America all set to be decided on the big Harris versus Trump battle in the 2024 US polls. Let's first try and understand the poll process and how the Electoral College works. There are 538 electors across the country. A candidate needs 270 of those electoral votes to win the presidency. Each state's number of electors equals its total congressional representation, the number of House members plus 2 senators. But what is Electoral College? Well, Electoral College is a system used to elect the US President and Vice President. There are 538 electors. A candidate needs 270 votes to win. The process was created by the US Constitution as a compromise between direct voting and congressional selection. Let's move on to understand how electors are chosen. Each state gets electors based on its number of congressional representatives, House plus 2 senators. Political parties nominate electors who pledge to vote for their candidate if that candidate wins the state's popular vote. Now, what happens on election day? Voters are technically voting for electors and not directly for the president. Most states use a winner-takes-all rule. Whoever gets the most votes in a state wins all the state's electoral votes, except for Maine and Nebraska, who use a proportional method, splitting votes based on the results. But most importantly, what are swing states? These states are up for grabs and can vote for either party. They often decide the election. Swing states change each election cycle, but key examples include Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Let's now understand what happens after Election Day. Well, states certify the results and send the list of electors to the National Archives. In December, electors meet in each state to cast their votes for president and vice president. Those votes are sent to Congress for counting. And finally, how does Congress count the votes? On the 6th of January, a joint session of Congress that counts the electoral votes. The vice president presides over this session, announces the results, and declares the winner if they've reached 270 electoral votes. On Inauguration Day, the new president is sworn in on the 20th of January and officially takes office.
All right, Jerilyn, since you are in New York, how's the market been responding to this swinging that's happening between Trump and Kamala and Republicans and Democrats? Do we have some hint, some clue, some indication coming in from the markets which way things are going?
It doesn't seem like it's been affected very much today because I checked later this evening. But there are a lot of people concerned that after today, when the announcement has been made in terms of who the new president is going to be, they're afraid that that will change. So I guess we just have to wait and see. There were some fluctuations before today, but today it didn't seem like it was affected very much, which I think is a good thing.
Right.
Well, in fact, Suhag, just to bring you in right now, there is also, with regards to the Senate, which is, as I was pointing out a short while back, tilting towards the Republicans, the hold that the Republicans have right now, a cause of concern for the Democrats, if the numbers, the way it is really emerging right now?
You know, in the past, we've seen that some races where the people running for the same party as a president is actually it harms them. So I think the Senate races also are something that we need to closely watch. You know, there's a lot that's been made about these close elections, and it's not the first time in history. For some reason, I happen to live in some pivotal states over the past, 50 years. I'm thinking back to the year 2000. I was in the state of Florida, and the election came down to a Supreme Court decision because there were some inconsistencies in the way that ballots had been counted. And so that one state, and I think Arun made the point earlier that swing states can change based on different elections. But there, a Supreme Court decision basically took the 25 Electoral College votes and gave them to then George W. Bush. And so that's another also quirk in the system of the Electoral College system. And that, again, is we're just talking about the position of president, is that it is possible that you can win the popular vote but not win the election. And we know that that happened just in 2016, where Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by about 500,000 votes. But the Electoral College and the way where those votes were occurring and where they landed, we then, ushered in the 4 years of President Donald Trump's term. So these types of things, again, it's too early to tell on any race, but we do know that sometimes the presidential election can have a positive impact on the Senate races and sometimes a negative impact on the people running within that same party.
Devang, it appears some good news for the Democrats as far as the House is concerned. Perhaps only 4 seats is what they really need to upseat the Republicans at this point in time. So the House too, there would be these few seats which is going to determine the lower chamber's majority in 2024? I'm not too sure whether Devang is still with us. Devang, can you hear me? I'm told that Devang, we've just lost the line with Devang. Can I take that with Saurabh? Saurabh, if you can hear me. Some good news as far as the House is concerned, because there the Democrats are largely going to look at least 4 crucial seats, which they're hoping that they will be able to unseat the Republicans in.
So that's what, is the expectation. When I was speaking to one of the Democratic Party strategists, and he was telling me that, this is what the expectation is, that they may win the House this time, may actually lose the Senate. And depends if they do get the presidency, so that will be a big win for them. Otherwise, they have a challenge there. But, this is what happens. There is a flip each time there is an election, not necessarily that both Senate and Congress will go the way of the same party. Last time, the Republicans had a control of the House of Representatives and Democrats control the Senate. So it may flip this side and maybe the other way around. But as we were speaking earlier, it's the presidency which counts more than anything else. So that's the biggest, highest stake battle that they have. Yes, the control of the House would definitely benefit whichever party is in power and the president is from that party, but it's the presidency which is the biggest stake battle here, and both the parties would want their nominee to win this election. They obviously know this is a dead heat election, and that's the reason why they're not leaving any stone unturned, to make sure that their nominee wins this battle.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it's going to turn out to be one of those fascinating American elections if it goes the way it is right now, down to the wires. One would certainly expect any election down to the wires is always fun for all of us.
I mean, isn't it down to the wires? If you're watching Fox, Saurabh, if you're watching Fox, Trump has won. If you're watching CNN, Kamala is winning. Where is dead heat? It's all clear.
For all who have been criticizing the Indian media, perhaps one takes a leaf from the Western media, because they have taken sides like no one else in the past. You've had editorials where they have taken full-fledged position on why they believe that one particular candidate is good for the United States of America. Now, question is, can you really do that? Where is the question of neutrality here? Gentlemen, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Jenny as well as Suhag, I'll request you to stay on with us as we continue with our live coverage. It's early morning here in India, a fascinating election turning out to be in the United States of America. In the next few hours, we're not only going to take you through the big newsmakers who are going to join us, but also what makes this election in the United States of America so very divided, deeply divided, and what are the ramifications that it really has as far as India is concerned. All this and much more on the other side.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Fascinating election in the United States of America as America has decided, Abhishek. What is it going to really look like? A deeply divided society right now. Both the candidates till the very last moment making that pitch. In fact, you've had Donald Trump literally saying that, Vice President, it's your time out. In fact, he says, get lost is what Donald Trump had to tell.
So you are fired.
You are fired. So that was the kind of rhetoric kind of campaigning that we have essentially seen. But on key issues, be it immigration or for that matter on climate change, very tough positions that have been taken by both the candidates. What does it really look like as the counting is already underway in most of the states? That quick update, Abhishek.
Shravan, first up about this divisive campaign, it has been on the both sides, the manner in which Trump has been lampooned, for example, the manner in which the Democrat establishment has talked about how this is going to be the end of democracy if Trump wins. Oprah Winfrey just a few hours back saying that if Trump wins, perhaps this is the last time we are voting, Trump would banish democracy from the United States. I mean, that's kind of a divisive campaign has been run on both the sides. Trump maybe because he's careless with the choice of words, and the Democrats are a little more nuanced and sophisticated. But it's equally, it's same both the sides.
Can I just say, doesn't it make India look much better because our campaigning appears to be far more matured than what we have really seen in the United States of America, with both the candidates saying that democracy khatre mein. It looks like democracy is more in khatra in the United States.
Here also it was done, typically by the liberal establishment, that Narendra Modi winning would be end of democracy. That's what they are doing there in the United States. But so far as election results are concerned, they are already showing a certain trend. I'm not going by what Fox is saying, what CNN is saying, but if you go by the Electoral College votes, Trump has a very decisive lead as of now, with having 105 Electoral College votes and Kamala Harris at 35. Now look at this, Kamala Harris at 72, sorry. But if you look at this, out of the 538 Electoral College votes, the one who gets to the 270 mark first wins. And in the United States, the winner takes all. So it seems like Trump has an edge as of now, but still from now till about the next 5-6 hours, by when we would have a clear picture of who's winning, and perhaps you and me would be here together calling the election of the United States. As of now, Trump seems to be leading.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through the key battleground states, because that's going to be the decisive factor as far as the elections in the United States of America is concerned. And if you're really wondering why just about those very 7 states, over the next few hours, we're going to take you step by step of what appears to be a little complicated election process in the United States of America. And while within the Democrats too, they say that perhaps by the end of the night in the United States of America, you may not still have the victor. But having said that, what does the picture really look like? Let's take you through the details that are now coming in. The Associated Press already calling the race, at least in some of the states, particularly those which are largely seen as the Republican states, as well as for the Democrats too. But before that, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Neck-and-neck contest in 7 swing states as polling closes in 16 U.S. states.
Democrat Harris leads in key battleground state, Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump wins Florida for the 3rd consecutive election, earning the state's 30 electoral votes.
Harris backer Obama cast casts aspersions as early counting results trickle in. FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia. All right, we have our correspondent reporting from Shivani Kala is in fact joining us from Accounting Center, I believe. Shivani, how is it looking like from where you are reporting for us? Shivani, did you get the question? I'm asking from where you are reporting for us, how is it looking like? I believe you are at Accounting Center. How are things moving there? We seem to have lost that line with Shivani, but we'll just take you through, viewers, some of those states where the counting is already underway till the time we fix the line with Shivani Kala. The largest team of reporters on the ground getting you the latest details. The plan that we have, Abhishek, is to largely focus on these key swing states right now. Pennsylvania, as we started off, let's put the data out right now in terms of what does it really look like. And in a short while from now, we'll give the larger picture. Now, in the 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to take you through the details now coming in. Trump certainly surging ahead, leads in over 101 if I'm not wrong. Mississippi is the latest state where we're being told that Donald Trump has taken the lead. 52 electoral votes really coming in. So that's a big number as far as Donald Trump is concerned. We'll try and see if we can also go across to Shivani in a short while from now, till the time we take our viewers through all the numbers now really coming in. Trump so far has won Florida. Kamala Harris has retained Illinois. So these are typically what is largely seen a Republican state, or for that matter, the Democratic state. That's how it really looks like right now. So the numbers being stacked to about 101 for Donald Trump, and roughly about a little less than 80, about 71 going in favor of Kamala Harris. So this is what it looks like as far as the early trends are concerned. Abhishek, just a quick response with regards to where the numbers are really coming in right now from. This could very well change. Are we to really look at it just as a early trend, or pretty much stabilizing numbers really coming in from these states? I think this is going to change. So if you look at the Electoral College votes, Trump has 101, 104, Kamala Harris 71, 72. But look at from where they're coming. So far as Trump is concerned, he has pocketed Florida, Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma. So far as Kamala Harris is concerned, she has won Maryland and Massachusetts. And Donald Trump also taking South Carolina. Check, Shawan, if Shivani is back with us from New Jersey. Shivani, if you can hear us, what does it really look like to you from wherever you're reporting right now? She's in New Jersey. You've sent us New reports. Jersey. Yeah, she's joining us from New Jersey. The reports that you've really sent us, of course, largely with a lot of Trump supporters there. The Indian diaspora also interestingly, backing decisively as far as Donald Trump is concerned. But Shivani, what's the scene like from where you're reporting?
Okay.
We seem to be still having some trouble getting across to Shivani Kala. We'll try and reconnect with Shivani. Let's bring in our guests who are joining us right now. Saurabh Shukla, editor of News Mobile, also with us. Saurabh has always been there in most of the American elections, covering with us. And, someone who understands America very well.
and what does it really mean, these elections really mean for India. And then, of course, we'll also introduce all our guests who are joining in right now. So our first initial remarks really coming in at 7 o'clock here. By the end of the night, are you really hoping that there would be a clear picture?
Shravan, we've covered many elections together in the past, the last US election as well. I see this as a long night here, and I think even in the morning, it all depends, on some of these key swing states. Having said that, I want to tell our viewers here who are watching us, both in India and a lot of Indian Americans watching us, that how will different, if Donald Trump becomes the president, he will deal with India in a different way. He has a very good partnership with Prime Minister Modi. He's already said it. Though we may have a issue when it comes to tariff and trade, because obviously he will speak about America first. If Kamala Harris becomes president, the relationship will continue to grow, but she obviously will have a different priority. There may be some challenges. She may mount pressure on the issue of human rights and things like that. So each of them will have a different, I think the nuances on how they will deal with India will be different, but otherwise I don't see much of an impact on how this relationship will stand out. Because the Indian diplomacy has done very well. If you see, they had a Trump administration, and then you had a transition to the Biden administration, which was the Democratic administration, and yet you had one of the most successful visits ever by any Indian Prime Minister when it happened in June. So I would say that only the nuances will change. So whoever wins this election, for India's strategic interest, I don't see much of a difference, because a lot of people were speculating that, India's partnership will be impacted. I don't subscribe to that. I feel that this is a very robust partnership, and any American president has to see the partnership in totality.
Right.
Sheikh.
Right, Saurabh. In fact, let me introduce our panel of guests for 7 a.m. India time. We have, apart from Saurabh, whom you have been listening to, Mohan Sapru. Dr. Mohan Sapru is joining us live from Washington, D.C. He's U.S. coordinator and global Hindu human rights advocate. Can we introduce the guests and show them on the screen? We are also having Dr. Sampath Shivangi, and he's part of the Republican National Party. In fact, is a delegate to the RNC, and that's Sampath Shivangi. We also have Cynthia Farath. She's a counterterrorism expert. She's joining us live from DC. And Shivani Kala is our correspondent. We're struggling a bit with the connections. And Gia Manjari, foreign affairs expert, joining us live from San Francisco. Gia, how is it looking like at the West Coast? And please tell us, how's the voting been there from where you are joining us live?
Hello, everyone. So it is looking very aggressive. People are voting for the new presidential election, and now we're looking at, there were close neck, kind of competition in between Trump and Kamala Harris. And we're looking the people are more aggressive for pro-American slogans given by Donald Trump. Yes.
And you are joining us from San Francisco, the Bay Area. You think it's decisively red? It's going to be red as it has been for a while?
Of course, by evening we'll be getting the clear picture. But as far as I've been interacting with many of the Indian Americans also, they are pro-Trump. So we're looking more on the Trump side. They're actually inclined towards Trump. Yes.
All right. Let's then get in Cynthia in this conversation. Cynthia, how's the mood like in Washington, D.C.? We have seen a lot of pictures coming in of security upgrade. Is the establishment suspecting something? The kind of contest that we have seen panning out, are there some law and order concerns because of which those kind of security measures are being put? I've seen pictures of all these official buildings in D.C. being barricaded and
security cordon thrown around them?
Yes.
Yes, of course, security has tightened in Washington, D.C. Before the election results come in. I think this is understandable given the extremely polarized and radical atmosphere in the rhetoric when it comes to both parties, specifically even more on the far left. So they have to be ready for any acts of sabotage or violence. And I think, of course, coming from Washington, D.C., it's overwhelmingly in support of Kamala Harris. It is we're not officially a state, but of course, Washington, D.C. Predominantly votes Democrat.
Yeah, very naturally so. And let's get in Mr. Sampath now. Mr. Sampath, Trump already has pocketed 105 electoral college votes. And as of now, Kamala Harris seems to be trailing at 72. You think this is decisive now, like this can't change? Or you think there is still possibility that things might flip?
Definitely will change, because if you take California, then one state is enough to entirely offset the whole country's calculation.
How many electoral college votes in California? 58 or something?
I think 62 of them.
62.
Yeah. So one state will wipe off whatever gain President Trump has made. This has happened in the past, so it will happen again. So I'm not worried about a few votes. President Trump, even a Republican, I want him to win, but it doesn't mean that we can make him to win when there's a state like California, Texas, Arizona is a big state, and so many other states who would change I don't think Harris campaign is worried about President Trump leading by 20-30 votes. The things will, reverse in a matter of minutes. So I think time is the essence. We'll have to wait and see where the big states stand on the issue of Kamala Harris or President Trump.
Why, Mr. Sampath, do you think President Trump has said that if he wins Pennsylvania, it's the done deal that he would have got the presidency? Why is he saying so about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, I doubt it, because, of course, both of them worked very hard, but he has a sympathy votes in Pennsylvania because he was shot there. And people who attended that event, they are very much have a sympathy votes for him. I think he may get 80% of those votes, those who attended the event. Of course, they will convey to their family and neighbors. So yeah, but I'm told Pennsylvania is a Democratic state, and governor is a Democrat. So he will draw a lot of Democratic votes. He'll be neck and neck. I don't give Pennsylvania easily either to President Trump or Ms. Harris. It'll be neck and neck, and it'll be a last-minute decision to see who has the bigger votes. Nobody can say Pennsylvania belongs to President Trump. No way.
Yeah. Okay, let's get in Mr. Mohan Sapru also into this. Mr. Sapru seems evenly poised, and Mr. Sampath says that even if Donald Trump has an early lead in electoral college votes, the Democrats won't be unduly worried. Where you think can the worry come for Democrats, given the fact that we have already seen some jitters? Barack Obama, for example, a couple of hours back has tweeted that it's not over till it's over, so wait, don't rush through announcements and let the last of the votes be counted. Are there concerns on the Democrat side because of which Barack Obama has posted that?
Yeah, there are some signs of Democrats having some jitters. But having said that, I agree that currently we can't say there's any trend going for or against one or the candidate. What we really have early results are very conventional, traditional states, which we know should belong to Republicans or Democrats at the moment. So I wouldn't really put too much weight on this earlier trends. But I guess we all know that the battle is going to be in the battleground state, several of those. And I can tell you it's from DC. Right. It's a very exciting race. We say all it here is a razor-tight race with razor-thin margins and with razor-sharp consequences for the two candidates for their political future, as well as for the future architecture of both Republican and Democratic parties. It's going to change a lot.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. Mr. Sapru, I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm told that our reporter Shivani Kala is through from New Jersey. In fact, some more breaking news now coming in with regards to a few other states. But Shivani, first to you, what's the sense that you are getting in right now? By the end of the election night, would there be a clear picture?
Shravan, with polls closing and votes pouring in, it's set to be a nail-biting night across America as the nation is watching every count of this razor-thin presidential the polls. And right now, I'm in Monmouth County, New Jersey, where the spirit is palpable. It's exciting, and they're very. I have some Trump supporters with me right now, and they're all set to celebrate already. And it's a different atmosphere here. They're all waiting for this change, and they're very confident. I have with me Mr. Junaid Qazi. He's the councilman Marlborough. And we are here to celebrate together, right?
Yep. We are excited. We are hoping and confident Mr. Trump gonna be next president of the United States. And you will see inside we have a big victory party going on, and we have the Indian supporter. You can see we all are here. We have Council Vice President Michael Millman, elected official from the Marlborough Township. We all are here to support Mr. Donald Trump over here. And then we just got Congress seat one, Chris Smith, he just went. And we have the Republican line all the way down to the council. We are winning all the seats in Monmouth County. So we are very excited, very honored to see this result.
Shravan, as we all know, New Jersey is the largest hub when we talk about the South Asian diaspora. And traditionally, they've been leaning towards the Democratic Party. But it's been 2 days, and I've been meeting people, and so far I've just met people who've been cheering for Trump. So how's this change happening?
Because country wants to see the change. We see the democratic system, democratic Biden government. We did not see any changes. And country is ready to see the changes in the economy, the recession, in the war. We want to see the changes, and Mr. Trump has all the ability to make the change.
So as we're watching and we were counting, and the way we just got the news, though it's very fluid right now if we talk about the situation, but Trump so far is leading. And right now, we are saying that both the candidates are watching intently on the battle of the blue walls. And in that, I would say Pennsylvania is the most crucial one and would have the potential presidency securing from that side.
Absolutely. Michael, you want to say?
Yes, we're here for Trump. All of us here. The big party's over there. Bad Wi-Fi service, so you can't see it, unfortunately. But and to answer your question, why a lot of Democrats and independents are also voting for Donald Trump is because we have many issues in the country. We don't have a secure border. We have an issue with the indoctrination of young kids in the schools. We have a terrible foreign policy. We're on the brink of World War III, and this is not a fearmonger. And last but not least, gas prices, grocery prices, and people just had enough. They saw what Kamala Harris did as VP for the past 4 years, and they've had enough.
Like we know, these are the reasons which are very close to everyday Americans. The issues like inflation, issues like unemployment, the economy, economic policies. Preeti is here with us, and we could shed more light on the whole wave, especially if we talk about New Jersey.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting because I actually just listened to the news, and I think Trump is really doing good. We're just pushing for it, and I think that a lot of the South Asians, they've actually called me today to tell me that they're registered Democrats, but they're actually voting for Trump. So it actually made me more excited. I think that we're going to hear some good news soon. So, but especially coming back to the battleground states where the entire story is, from where we're just going to get the final numbers to reach the 270 count, especially about the Pennsylvania state we were talking. It's been swinging from, swung from Obama to Trump and then to Biden. So I'm being very, I don't know. This time,
it's coming back to us. It's coming back to us. Pennsylvania is coming back to us 100%. You will see within the next hour or two, we will see that Pennsylvania is coming to Trump. Yeah. One can hope.
Yeah. So we're talking about some key issues here which concerns the everyday Americans. What do you think tops the most when we talk about especially the Democrats and Republicans manifestos and their ideologies? Do you think which side do you think is more closer to the everyday American?
So, I think immigration is one of the biggest and the biggest issues because most South Asians, and I'm just talking really South Asians or immigrants, they come here legally. And now we've opened up the wall, they opened up the borders, and there's just so much illegal immigration coming in. I just don't think it's fair for those of us that came here legally, worked so hard, and being not offered the same benefits as the people that are coming in there illegal. So I think that's one of the things. And inflation has gone up. If you look, inflation has gone up in every single sector of our lives.
But right now, if we talk about the counts, it still continues to show that deadlock race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So is there any fear of losing one of the biggest battleground states out there?
No, I'm very confident. It looks like it. It's a close race, but we're not losing. 100% see in a couple of hours, clear picture, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States.
So as a voter, I would like to ask the people, this night clearly shows that you are not nervous, but you're all excited.
Absolutely.
And for that, we want to know, specific reasons for you guys that, especially in New Jersey, you've seen, or you want, or what are you hoping that tomorrow is going to be?
The Trump comes back here. It makes this New Jersey has traditionally been a blue state. We want it to be turned into a red state. We want this to be turned into Trump state. We know it's going to make. If you look into the biggest issue, it's going to be illegal immigration. Is increasing crime here. Yes. Inflation is pretty high, so that's the biggest issue we are facing.
All these factors will be counted when people go for vote, so they keep in mind these factors and definitely. We need to see the changes.
So we need to see the changes. We are very excited, like the supporters out here, especially if you talk about. And this is going to be a historic presidential election for sure. Either ways, if Kamala Harris wins, this is going to be the first first female president, and that too of a nation descent. And if Trump comes back, it's going to be one of the greatest political comebacks in American history. So it's going to be definitely a long night today, and people are excited, and it is still building up.
All right, Shivani, I wonder if people there with you know that New Jersey has already voted Kamala Harris, like she has won the state?
We haven't heard the news yet because we're outside.
Wait, Kamala Harris won New Jersey?
Yes,
I'm aware. That Kamala Harris unfortunately won the state of New Jersey. Very disappointed. But New York State is another one. New York State is generally red, except for Albany, New York City. And there's been a really big shift amongst voters in New York City. So we're hoping that New Jersey couldn't do it, but I'm really counting on New York State to do it. So we'll see.
And especially when we talk about the battle of the blue wall, what do you think? Again, in New Jersey, my prediction was that it's traditionally been a Democratic state, and this time it will be again, and it is, like you're telling us now. But we talk about, again, Pennsylvania, which is still the hope, and it can swing back from Biden too.
Well, we're hoping.
Pennsylvania definitely will come back to us. We have a lot of
Indian community there, the Indian Americans there in New Jersey. It's still gone red. It's still gone Kamala.
Is it still going, Kamala? Yes.
Sorry, I'm here.
I think, well, yeah, New Jersey's officially for Kamala. New Jersey turned blue. Yes, it's official. Unfortunately.
All right, we'll fix this connectivity issue and come back. Stay with us, Shivani, and I go to Shawan, who has some more explainers on how this election really panned out over the last couple of months. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it's going to be all about the 7 swing states. And what does it really look like? Because even now, if you really look at most of these swing states, not much clarity really coming in. Pennsylvania, remember, there was a 1 point percentage difference that we saw in the last elections that really swung the entire elections. Now, let's take you through which are the 7 battleground states, why these states are so very crucial for both the candidates. And if you see, most of the campaigning of both the candidates were revolving around these states. Let's first begin with Arizona, because this is one such state since 1940. Remember, it only went once to the Democrats. So 90% of the voters in Arizona have opted for the mail-in or early ballot. So one would certainly expect, the counting to take place faster here. Results could be skewed because remember, here we have seen the Democrats only picking it up only in the last elections. And the margin also was down to about 20,000 votes as far as in Donald Trump's case goes. Initial counts likely leaning towards Harris. That's what we are picking up right now from multiple wire agencies reporting from Arizona. Let's take you through the other. Georgia could see the blue mirage. Now that's the other, battleground state that we are focusing on. Georgia, remember, has also leaned more towards the Republicans too. So will there be a repeat this time for Donald Trump? We'll also look at the numbers. If we can get the desk also to tell me what's the current number really coming in, what's the projection really coming in from Georgia, that will help me to give more details. Harris is essentially leading in the early trends coming in from Georgia. That's what we are picking up. Let's take you through the other details with regards to the other states too. That's the latest as far as these two are concerned, Arizona as well as Georgia. New voting policies aim to expedite the result as far as Michigan is concerned. Now, Michigan too, remember, there was a close contest last time. Now, in the last elections, Joe Biden was able to flip almost 6 of these battleground states. Before that, in 2016, largely most of them going to the Republicans. Let's take you through the other details coming in from Michigan too, and also the latest numbers, if I could be told about the latest numbers. Mail ballots still favor the Democrats as far as Michigan goes. So there too, there's a bit of an edge that the Democrats have. Let's quickly move to the others. Now, the early count that is coming in has given Harris an edge as of now from Michigan. So that's the initial numbers really coming in. North Carolina, remember, that's another place which is going to be a key area, which was largely seen as the Republican stronghold too. Will it really flip this time for Kamala Harris? A considerable amount of time that has been spent by the Democrats campaigning here. Now, the clarity could be delayed for a week or more because there too the counting process is a little different. Remember, almost each of these states, the process of counting is very different, and that is the reason why some of the states you may not get a clarity by the end of the night. Of course, now this, remember, gets you the maximum number of the electoral votes, and that's the reason why any of these candidates, if they can actually secure Pennsylvania, all that they would need is 2 other states their way, and you are crossing the mark, the 270 mark that we're really talking about. That projection also really coming in. So these are the key battleground areas. Pennsylvania, it's very, very unlikely, ladies and gentlemen, that you get an understanding by the end of the night. Mail ballots to prolong the vote count. So that's the reason why we are saying that the clarity unlikely to come in from Pennsylvania, one of the largest states. Late night ballot processing could actually delay the results. That's the reason why it's very unlikely that you would really have Pennsylvania also coming in. Let's take you through Wisconsin. That's the other place. That's the latest there too. Unlikely by the end of the night that you would get a clarity even coming in from Wisconsin. Let's take you through the other details really coming in. Now, that's the breaking news now coming in as far as the latest from New York. Kamala Harris has won New York. That's from New York at this point in time. So apart from Mississippi, the latest coming in as far as New York. So the numbers really stacking up for Donald Trump, a little over 101. Donald Trump is winning Texas, that's the projection. Leading in Georgia, Georgia happens to be another battleground state. Kamala Harris has won New York. So put together the numbers, Kamala Harris now inching closer. It's 99 for Kamala Harris. That's the projection. As far as Donald Trump is 101. Shivani, if I can also bring in my colleague Shivani, who's joining us from New Jersey. So it does look like you have, as it was predicted, a close fight, tight race towards the White House, at least in some of the battleground states, particularly in Georgia. Any details that you're picking up, Shivani, from the other battleground states?
So far, it's, what we got to know is that some states are still showing purple. So, it's a half and half, it's neck and neck race right now. It's very difficult and very challenging right now to predict where the battleground states are going to swing towards. But as of now, we were here and hoping that in New Jersey, like the supporters were telling us that's going to going to go to Republicans, but it has been seen that it's gone to Kamala Harris. But if you talk about the voter turnout, it's been very important, and especially if you talk about the early voting, it's been historic. More than 18 million people voted early. That was a record high for early voting, and especially if you talk about Republicans. Traditionally, Democrats used to vote early, but this time the registered Republicans voted early. But do you think their voting early would cannibalize the turnout on election day? They would cannibalize.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it was just that I'm excited to know that a lot more people are, and we actually had a lot more Republicans doing vote by mail than they ever did, because vote by mail is traditionally a more Democrat type of process. But this time I've seen more Republicans going that way. And that's what we want, right? Because sometimes if you miss the election day, then you lose those votes. If you get sick or you have to, something happens and you didn't miss it. So I think we need to try to get into voting by mail as much as.
So apart from the voting turnout, there've been a general feeling amongst the people when they were talking about what voting issues and irregularities. And, Trump has been talking and been alleging since very long, especially 2020 election, as he said, was rigged. And, this time they've deployed hundreds and thousands of people already to see. So do you think that things are going fine and they're not, there won't be any irregularities?
I mean, let's just hope, right? New Jersey is one of the states that doesn't have voter ID. I personally think that we should have voter ID because guess what? People are just going in. Yeah, we can just say whatever name. They're not asking for driver's licenses. They're not asking for IDs. So, we really need to look at that process for sure.
Right. So this election is not important or historic, but it is important in a way that who takes the Senate and House as well. So that's also going to be very, very historic because if you talk about currently, the Democrats have a wafer thin edge in the Senate and GOP in the House. But this time they would be aiming to have equal count there too. Yes. So that way it is again very, very important and historic to see how it goes when we talk about the Senate and House.
With those updates, New York, someone behind you was saying that maybe New York Trump would win, but New York also has gone to Kamala Harris. But of course, Trump has taken Texas and this continues. The pendulum is swinging. In fact, the needle of New York Times, insofar as the Electoral College votes go, is showing Trump going past the 270 mark and might win 278 of those Electoral College votes, which means Trump is becoming president, even according to New York Times, and that should be a big breaking development coming in, that New York Times is saying Trump is winning. Saurabh, how do you see this? New York Times, projection. They're not calling the election yet. Projection says Trump might cross the 270 mark and could be getting 270 out of the Electoral College vote, which obviously means Trump is becoming president as per that projection.
This is big, Abhishek, if this were to be true.
And New York Times would have done it very grudgingly so, Saurabh.
Because they endorse Kamala Harris. They endorse, New York Times editorial board endorse Kamala Harris. They obviously, and the fact, the other, I want to tell the viewers here as well, the Georgia lead, Joe Biden won Georgia last time. If Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, that's a big boost for the Republican Party and for Donald Trump, because that's again indicating, even though Joe Biden won it very narrowly last time, but that's a swing state. And if New York Times is saying it, obviously, it seems that because they have reporters on the ground, they have people, on the counting centers, and certainly, but we obviously have to wait till the time the authoritative results are out. But yes, if some of these trends stay, then certainly a Republican Party and Donald Trump have reasons to cheer, Abhishek. But as we were talking, that this is a very interesting election. We obviously have to wait, because some of the other things, like you were speaking about New York and New Jersey, these are traditional Democratic states, and as expected, Kamala Harris has won them. Texas, obviously, again, is a Republican state, so Donald Trump winning it is on expected lines. But, for instance, if one of the other big state flips, for instance, if Pennsylvania flips for Donald Trump, then it seems set. If North Carolina flips, for Kamala Harris, then she tends to gain. So this is, a night of some interesting turns that we need to watch out for. But this is going to be a very, very interesting election. And I think viewers will also see that the pollsters, again, like it happened in the Indian elections as well, may not get it right, Abhishek. That again, I have my view on pollsters, it. Whether it's a state election, whether it's a national election, sometimes they don't get the pulse of the people. And they obviously hide under the margin of error bit, but sometimes people don't want to talk about who they're voting for. And that seems to be happening if some of these predictions hold true. Abhishek?
Yeah, absolutely. And, ask us how the pollsters can go wrong. I mean, we have seen it happening in just the month of June, and sort of about it. Shravan, do we have some more wins and losses insofar as Kamala and Trump are concerned?
Well, in fact, AP has called in as far as Nebraska is concerned, which has gone Trump's way, North Dakota being the other, North Dakota as well as South Dakota. Wyoming is the other, going to Donald Trump. Let's take you to the overall picture, the number that is basically emerging right now. In fact, as far as these numbers are concerned, these are the early trends really coming in. These are projections really coming in from the most of the states. And as our guests who are joining us on this broadcast too, also largely indicating that if any of these big states really go towards either of the candidates, things could really change. So one would certainly be concerned about what really comes in from this very part. That will give you a sense of these are the bigger states that you're really looking at. But right now, the number that basically stands off the 538, the projection being Donald Trump way ahead about 137 and 99 as far as Kamala Harris goes. Now, with regards to the key battleground states there too, the clear picture not really emerging right now as far as Pennsylvania. Georgia, in fact, we are being told has moved towards the Democrat as of now. That's the initial trend really coming in from the wire agencies too, Abhishek. So right now, if you really look at some of those, what is largely been seen as the bastion for the Republicans still being there, so really not seeing any surprise changes. But of course, New York, as you rightly pointed out, New York was largely being seen moving towards Donald Trump, but as of now, Associated Press calling it for Kamala Harris. So that's what the overall picture really looks like right now, Abhishek, with regards to the numbers. So that's the latest now coming in. I'm told that the numbers have changed, 177.
Huge.
And as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, it's 99. So it's not really moved ahead. It's not, as far as the Democratic candidate is concerned.
Even if, let's assume that Kamala wins California, which is 62 electoral votes, and that brings her closer to Trump. But after that, there is no other big state that perhaps the Democrats can look up to, which means that this lead in the Electoral College votes seems very decisive as we speak. I mean, we are still far away from calling the election, but this seems like a decisive lead.
Well, in fact, as far as some of the other states are concerned, Pennsylvania, as many are pointing it out, unlikely that this might go towards Kamala Harris, given the fact that there is a sentiment really emerging for Donald Trump, particularly after what we saw as the assassination attempt that was made in Pennsylvania. So there would be that sympathy vote really coming in for Donald Trump as far as Pennsylvania is concerned. Now, if at all Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump, remember, then the election is for Donald Trump. The mandate essentially turning out to be for Donald Trump, because at max they would need another 2 states to really swing in the entire election towards the Republicans. Let's also get you a sense of what the voters had to really say, because this election, if there were 2 key issues, one was with regards to jobs, and that is exactly where Donald Trump has essentially made some huge promises. As far as tariffs that are likely to be imposed, if at all Donald Trump comes back to power. And the third big announcement that was made by Donald Trump was with regards to the deposition plan. So as far as the illegal immigration is concerned, there too some big announcements that have really been made by Donald Trump. So let's first listen in to what the voters had to really say as to why exactly they believe that either of these 2 candidates could perhaps alter how things really pan out in the next few years. Listen in to what the voters had to say.
A lot of people are putting a lot of weight on the election, and I think it's definitely something that people are really concerned about with the economy and everything that's going on. And, I'm hopeful that Trump wins because I know that he provides results.
Well, I think early voting was a big one on our side. They call me Red. I have been a huge supporter of Trump because of his transparency, and he tells it like it is. I think he has a very large following. I think people finally did their homework and got down to a lot of the root of what his beliefs are, and I'm optimistic about this evening.
We understand that Trump is the best option, not for US only, but all the world. I understand. Me and my son and my family, we are praying to God for Trump win.
We are in Palm Beach, and as a Christian man, I think Trump is the only option. Kamala Harris is not a good person to the Christian people, and as a Christian man, I think Trump is the only option.
All right, more breaking news developments keep coming in. Donald Trump has won Texas earlier, and now it seems he has won Ohio as well. 40 electoral votes added to the Trump tally with these victories. Trump wins in Ohio, while Kamala Harris is leading in Pennsylvania. That's also a very big development so far as those voting blue goes, because Pennsylvania is a key swing state with 19 electoral college votes. Trump has said that if he wins Pennsylvania, it's a done deal, and it seems that as of now at least, it's Kamala Harris who's leading in Pennsylvania. Vice President Kamala Harris making Pennsylvania go blue. Let's go to our guests on that note, and I believe all right, I believe I go to Mr. Sampath now. Mr. Sampath, Pennsylvania going blue. How does it look like? You would not be very happy about that.
I think I just mentioned earlier that Pennsylvania turned red because of assassination attempt on him. He has a huge sympathy votes coming out of Pennsylvania. I think people have not forgotten. And he made a trip even at the late night last night. He was in Pennsylvania. So people have understood that he means well. So I think they are right. He's going to bring economical changes in the world order as Ukraine-Russia war. And Middle East, we have an issue with Gaza, with Lebanon. That has to be taken care of. I don't think even Middle East Arabs may be now a little defensive to go against Israel and cause a big issue, because Trump 100% is going to support Israel at any cost. That they know it. I think things might cool down. I think maybe it's good for the world peace.
You think, as Mr. Sampath says, that if Trump wins, it's going to be tapering off of all the wars that are going on in Europe, in Middle East, and Trump might, create a situation where Americans withdraw whatever role they have in the war, and at least in Europe, you might see winding down of the war if Trump wins?
Definitely. I think his first promise towards Americans is within 48 hours. It may not be true, but he said he's going to talk to President Putin and settle with him, and there won't be any aggression of Russia over Ukraine. And, he's going to say a big amount of course, U.S. is selling all the defense equipment. Of course, they're making big money. It's not a charity anyway.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think.
Cynthia, you think this lead that Donald Trump has now with 177 electoral college votes to Kamala's still at 99? You think this is decisive and that this is not going to change now?
Very cautiously optimistic. If American presidential elections have taught me something, is to always expect the unexpected. I do not, I second the opinion that President Trump is a lot better for world peace. President Trump is the president of peace. When he was in office, terrorists would think a million times before firing a bullet. We certainly did not have wars erupting all across the globe the way they are right now. And as a counterterrorism expert, this is my biggest fear, that under the presidency of Ms. Harris, things will completely escalate towards the worst. So that is my biggest concern right now. I know for a fact that the day if President Trump wins the election, Iran will immediately be at bay, the way they were last time in 2016 and the way they were in 1979 when Ronald Reagan won the elections. I know for a fact that the Taliban will be very wary to continue running Afghanistan as a terror recruitment and terror training camp. I know for a fact that Pakistan would be very uncomfortable with continuing its support for ISKP and its ilk. I know for a fact that Hamas will be very worried about continuing its assaults and its attacks, as well as Hezbollah. I have hope that President Trump wins the election to stop the bloodshed.
Right.
But I'm cautiously optimistic.
Right.
Well, as far as the initial numbers are trickling in right now, it does appear to be in favor of Donald Trump, at least some of the key states. Saurabh, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you because we're going to slip into a short commercial break and we come back with the larger picture that is essentially emerging, the big picture at this point in time. Early numbers favoring Donald Trump, but once again, remember, in some of the key states, the counting hasn't even begun. So we're not very sure how it is going to go, but the projection right now really coming in from some of the Western legacy media moving towards Donald Trump. Slipping into a short break. Gentlemen, stay back with us as we get you the latest on the other.
Stay with us.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to all our viewers who are tuning in right now as we get you a minute-to-minute update as far as the US elections are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's turning out to be a fascinating elections in the United States of America. It's going to be a neck-to-neck race as far as the 47th President of the United States of America is concerned. Over the next few hours, we're going to take you through the biggest newsmakers joining us from US, and not just that, also which way is it really going? Will it be for the Democrat Kamala Harris, or will it be Donald Trump? Ladies and gentlemen, we're not only going to take you through what is it that each of these candidates really have to offer as far as India is concerned. But first, let's take you through the numbers that are essentially emerging right now. These are preliminary numbers, let me tell you once again. Clearly, in favor of Donald Trump as far as the numbers are concerned. 195 as far as the initial trends are concerned. 113 for Democrat Kamala Harris. What about the 7 swing states? These 7 swing states hold key to this entire election. But remember, in most of these swing states, counting hasn't even begun. For instance, we'll take you through the numbers in a short while from now, coming in from the key battleground of Pennsylvania, where the counting has already begun. Kamala Harris has taken the lead, but as most legacy media in the West really projecting that it's too early as far as the swing state of Pennsylvania is concerned. North Carolina, remember, moving towards Donald Trump at this point in time. Georgia, too, another key state where moving towards Donald Trump. But having said that, there are about 5 other swing states where the counting hasn't begun. So it's too early perhaps to really come to any sort of conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as far as whether at all it's going to be in favor of Donald Trump or, for that matter, Kamala Harris. We're also going to go across to our reporters on the ground, the biggest team, getting you a sense of how does the Indian diaspora in the United States of America really look at these elections? Because in the run-up to the elections, clearly you've at least seen one. That's former President Trump really reaching out to the Indian diaspora, talking about some key issues that really matter to all Indians there. That's another big issue. Now, what are the big key issues that each of these candidates have really looked at, particularly with regards to immigration, where Donald Trump has made some huge promises, illegal immigration at the top of his mind. As far as Kamala Harris is concerned, largely a continuity of what we've seen from Joe Biden. That's the continuity that she has largely spoken about. Let's take you through the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. Trump sweeps 16 US states. Projections indicate Trump could secure 278 electoral votes. Kamala Harris leading in key battleground state of Pennsylvania by over 55%. Voting time extended in few others. Kamala Harris wins New York, secures 28 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins Florida for the 3rd consecutive election, earning the state's 30 electoral votes. FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia.
Thank you for staying with us on the live coverage here on Republic TV. A lot like Indian elections, but not exactly like the Indian elections. The way America votes and the way in which the result is declared is a little more complex than our Indian election. Rakshita is live in our studios along with Shravan. But brass tacks, the takeaway so far, Shravan, over 170 seats for Donald Trump. He's got a big lead as of now, and most predictions in the last few hours, in the last 2 hours especially, showing that it is Donald Trump who could cross that magic number. So in India, what we call a majority mark, in America, that magic number is about 270. Looks like he could be clearing that number as of this minute. Shravan.
Well, in fact, as the picture really emerging right now, about 195. Now, how exactly are we really coming to this number, ladies and gentlemen? We are essentially relying on the Associated Press. For decades put together, Associated Press has been calling the election. So we're largely relying on the numbers really coming in. But once again, you have several of the legacy media in the West really looking into the numbers really coming in through certain research think tanks too. So those numbers too being collated here at Republic TV, as we're going to give you an overall picture of where each of them really stand at this point in time. Right now, it's about 195 for Donald Trump and about 113 for Kamala Harris. Now, which are the states that we are talking about? Most of these battleground states, as once again, let me just point it out. As far as Pennsylvania is concerned, one of the biggest states, remember, that's where one would say the big flip could actually take place. So if either of the candidates can actually make it in Pennsylvania, all that they need is 2 more. That would be enough for them to really secure what we have been calling the magic number. So clearly things would really change as far as Pennsylvania is concerned. From the key states, only North Carolina is where the numbers are trickling in right now. That's edging towards Donald Trump right now, largely seen as a state favoring the Republicans. The number that you see here, so this is where Kamala Harris is really picking it up from. Largely, if you see, these have all gone red right now. So that, again, it's an initial trend really coming in. So why are we really saying that this contest is likely to be neck to neck? Because these are just about 50% of voting or the counting has taken place. So of the 7 battleground states, at least in 5 of them, the voting hasn't even the counting, I beg your pardon, hasn't even started. So that picture really not coming in. These are other states which are traditionally seen the red states. So most of them going towards Donald Trump right now. That's the reason why the numbers that you see right now stacking up to 195 for Donald Trump, 113 for Kamala Harris. So Niranjan, that's the picture that we're getting in right now. And in fact, I'm told that Shivani, a report on the ground, getting us the latest.
Well, yes, Shravan, Niranjan, of course, we are getting the most extensive coverage in Republic TV. Shivani Kal is joining us right now on the broadcast. She's live with us. And Shivani, as Shravan was telling us that, of course, interesting trends coming in right now. But we've seen in the past that we cannot always rely on the picture that is given out by the early votes. And right now, of course, there is a lot of excitement amongst the Trump supporters. But what do you see around you? What are you picking up, the kind of reaction that have come in to the picture that is right now appearing?
They're still very hopeful. Like I said, it's going to be a long night. And if you can imagine about US, which has several time zones, like we've been having results trickling in from the East, New York, going to Democrats, Florida to Republicans. But there are states like California, which is the polling is still going on. So it is a slow process and a very nail-biting night for everybody, a suspense-filled night. And talking about the leads, amongst the big states, Trump has won Florida and Texas, whereas Kamala has won New Jersey. But Democrats were hoping to flip Ohio, though. But again, it's gone back to Republicans. So it's too early to say. And we were talking about the battleground states, especially the blue wall. Pennsylvania, if it goes to somebody, has technically won the election, but still it is not there. It is like 25%.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is reporting only 19%. So therefore you can say Kamala is leading, but only 19% is reported so far.
So they were talking about their hopes, right? Yes. Republicans' hopes. So what do you think? You're still hoping?
Prashant, we have the bigger state. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is still leading in Georgia and North Carolina, where,
yes.
Georgia, he's like 76% reporting and he's leading by 52.4%.
Yep.
Whereas in North Carolina, like 59% reporting, he's still leading by 51.1%. So 2 of the 7 battleground states, he's still leading. We are still hoping on, Nevada and Arizona, where the countings will start probably at 11 p.m.
Yeah. They are still basically kind of, voting. The counting will start maybe in half an hour or 1 hour from now.
1 hour,
and those are the 2 bigger states where we will definitely have a bigger hope, and then we will definitely turn red.
So like we said, it's still very early to talk about who is leading, actually, especially when we talk about the toss-up states on which we all are keeping our eyes on.
Absolutely. And again, in the California area, illegal immigration was the bigger issue for us, right? So in that area, California is again blue, but we have impact on other part of the California or Sun Belt, right? And immigration of those illegal has a lot of impact on Indian and Asian community, because Indian Asians come over here. It takes decades for us to get the green card or the citizenship.
Right.
Whereas those illegal immigrants comes, Kamala Harris opened the door.
Biden opened the door for them, and within a year, they turned into the citizenship, and they're voting today.
So so far, it's been a very, very important key issue amongst Indian diaspora, if I would say, and especially every Indian American would also agree to that, that when it comes to national security, open borders, they've been really taking this issue very seriously.
You don't know who came in, no wedding was done. You don't know who's entering the country, and that's a concern.
So New York crime rate has basically increased vastly from last 2 or 3 years. You go to New York City and you will see on the road, you can see all the beggars, and the people are looking for small jobs. But again, that illegal immigration has opened up unemployment, has basically increased the prices for everything, because our tax money is going to feed them. Right? Yeah. So where the commodities price you can control if you don't have all these kind of the policies in place.
So technically, for both the sides, I think their key issues are very important and significant to them. Like if you talk about Republicans, they're talking about they're vowing to address the illegal immigration, and they're talking about open borders and economy, especially unemployment. Whereas if you talk about the Democrats, they're talking about the rights for women, especially when it comes to reproductive rights. What do you have to say on that?
Yeah, so you know what? I'm a moderate Republican, so I do believe in women's rights, but I think that there should be some structure and some rules around it, right? And I think it should be left, as many people say, between the patient and the doctor, and let them decide and let the state decide. I don't think it should be a national decision anyway.
Right. Trump has already said that he's not going to impose like a federal ban on abortion. He's just he wants it to be like a state, the state jurisdiction where they make a decision and, not be on a federal. So he's not going to ban the abortion so far.
Yeah, it totally depends upon the state, not like a federal.
It's not a federal thing.
It's not a federal thing for sure.
It's not federal.
But if you see the Republicans, I think if you talk about Donald Trump, he's not been having a very strong stand on that.
Yeah, but they have in their agenda on priority for the women. Definitely they work. For sure. Yeah.
So these were the key issues people are looking at and what are important for every American. So like I said, it's going to be a long night, too early to say, but if it is a landslide for any of the candidates, then we will probably know it by tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. We all are excited and definitely very positive.
I'm going to just pull it away from you for a second there, Shivani, because I also have a few panelists joining us live on the broadcast this evening, evening America time, morning India time. Saurabh Shukla, who's the editor-in-chief of News Mobile, live from Boston this morning. I have Vibhuti Jha. He's live from New York with us. Anant Mittal, who's live from Washington, D.C. Arun Kumar, future and commodities trader, live from Austin, Texas. Jyotsna Sharma, who's a senior journalist, also live with us. And I'm quickly going to start with Saurabh Shukla. Okay, Saurabh is there. I see Saurabh there. Saurabh, the Associated, good morning. Associated Press showing that it's 178 in the presidential polls, 178 leads for Donald Trump, 99 leads for Kamala Harris. Senate, Republicans leading again, 46-36. In the House, Republicans once again in the lead, 102-73. In the governor race, 23 lead for Donald Trump, 22 for Kamala Harris. Things could change, isn't it? A bit early?
Niranjan, we have covered this in the past together. The last elections, what happened. It seemed that Donald Trump was leading and then Joe Biden won the election. But having said that, I would still say that as we speak now, Donald Trump has an edge. No doubt about that. And this is what the early trends, even though in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, who has been campaigning very hard, is leading. So that's something which is like some kind of a consolation for Democrats. I was talking to a Democratic strategist, and he was saying that, they still are hopeful, but Donald Trump, it seems that as we speak now, at this hour, has an edge over Kamala Harris. Don't go by these numbers. It's true. 270 is the number which counts. Yes. Eventually, a lot of battleground states are yet to be, the results are yet to come out. So we still have to watch out for that. But for now, certainly Donald Trump, he's retained his traditional the states that he's won last time, and he's holding those. In the battleground states also, like Pennsylvania, even though these are early numbers, Pennsylvania, only a fraction of that has been counted. Kamala Harris is leading there, but even now, I would say he has a slender lead in the overall numbers, Niranjan. But still, too early to call anything. This can tilt either way. 270 is the magic number. Whoever gets it becomes the next president of the US. Niranjan?
Yes.
Yes, Niranjan, in fact, we're also being joined by Rick Mehta. He's a politician from the Republican Party. He's joining us live from New Jersey. Thank you so much, Ms. Mehta, for joining us here. And looking at the trends, of course, we see that Trump is leading right now as we talk about, as we speak, 52% in Pennsylvania, very close in Pennsylvania. And just a while back, we saw him also talking about some sort of cheating, as he said, and even in the last time around, he said that he was not satisfied with the results, and again he claimed that there was foul play. This time around, whatever happens, he says that he will accept if there is fair play, if the result he feels is fair. So how do you see this going on right now? Where do you see this going? How happy are you, or you still feel that you're very nervous? How is the atmosphere among the Republicans?
I think among the Republicans are very excited right now. If you see the numbers that are coming in and trickling in, the key swing states and the counties, they're overwhelmingly supporting Trump right now, and he has a commanding lead. More importantly, he's decisively won the states that he was supposed to win, whereas that's not the case for Kamala Harris. And so listening to the Democrat side, the only word I keep hearing from them is nervous, nervous, nervous. I think that this election is very different than last 4 years' election from 4 years past, primarily because we have early voting, machine voting, high level of oversight, a lot of aggressive attorneys on the ground for both sides looking at voter fraud and voter irregularities. And we don't have a complete nationwide mail-in ballot system. So right now, if you look at the results, things are leaning very nicely for Trump, exactly how the campaign strategy was put out. And all of those pieces are falling into place.
Yeah, okay. Stay with me, Rick. My colleague Shravan is also here. We'll go to Vibhuti Jha to get a question from him. Vibhuti, the Democrats, are they trailing in even the states where they're expected to do better? Not looking very, very exciting this morning for the Democratic camp.
Thank you very much for meeting all of you here. I know quite a few of the Americans who are here on the panel today. Having said that, I don't think the Democrats are very excited about what they're seeing. What I'm seeing is that, as the previous gentleman said, that Republicans are happier than otherwise, because of two reasons. One of the key factors is that Kamala Harris entered the race very late. Whether it was a design by the Democratic Party, I do not know. Whether it was a gameplay, I do not know, and I don't care. What is important here is that she entered the race in a remarkable way, without fighting a primary, without people getting to know her. The only memory people had about her was Tulsi trouncing her on the presidential debate in 2016 elections. She has not recovered from that yet. So for that person to emerge as a Democratic Party candidate, I mean, literally dumping Biden hasn't gone down well with many groups of people. Republicans, I think Trump was very happy to have Kamala Harris as a candidate, because for Trump, the advantage was that he had 4 years of his run, 2016 to 2020, in front of the people to assess. And they found, to their utter horror and joy, both I'll put together, that this man wasn't as bad as they painted him to be. And this man did much better than what he was expected to do. So, for example, all the attack on Trump by Democrats, that he would be a dictator. Sounds familiar script? That he would be a dictator. He wasn't dictator in 4 years of his run. So people said, what the hell? He wasn't a dictator. The economy was going great until COVID hit the global economies all over the world. And then inflation was at the lowest level. Today, you are paying so much more money for everything that is happening to you. You have no idea. So the point of the matter here is that Trump has emerged as a winner. The Russia gate. Look at one very critical element that happened. On one particular day, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they all talked about that Trump would be a fascist, he will curb your freedom. Guess what they were talking about? They were talking about amending the First Amendment, should they win, because they want to curb First Amendment because of misinformation factors. And now, thanks to technology, the way we communicate, the tectonic shift that technology brought in our life, look at it. We are communicating real across the country, across the borders. This is the importance of communication. People know who lied, and that's what it is important. I just want to add one more thing. I did early voting in my constituency in Port Washington in Long Island. There was a long line on 3rd of September. True to my style, I began to talk to people who were ahead and behind me. And there were a black lady, there was a Southeast Asian Chinese or whatever, and there was a white couple, and they were all having a good talk. And I said, what is the primary reason that you're voting today? And they all said in one voice, the way we are going on, we are on a wrong track. They gave examples of that we are sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. We have no money for ourselves. We have $33 trillion. We are an obese country financially and trade-wise and everything else. And we are paying $1 trillion in interest. That's a joke. They talked about, just a few days ago, New York City mayor put through a budget of $590 per day hotel room for illegal migrants. Think about it. Do you think people don't see that? People don't know about it? And as Saurabh had pointed out earlier on, it is a disgusting scenario, the way the illegal immigration is making you and I immigrants look bad. The other people think that we are also belong to the same crop, and we are not. Even Latinos are unhappy about this. So there are many issues on which the Democratic Party has propped up DEI so much that they forgot that everybody who came to this country came in search of excellence. That excellence is gone. It's mediocrity. And that's what is bothering America. And I can tell you one thing for sure. I wonder, and I say it with a chuckle, that Democratic Party politicians attack the rich people. And I'm asking them the same question. Hey, who comes to America to remain poor? Who comes from a poor country? They all want to come to America to become rich. So what's wrong with that? Trying to become rich. There's nothing wrong in it. So if Warren Buffett is upset that his secretary pays more taxes than he does, then guess who made those tax laws? Why doesn't Warren Buffett pay the secretary's taxes? Why doesn't he donate money to the charitable organizations to cover the tax deficits of poor people? That they won't do. So there are many dichotomies in the country. It's a very complicated election. I've been watching it, being part of it. It is very important to understand this is a very complicated election process. I don't think any other country will be able to handle this. And the promise of Kamala Harris tax relief is a hogwash, trust me, because she is in the same mold as the free givers of many political systems. Everything I will give you for free, but who will pay for it? So you and I will pay for it. That's what is important. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Stay with me. I have some breaking news updates, and I want to go across to Shivani to just get in a word from her, and I'll go across to our panelists joining us live from America, mostly Indian Americans, and that is the most important perspective this evening. Suesha and Rakshita, let's quickly give our viewers a breaking news update. We have the Associated Press calling the state of Missouri. Donald Trump has won Missouri. Republican Donald Trump winning the reliably conservative state of Missouri on Tuesday, defeating Kamala Harris, overwhelmingly favoring Trump over Democrats in 2016, 2020, and again in 2024. He was again favored to win this year, so there's no surprise there. The Republicans winning the state of Missouri again. And in the past decade, the GOP has become increasingly dominant in Missouri. Now, these are live updates we're getting in from the Associated Press. I'm going across to Shivani now. Shivani, you were speaking to the Indian Americans there. New Jersey, what's the trend looking like this morning?
This morning, like I was just telling you, traditionally when you talk about New Jersey, it's been leaning towards Democrats. But the wave and the people we spoke to, I think this time the turnout has been great, and it's been very neck and neck. And it was not like the way it used to be previously,
Yes.
the way it used to directly just go towards the Democrats. This time there was a neck and neck fight for sure, and they are a little disappointed. But again, they're hoping, because some very tight races are happening in the swing states, and they're still hoping and keeping their hopes high.
Yeah, New Jersey used to be pure or completely kind of a blue state, but this time the turnout of the voters, if you look at the popular votes in New Jersey, we basically had a better percentage. We improved a lot, right? Overall, if we talk about it, yes, Trump is leading in Georgia, almost 80% reported, and out of 80%, 52% we are leading. So we definitely have a bigger hope over there. North Carolina, 65% reported, 52% we are leading. So Trump is leading over there. Back. Wisconsin is back.
Trump is ahead in
Yes.
Georgia.
That's what I said. In Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, we are back. 49% we are kind of leading.
But Pennsylvania, as of now, Kamala Harris is taking the lead. Although it's not very significant, and it's too early, in a state like Pennsylvania. But it is leading there.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is only 39% reported so far. So we have like 60% to be reported. So in those 60%, anything can happen, and we still have a hope. Of course, that Trump will basically win Pennsylvania as well. So these three major states, I said, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. These are three states we are leading. Arizona and Nevada, it's not started yet.
If the is there, then it's going to be a great hope. At least some states that would be there in the battleground of states. But, talking about the factors which has been leading to such a neck-to-neck fight here, would be, I would say, a very interesting data point has come up when we talk about the yawning gender gap, what we're seeing here. I would like to ask quickly about that. You've seen that trend, about like 60% of the women have been, leaning towards the Democrats, whereas because of the issues like inflation and unemployment, it's been driving about 60% of the men towards the Republicans.
So we're talking about the gender gap. I mean, I think people are just voting for her just because she's female. And I don't think that they're even doing any research to see what policies she stands for. And I think for Trump, I think that a lot of the things that the policies that he stands for, like what you said, inflation, he's not really talking too much about other issues that I guess women really, are concerned about. I mean, they are, but I think there are a lot of the issues that he's
the everyday issues. The fact that, the normal American out here is not able to buy the groceries, if you look at the rates of the groceries,
So much inflation.
and the layoffs, the kind of layoffs have been addressing. So there are few key issues. But right now, if you can say that Kamala is ahead in 3 blue wall states, but it's still too early to say that.
It is too early.
No, that's a change to 2. So if you see it that like we are leading in 3, Kamala is leading only in 2, right? So it keeps changing.
It's swinging
But
back
again,
and forth.
it's swinging back.
It's swinging back and forth because it's not reported that high yet, and we still definitely are having a positive kind of a hope that we will be turning red in most of these states. And again, back to the safety, as Preeti already said, right? The safety in the previous term of Trump was so much good. There was no crime almost, right? You can walk in the road anytime, especially in the past term of Trump. But here in the Joe Biden's term, especially there was a lot of attack on immigrants, specifically Asian and Indians, right? You have seen that. And Biden had defunding policy for police, right? If you do not fund police, how you are going to protect your citizens, right? So that's a major safety issue which Trump is basically saying. If you do not have a fund for your police department to create a security wall around your citizens, how you are going to manage the safety around.
So in his final campaign stop day, also before election day, Trump was rallying in North Carolina, again talking about national security and addressing the illegal.
Right. So Shivani, we understand it's slightly early to say whether Harris is leading or not, but I also want to take this point to Arun. Because the weight primarily on Harris now she will have to lead when it comes to Pennsylvania for sure, even Wisconsin and Michigan, given how Trump is leading in Georgia and North Carolina. Also, Democrats saying that, wait, the game is not over. Wait until the counting happens in the West Coast. It is primarily the East Coast that has happened, and the numbers will look far more balanced than what it looks right now.
Yeah, Trump has kept all the states that he was supposed to win, and he's winning it in margins twice as much as they were expecting. For example, Florida was supposed to be like 5 to 6%. He's been winning it like 10 to 11, 12%. And same thing with Georgia, which was supposed to be like 2 to 3%. He's beating with 5% to 6%. And Pennsylvania, he's almost close. And if you look into the bond markets right now, it's gone down 3 points, which is a prediction like Trump is going to win. Same thing with the currencies. US dollar is getting stronger against Canadian, euros, and pound. And also similarly with regards to the prediction markets, right now it's 85 to 15%. So Trump is 85 to 15. So my money is 100% on Trump. He's got it right now, locked and loaded.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. In fact, viewers, as there are multiple, these figures are coming in on the swing states also. And we'll, in fact, get you a lowdown on the swing states and how they, in fact, play a major role, a very important role in them, and try and get more insights from a guest on that. But take a look, viewers, at this explainer from Republic TV on the swing states and how they make the difference in every presidential election.
It's going to be all about the 7 swing states. And what does it really look like? Because even now, if you really look at most of these swing states, not much clarity really coming in. Pennsylvania, remember, there was a 1 point percentage difference that we saw in the last elections that really swung the entire elections. Now, let's take you through which are the 7 battleground states, why these states are so very crucial for both the candidates. And if you see, most of the campaigning of both the candidates were revolving around these states. Let's first begin with Arizona, because this is one such state since 1940. Remember, it only went once to the Democrats. So 90% of the voters in Arizona have opted for the mail-in or early ballot. So one would certainly expect, the counting to take place faster here. Results could be skewed because remember, here we have seen the Democrats only picking it up only in the last elections. And the margin also was down to about 20,000 votes as far as in Donald Trump's case goes. Initial counts likely leaning towards Harris. That's what we are picking up right now from multiple wire agencies reporting from Arizona. Let's take you through the other. Georgia could see the blue mirage. Now that's the other, battleground state that we are focusing on. Georgia, remember, has also leaned more towards the Republicans too. So will there be a repeat this time for Donald Trump? We'll also look at the numbers. If we can get the desk also to tell me what's the current number really coming in.
Okay, I'll quickly get in an Indian perspective. Anang Mittal, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Anang. I remember, being in the US, I think it was 2019 when the Howdy Modi event happened, right? And Trump is extremely popular with the Indian American community. I'd stick my neck out and say very few Indian Americans maybe will be batting for Kamala Harris, even though she has Indian roots. And we didn't see any of that come out in the election campaign. I would expect an excitement around Kamala Harris, an Indian American, right, being in the race. But I'm sticking my neck out and saying very few Indians are rooting for Kamala Harris for some reason. More Indian Americans rooting for Donald Trump. Why don't you explain this to us? I also have Saurabh Shukla live with us. I'll get him on this perspective. But Anang, I'd like to get your view on it first up.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. There was this recent survey by the Carnegie Endowment on Indian Americans, and so it does say that about 60% of Indian Americans tend to vote Democratic. But you're right that Donald Trump has been much more friendlier to the Indian community, has been done much more outreach to the Indian community than Kamala Harris has done. You can say that Indian Americans are by default Democratic. leaning voters because they're highly educated, the ones who come here, and they tend to be from the professional and middle class. Now, a lot of Indian Americans in states like Georgia happen to be business owners. They're hotel owners. They own grocery stores or small convenience stores, and the same with places like Pennsylvania as well. And so those Indian Americans are also tend to be Republican voters. They tend to vote Republicans because they care more about the issues of business, taxes, inflation, as much as the middle class does. And so those are the more upfront, visible Trump supporters when it comes to the business community of Indian Americans. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that Trump has done much better outreach. Kamala Harris sort of, checks the box every time she did this Diwali celebration at the White House. Again, it was a lot of my friends went there. I know quite a few Indians who went to the Diwali celebration at the White House. So it's appreciated, but it's one of those things where she tends to not sort of make a big deal out of it, even though, like I said, she puts it in her campaign materials. But Indians, when you talk to them, they don't feel that she sort of listens to them or represents them in the best sense of the word. They feel that she sort of is, playing both sides, and also, like, she's played up her African American heritage. Even in the 2019 election, she focused more on that. And so, yeah, Donald Trump just has better visibility. He's much more of a celebrity, and nothing wrong with that. A lot of Indian Americans also follow the celebrity side of things, so they tend to support Donald Trump just on, like I said, the economic issues and just in terms of visibility. Who's looking out for them? Trump put out that amazing tweet just a week ago saying that he's going to protect the Hindu American of Bangladesh and Hindu Americans all over America. Kamala Harris has done nothing like that. She just sort of, like I said, checks the box when it comes to engagement with Indian Americans.
Yeah.
In fact, Jyotsna Sharma also joining us from New Jersey. She's seen a journalist. Now, Jyotsna, of course, we've talked about how the Indian Americans on American soil are thinking, how New Delhi thinks about it. But if you see the votes of the several world leaders, you see how internationally it plays out. How do Trump and Harris both fare? We'll see someone like a Ukraine not be very okay with maybe, Trump coming in, because he's not talked about, the aid. He's not very vocal for that continuous aid to Ukraine. He says that right on day one, he will end the war. We do not know how he'll do that, but he has claimed that he will end the war on the first day of office. And then there are concerns, in China, of course, about the tariffs, about the reignition of the trade war, so on and so forth. So the entire world has its eyes on this election. Even North Korea, of course, had a very historic moment with Donald Trump when they had that meeting. So how does it really play out geopolitically?
See, geopolitically, if I speak about President Trump, I think my voice is echoing. 1 second. Sorry for that.
Yes.
So when we speak about President Trump, if we go back into the history during his tenure, there was no war that happened during his time. He had full control, and I don't know what magic he had with even North Korea. He had good relations. Now, when we speak about the current scenario, America's economy is already in shambles, and the entire resources, the money being sent out for the aid to countries like Ukraine, of course, the wars that are happening and the support that US is giving to Israelis, and the local voters, the local Americans are not really happy about it. And of course, Trump somewhere is trying to connect with the general public of America, the people who love their country, who want to grow in their country. Trump has gauged that, and he definitely, I don't know what magic he will do if he wins, comes to power. Day one, of course, he'll stop the aid. That's what he's saying. And with regards to China, he definitely had a very strong stand from the previous time as well during his tenure. Now, again, he speaks about increasing the tariffs, about the imports that are coming in. And he, of course, wants to promote, like in America, products more here. Like he wants to manufacture things in America at a cost where, Americans benefit from that instead of, hiring some cheap labor somewhere else, and then Americans not enjoying it. So globally, of course, there is a strong stance Trump is taking, but then people would have to appreciate one thing, that he is a person who loves his country. He's trying to bring back the right things for his own countrymen. There is no such thing that he wants to please the world. He will play diplomatically, pretty much. And of course, with India, he shares a very strong relationship with Prime Minister Modi, as we have witnessed previously. So there are things to watch out, of course, how he strategically goes on that. But yes, Trump as a leader stands very tall when it comes to managing the disputes or the situations that are happening currently. I don't know, he definitely will get a lot of mess in his hands if he wins today. But then he has that gut, and he has those guts and charisma. He will do something different. I'm hopeful about that.
Yeah. Saurabh, just getting in some breaking news updates. I'll quickly give those updates out and I'm coming to you. Associated Press, which is seen as the gold standard for American election counting, saying that their race call, Kamala Harris has won Colorado. The AP race call, Donald Trump has won Utah. AP race call, Donald Trump has won Montana. So these are some live updates that are coming in. It's, as of this minute, 198 leads for Donald Trump, 109 for Kamala Harris, the magic number being 270. We are staying with the breaking news updates and also getting in the perspective. Why are we covering this in great detail? Because whatever happens in America will have an impact on India. And we have seen, Saurabh, the impact on India in the recent past. For example, what happened in Bangladesh, right? It's a regime change that happened. And it's clear that America had a role, Saurabh. Whether you like it or not, whether the Americans accept it or not, we know that America had a role in what happened in Bangladesh, right? And under Joe Biden and especially Kamala Harris, there has been a lot of hostility vis-a-vis India and America. Have you seen ties change under the Democrats? Saurabh, who's better for the Indians? Is a Democratic government better? Are Republicans better?
Ranjan, I'm glad that you asked this question because, a lot of people have been speculating on this. But let me start with why is that the Indian Americans, some of them were unhappy with the Democrats. The fact that thousands of dollars are being paid by these Indian Americans who are hardworking, who are paying taxes, a lot of skilled Indian immigrants are there in the US who are very well educated, who are contributing greatly to the US economy, yet they are in a huge green card backlog. And despite the fact that the Democratic administration could have captured the old green cards, which have been wasted for years, nothing was done. That's the reason why a lot of US, citizens of Indian origin who have families, who have ties with these skilled immigrants, they feel upset about it. That's the reason why you see a big section of Indian Americans, shifting their voting preferences to Donald Trump this time. That's one thing that I want to tell you. The other thing is, largely, if you ask me, even under Democratic administration of President Biden, we had the best of relationship. You saw the visit that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had on, in the US. That was under the Biden administration. That was a huge visit. Yes, there are some elements in the US, like any other country, who obviously are not, they do not like this proximity that India has today with the US. Certainly, there are areas which we continue to disagree on, but that we will continue to do it as friends. I can tell you, overall big picture is whoever becomes the US president following the results tonight or tomorrow, the India partnership will continue to grow and strengthen. Yes, there are returns on the way. If Donald Trump becomes the president, he will mount more pressure on India when it comes to the tariffs on trade issue. He will try to extract a bigger deal. But the relationship, the foundation is so strong today that no individual leader can wreck it. Even if Kamala Harris were to win the election, I'm sure she will have pressure from certain quarters to put more pressure on India when it comes to human rights issue. But that is not going to derail the relationship, Niranjan. You and me know, we have been covering strategic affairs for a long time, that the relationship today is so strong. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has contributed immensely to this partnership. So whoever wins this US election, our relationship with the United States will only grow. Yes, the Indian Americans are upset with the democratic regime. they may shift sides this time because of the immigration issue, because of the skilled immigration issue, which hasn't been highlighted as much by the Democrats, which Donald Trump has highlighted. He's talked about illegal immigrants, but he has made a clear distinction with skilled immigration, which the Democrats have failed to do. That has been a major factor, and 2.5 million Indian American voters are there.
Legal immigration. Give me 2 minutes for that. I also want to add on to the legal immigration when I speak about, when Saurav is speaking about, I mean, we have done active advocacy for the green card backlog in this country. Yes. I have championed that, have done rallies in front of White House, in front of Capitol Hill, and things have not moved for the high-skilled immigrants, the H-1B visa holders. There's a long wait for green card, which ranges from anywhere from 50 to 60 years. And it looks like a funny number when we speak about, people think we are joking. And the thing is, right. Democrats, where they were...
Jyotsna, you're right. And you're right about that. That has been a major issue. And that's the reason why I've been talking to a lot of voters. Why a lot of voters? Because, the Indian Americans, they have very close family ties. There are people of Indian origin who are in this huge backlog, and all it was required was to recapture.
And I have to add on to this, where Kamala Harris and the Democrats have been very, very warm for the undocumented workers, immigrants who came to the country. They are paying them money, prepaid cards, food stamps and everything, making their life comfortable here, and they're crossing the borders illegally. Whereas there is a particular segment, I speak about the Indian Americans, why I'm speaking is, there is a particular segment of high-skilled workers who have their kids, around 200,000 to 300,000 kids, who are stuck with their parents waiting for the green card. When they turn 21, they'll have to leave their country despite their parents are law-abiding, high-skilled workers in this country paying taxes. These kids were brought into this country when they were small, 2 years, 4 years of age, infants rather. And now when they reach their colleges, they are not allowed to get admissions into college as, US citizens or green card holders would get. They have to apply as foreign students, that is F1 visa holders. And not even that. These students, when they enter their school, when a child turns 15 or 16 years, they're allowed to work. These kids cannot work. They are the H4 dependent kids who are not allowed to work in this country. They're meritorious kids, STEM champions, and they are facing this. Now, what happens with the Indian segment, the Indian diaspora? We feel hurt somewhere. These are those deserving kids who need to be in this country, who can really bring more better results for the growth of this country if they stay here. And they're not being considered by these Democrats. And whereas President Trump specifically spoke about the DALCA kids, that is the legal, immigrants, kids of the high-skilled workers. President Trump has a very strong stance saying, I will give the green card to the DALCA kids if he comes in power. And why I'm speaking is Shalabh Kumar. I have worked very closely with him. He is the person who endorsed President Trump in 2016 when he was a candidate, of course. And I worked along with him to do this advocacy for the green card backlog segment. And these DALCA kids were the major concern for us. Whenever we went, we spoke to the Democrats. And it was such a bad feeling, when we went to rallies to Capitol Hill. Then people like Nancy Pelosi, she would be very, very warm to these undocumented kids. When the DACA kids came, she would offer pizzas. Whereas when our kids went, she just didn't even look at them. And we went with a request that please pass the bill. No bill has been passed so far by the Democrats. They just do lip service. Not even that. I'll tell you one more thing. We got our green card after 17 years in this country. I am one person, a witness to it. After leading my efforts, we could not get the green card. Thanks to President Trump, we got green card during the COVID time. Why? Because he stopped the family immigration. And this is something very crucial. President Trump took the right steps at the right places. And that's where Indian Americans are calling for him. We are his fans. I was in person there at President Trump's home in 2022, Mar-a-Lago. He hosted a Diwali festival for us. I was the master of ceremony for that event. He hosted the executives of Republican Hindu Coalition. I just want to quote one thing. Very precisely, he said, I want to build a Hindu Holocaust memorial in Washington, D.C. Who would have said that? None. Nobody. So there is some alignment from the Hindu voters Hindu Americans, as I speak about, Indian Americans. There is a bond that President Trump shares with India.
No, but can I say something, Jyotsna? Let me just make a point. I'll take this question to Vibhuti Jha, right? I see that Indian Americans are split because many of them on the panel today, live today, as we bring these numbers in from America as the votes are being counted. By the way, we have a breaking news update that Trump has won Iowa with 6 electoral votes there. He's won Iowa. Vibhuti, I was just saying that, of course, most of you on the panel feel strongly about Republicans and Donald Trump, but there are many that we have been also interacting with, especially in California and the Silicon Valley, who will, root heavily for Kamala Harris. It is split, right? I wanted to say something. Recently something happened. I don't know how many of you have tracked it in the USA, but you remember when Narendra Modi came to Texas, right? He came to America in 2019. It was short of endorsing Donald Trump. He said, "Ab ki baar Trump sarkar." Remember the controversy back then that it was generated mostly by the Democrats, and they questioned India. Why did he say that, right? I'll tell you what has happened secretly this time. You had a few leaders from the Indian opposition, from the Congress party, from the DMK, right? We heard of secret meetings between them and Kamala Harris. I know a leader from the Congress party who's known as a leader who heavily funds the Congress party, who was there in America, attended a Kamala Harris rally, shot a video of himself, which then got leaked, right? Do you see, this as a big giveaway of where they stand vis-a-vis, domestic politics? Vibhuti.
You brought in a very interesting information, which I'm aware of. Other people may or may not be, but I was very much impressed by Jyotsna's emotional outburst on H1B, which is very justified. And you will be all happy to know that in my show, I had raised this issue. Where are Indians talking about H1B? And I got calls from H1B guys that please take up this issue. And I'm glad Jyotsna was in the forefront of it later. Having said that, there is one very critical element about Indo-Americans, Indian Americans. Majority of us live in blue states. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Washington, California. And as a result of which, it is good to be part of the winning team in the state because that's where you can gain some. That's the one key story why majority of the Indians are Democrats. But in the last few months or last 1 year or so, we have taken up the issue. And Niranjan, it will be an interesting element for you to do some research on that and cover it, that every single anti-India, anti-Hindu, 370 caste files, you name it, including declaring swastik as a hate symbol in my state of New York, or dismantling Hindutva agenda, they were all conceived, imagined, perpetrated, and an effort was made to malign us in all Democrat-run states. I was the one who started this campaign and began to ask people, Indian people, does your money count? Does your vote matter? This has resulted in some kind of an upheaval, and I'm so delighted that in this election, the Indian Americans have become more active because that's what we have been demanding of Indian Americans. Get engaged in your local communities, whether it's a Parents Teachers Association, PTA, to monitor and look after the school education of your children, the course curriculum, or whether it's school board, get involved in your local communities. That's where you matter. That's where your vote counts. That's where your money matters. So you are looking at a scenario. When Modi did the Howdy Modi here, then Ahmedabad big rally, you know all that. Yes, I'm aware of the fact that many Democrat senators, they were, to use the American slang, really pissed off because they said that Modi sided with Trump. We will teach him a lesson. You are seeing what is happening in the Biden administration. That number of efforts made to undermine India have been huge.
Vibhuti, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Hold on to your thought because I'm taking a short break. I have to take this break, but I'm coming back and I'm requesting all our panelists, please stay with us. It's getting exciting. Please stay with us. We'll take a short break and come back, and I'm going to continue. Vibhuti, I want you to hold on to that point because I want to continue when we come back on this point, okay? Stay tuned. I'm taking a short break. Back with the live coverage.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and the world to new heights of glory. And indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Trump sweeps 16 United States. Trump takes 16 US states. Indications of Trump securing 278 electoral votes. Swing states in focus. Trump-Harris locked in a tough contest in battleground Pennsylvania. Only 1/3 of the votes counted. Many urban areas still to report the numbers. Trump scores another win, bags Iowa. Poly market now gives Trump 90% chance of winning. FBI traces non-credible bomb threats at polling places in several states to Russia.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage here on Republic along with Rakshita and Suesha, who are in the studios right now. And we are joined by Indian Americans and geostrategic experts joining us on this broadcast on what the American results mean for India. And that is the only interest that we have here at Republic TV. Of course, a lot of interest of the American results here in India. And I'm introducing our panelists once again. Saurabh Shukla, Editor-in-Chief News Mobile, live from Boston this morning. I have Archana Lakotia, who will be joining us live from New Jersey. Deepika Nair from Washington, D.C. Dave Karalekar, who's joining us live from New York. Ankush Bhandari joining us live from New York. Jyotsna Sharma, who's a senior journalist, continues to be with us from New Jersey. We were on a very important point when we took a short break. And before I go back to Vibhuti Jha, who was talking about the political ramifications of who's in power in America, the Republicans or the Democrats. As of now, Trump is in the lead. Poly market giving Trump 90% chances of winning this election. He's got a 6% lead over Kamala Harris. Some key states are yet to be counted. While I go to Vibhuti Jha, a few breaking news updates from America right now. Live updates. Associated Press reporting that there is anxiety in the Kamala Harris camp at Detroit as the numbers show that she's trailing even in key states. Another bit of breaking news update. Philadelphia election officials have denied Donald Trump's claims of cheating. He tweeted this morning saying that there could be an aspect of cheating in the elections. They have denied that call. Another breaking news update. Kamala Harris has won the District of Columbia as per the Associated Press, which according to Americans is the gold standard of election result counting. Another AP race call. Kamala Harris has won Colorado. Donald Trump has won Utah. Donald Trump has won Iowa. Donald Trump has won Montana. And these are some of the updates. Donald Trump won Missouri. That was about 40 minutes ago. Going back to Vibhuti Jha on the political ramifications, the point we left off on. Vibhuti.
Yeah, the point which I'm trying to come back to, and I will have to leave after this comment of mine because I'm committed to another channel at 10:30.
Yes,
so
go ahead.
Thank you very much for continuing with that. But key element, Trump's agenda of Make America Great Again is not in conflict with Prime Minister Modi's agenda of making 2047 and growing economy to some huge extent. Now, one of the misconceptions which is reigning in Indian TV conversations, that if Trump imposes 10% tariff, it will reduce India's GDP by a certain percentage and it will derail Indian economy. I just wanted to say that as a banker, as an international banker and a trading, something I know about that, tariff is always used as a negotiation tool. Trump likes Mr. Modi a hell of a lot because he is a tough negotiator, so is Modi. Both of them have tremendous interest in economic growth of both these countries. Trump has a bigger challenge in the sense that while India wants to grow, Trump has to manage this economy because at $33 trillion deficit, the financial obesity that this country suffers from, there is no other go but tightening the belt, and that can be inconvenient. So therefore, there are many factors that will bring India and United States together without disrupting any other relations, because the convergence points, geopolitically speaking, are far too many to let it go because of petty interests here or there. A pannu here or a nijjar there will not matter. So let me put it this way very clearly. The interests are far too much important than to be allowing silly matters to make major issues subservient. So thank you very much for saying so. And I want to urge every Indian American who is listening today and every Indian in India who is listening to this today, get engaged in your political activity. Just because we live abroad doesn't mean we are useless. We are very much contributing to everything that is happening to India, and we are impacted by what happens in India. So it's a two-way traffic. Thank you very much, Niranjan, for having me, and to all the hosts that hosted me here today, and to all the panelists. Ankush Bhandari, I know very well, and a couple of others as well. So Sauravji, namaste, and we'll see you again very soon, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhuti. Rakshita.
And of course, we're also being joined by Ankush Bhandari, who's a geopolitical expert. He's live from New York with us. Now, Ankush, of course, we have this lot of discussion about H-1B visas, about immigration, and a lot of, the theories floating about how when Trump comes in, there'll be a lot of focus on immigration. He will be focusing on higher for America and also higher America, buy America. But we talk about the Indian American community. We've seen that there's been a lot of focus on the young generation there, especially if we talk about the Indian American men per se. A lot of focus, and Trump has realized that just recently in his campaign that was quite reflective. How do you see that strategy, and how do you see its impact?
Okay, thank you first of all for inviting me to your channel. So you spoke of immigration, which is one of the most critical issue in America. Trump has always voted for legal immigration, like most of the countries around the world. He's against illegal immigration. If you are an Indian American here and you came on a work visa or a study visa, it nearly took you a decade to get a green card. I'm not telling lies. Same happened with me and most of my colleagues who are here with you on your channel. So he always say, if you are a legal immigrant here, you are most welcome to come. You contribute to our economy. You make your careers, make your life, have an American dream, and stay here. But if you come illegally, I will say go back. And I think irrespective of an American, any patriot who love their country don't love an illegal immigrant to come. Like in India, we always say we don't want illegal immigrants from either side of the western or the eastern border. The same case goes here in America. There's no difference over here. Second point you said is about Indian Americans. We are approximately 6 million here. Some say 6.5, some say 5.8. Let's say a middle figure of 6 million. And out of those 6 million, you will be surprised to know from the last 2 years, the IRS has posted that Indian American is the minority group who is paying the highest tax to the American community, to American society. So we have superseded a Jewish community too, which has been the highest minority taxpayer. And so it speaks volumes over here. When you say that, okay, Indian Americans, we work hard, we pay our bills in time, we follow the rules, the law, and that's what a normal citizen does for his country. So that's what I want to say. America is built on immigrants, but legal immigrants. So they always far left wing forget to mention the word legal over there.
Right.
So
right.
I hope it answers your question.
It does. And I want to take this point to Archana. The fact that the prediction now is that there is a 90% chance that Trump would win. And he is also urging those last voters to go out there and cast their votes. Despite the controversies, the man enjoys such popularity. And I'm very interested in knowing your view of how you see his second term. Because I particularly remember that statement where he said, in the next term, if I'm re-elected, it's going to be rather nasty. It's going to be a little bit nasty. So in terms of all that we are discussing of what he may do, how he would change the tariffs, how would it impact India, what is your broader view of how you see it?
Well, I think immigration is one of the, I guess, top reason why we see the results we are seeing. Illegal immigrants have been definitely a point of concern, in the U.S. for the past few months, if not a year. But otherwise, to answer your question, how do we see the second term for Trump, I think it is going to be something, as you said, right? Like, it's not what we saw in 2016. I mean, this is definitely going to be a bit more challenging and maybe a little bit more kind of eye-opening, right? Like, for the people who are supporting Trump, yeah. So definitely not promising. I mean, I'm sure, not promising any roses there for sure. So that's what I'd say. It is going to be challenging for sure for almost everyone here.
Yeah. Okay, let's also go across to Dev Karlekar, who's joining us on the broadcast, along with Deepika Nair. Getting in all our Indian American panelists, live. We are getting some breaking news updates now. Trump has just extended his lead, now leading in 204 seats, Kamala Harris in 112 seats. So it's 210. Okay, he's just extended his lead further. It's 210 leads for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris leading is in just 112. I repeat that, it's 210 versus 112. And 52.5% of the votes counted so far for Donald Trump, 46.3% for Kamala Harris. So he's extended his overall lead on the vote share by about 0.2%. So he's leading by over 6.2%. Dave, the markets, betting heavily on Donald Trump. And it looks like, and I'm looking at the presidential race, he's leading by almost 100 seats. Senate leading 48, Democrats 37. In the House, 139 for the Republicans, 92 for the Democrats. Governor race, 26 so far for Republicans, just 22 for Democrats. So it's a rather gloomy blue morning in America. Dave.
Well, you just stole my thunder. So whether it's a presidential election, or whether it's for Senate or House, or the governor's race, I mean, you will see Republican all of the cases. I am a registered Republican, part of the Republican Party's Asian caucus. You will see a lot of Asians who otherwise overwhelmingly support Democrats. In the last 2-3 years, there is a huge migration of this originally so-called Democrats leaning Asians moving into the Republican Party. The Republican parties are very similar to, say, the Indian leading party. They believe in legal immigration. They believe, like India has Make in India, they have MAGA, Make America Great Again. They believe in patriotism. They believe in basically providing entrepreneurship. We are a 28 trillion economy, but if you see the last 4 years, our debt, we are more than 36 trillion debt. Every 100 days, we are adding 1 trillion debt. Our fiscal deficits is alarming. I am being an entrepreneur, being in the equity market for the last 30 years, owning IT businesses, hotels and restaurants. I can see the pinch in terms of when Kamala Harris is looking every nook and a corner towards raising our taxes. It's all about giving the freebies to the people, meaning you're incentivized for not working and you're punishing for being an entrepreneur and for being a working class, meaning taxes, increased taxes for those who work, and those who don't work, there is a free checks giving to you. So people have seen that. We are in terms of the inflation in the near future. In the last a few decades, you have seen with the all-time high in terms of the inflation. You talk about crime rates, you talk about the energy prices, food prices, gas prices, groceries. I mean, a normal family is feeling the pinch, especially the ladies who manage the household budgets, and they have seen the pinch. So overwhelmingly, majority of the ladies, as a part of party line we talked to, they have decided to basically vote them to Mr. Trump because they have seen Mr. Trump in the last, in his presidential era, where he avoided the war, he invested in the USA, Make America Great Again. He brought a lot of manufacturing jobs here. And, as an Indian American, there is a body language between President Trump and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And that solidarity, as a person with a dual heritage, meaning an Indian born, a US citizen, it means a lot towards the prosperity of the America, which is a 28 trillion economy, and Bharat, which is a 4 trillion economy, working together for the next 4 years. And it's a great time. You have seen a landslide victory. It is about, because what Kamala Harris did in the last 4 years is nothing, zilch. And that's what people are questioning. Whatever her election pointers are, people are asking you, we are giving you 4 years, what you have not acted on it, and how can we trust you that you will do it now? You will see otherwise the Democratic Party leaders like Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, their narrative is anti-India, whether it's supporting Khalistani movement, whether it is going for anti-Kashmir movement, whether it is having a problem with abrogation of Article 370, 38, or whether it is from time and again rubbing it for the religious freedom, human rights violations, going against CA Act. There are so many things Democrats have done. So overwhelmingly, Indian Americans realize that the Republican Party is in line to what India's prosperity is, whereas the Democratic Party is appeasement policies and pro-Pakistan policies. And hence, you will see overwhelmingly not only the Americans, but within the Americans, the Indian Americans, which is though is a 1.5% of the population, but you will see as an ethnicity group, we contribute, though we are 1.5%, we contribute 7% to the GDP. We are highly educated ethnic group. We are highest paying taxes. Our GDP, our household income is the highest within the ethnicity group. So we take pride in contributing to this great nation, and we continue to do so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I want to come to you, Deepika Nair, on the much talked about gender divide in this election, and also making a comparison between Harris and Biden. So while we had seen the numbers suddenly picking up and the trend suddenly picking up after Biden's name was dropped and Harris stepped into the race, now I also see trends that indicate that with regards to even the women voters, where 57% supported Biden, the number is comparatively less when it comes to Kamala Harris. All in all, while one had seen a ray of hope in Kamala Harris after Biden stepping down and would be able to compete against Trump strongly, do you still see that?
Now the poll is totally different, and it looks like Trump is winning, and I think whatever prediction was before, I don't think it's really that's what we see now. Looks like Trump is winning with the big margin, and I think Republicans are taking all the swing states. That's what I see now. And whatever poll was earlier with the women voting and Harris favoring, I don't think it's really working here, and it looks like Trump will be in the power. Yeah. I think most women did support Kamala Harris, but it doesn't look like here to me, and I think the picture is totally different now. So I don't know what to say, because it's totally strange. I knew it was going to happen, but looks like whatever prediction was totally different now.
Yeah.
So I think women were more favoring Kamala Harris, thinking because of their rights, but the pictures are different. That's what I want to say.
As well, Saurabh, I see a lot of them wearing MAGA hats on the show this morning. Ankush Bandari is smiling. He's wearing a MAGA hat. Right? Jyotsna has got a very wide smile. She's wearing a MAGA hat. Dave Karlekar is wearing a MAGA hat. I'm not going to stick my neck out and talk about the rest, but I know Saurabh Shukla is a big backer of...
MAGA hat.
Sorry?
I'm a journalist myself. I can't wear a bigger MAGA hat, but I have to be reasonable.
No, but I'll tell you something we find very, very hypocritical, right? These Americans like to give us lectures on democracy, about being fair, about being balanced, and I love how American media openly takes sides, right? And when the Indian media, right, says something, we say something good about a policy or someone's leadership, they say, oh, you're a right-winger, oh, they're so biased. right? And that is why Wikipedia is in trouble. Wikipedia will continue to be in trouble. But that's not the point. Point is, I'm coming to you, Saurabh. Many Indian Americans wearing MAGA hats, right? And there is a question. Who from the Indian American community, right? Which Indian American will make their way to be a part of the Trump administration? I know it's a little too early, but questions will be asked. I know that Vivek Ramaswamy, was tipped to be the running mate. Didn't happen, but he's very, very close. Has played a key role in Republicans being so popular in this election. Tulsi Gabbard, right? She's officially a Republican now. Who are the Indian Americans you see playing a key role if Trump were to win this election?
Well, I'm glad you qualified it. And, as responsible news networks, we need to do that ahead of time because it's very, very important. Even though it looks very clear, as my fellow panelists were saying, and my research team is telling me I'm getting leads that Donald Trump has a sizable lead. Even in Pennsylvania now, which is a key swing state, we are also gathering that a lot of women voters who were expected, the Democratic Party were hoping that they will vote for Kamala Harris. That hasn't happened. In fact, in Michigan, a lot of data is telling me that even Muslim voters there in Michigan seems to have been backing Donald Trump, which is a big thing. Okay, coming to the Indian Americans, you said it rightly. Yes, start with J.D. Vance. Usha Vance is of Indian American origin, so there is an India connection right there in the vice presidency. If he finally wins, Donald Trump, his vice president, his wife is of Indian origin. Then definitely Vivek Ramaswamy, I will put a strong yes on him getting to a Trump administration in a responsible position. He has backed Donald Trump to the hilt. He lost out only because of the fact that Donald Trump's calculation wanted J.D. Vance for a certain reason, Midwestern, and obviously he wanted a lot of his backers, including the venture funds who were backing him, they wanted J.D. Vance to be there. So Vivek lost out, but he'll definitely be a part of Trump administration in some way. Tulsi Gabbard, again, Donald Trump has put her on a high pedestal, realizes that she was a good draw at the right time. And certainly has, swayed a lot of Hindu votes. There's no denying the fact. So these will definitely be there. But I can say one thing. And Donald Trump, if he becomes the president, certainly the India partnership will grow. And he has a great partnership with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You know that I interviewed Donald Trump and obviously interacted later as well several times. When he visited India, I asked him a specific question on Islamic fundamentalism, which he answered, and he has been very tough on terrorism. So that obviously will be a major rallying point in this Trump administration. And I must allay the fear for a lot of people who are Trump skeptics. Let me say that a different Trump may have been there on the campaign trail, but the fact that he has won some of the women voters is because of his moderate stance even on abortion issue. He has said it very clearly that he will not go for a national ban on abortion, which was being talked about. He's also distanced himself from a certain Project 2025, which was being touted by some as a very extreme agenda. I would say Donald Trump will obviously is an unpredictable man, maybe unpredictable president. He will not be like Joe Biden. But I would say on the India partnership largely, we will be able, if he does become the US president, we will be able to convey a lot of core concern that India has. Whether it is with China, he is very clear that China poses a threat as much to any democracy like India, US, and he is very firm on that. On Islamic terrorism, he is again very firm on that because he has been, and India has a concern on, what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Last few, days since the new government has been formed has been troubling. So certainly one of India's core concern will be there as well. Yes, there will be issues of disagreement, and I would agree on tariffs. We have some smart people to negotiate that. There will be some give and take, and I don't see any cause of concern there. And if Donald Trump does become the president of the United States, I would see the India relationship growing, and I would say skilled immigrants in the United States should have a ray of hope. He spoke about giving green card to all the college, graduates who pass out of U.S. university. That may not be true because that requires the congressional approval, and that will be a tall order. But I do feel that skilled immigration may be a thing that he may be able to address, because Democrats were not able to address it, and that's the reason why they have lost support of the Indian American community in this election.
Okay, I'm going across to Shravan. Stay with me. I'm going across to Shravan, my colleague, who's here. Now we have the live numbers come in. Kamala Harris leading in 113. Donald Trump has a 100-seat lead as of this minute, 210 leads for him. Shravan.
Well, in fact, let's take you through what's the big picture that emerges right now as far as the 7 swing states are concerned, because that's where the entire story basically lies right now. Let's take you through that picture that is emerging. First, let's take you through the overall numbers. As far as Donald Trump is concerned, 267, 156. Let's take with the East Coast now. Particularly, these are your swing states where it's still not very clear. Of course, in Pennsylvania, we're being told that he's favored. Trump is favored to win there. North Carolina also, once again, the projections that are essentially coming in right now indicating that Trump is ahead. Similarly for Georgia too. Nevada, just a short while back, the polling was over, so it's unlikely that the numbers are going to come out anytime soon. Now, with regards to Wisconsin, there too you have Trump really surging ahead. So at least 6 of the 7 battleground states where you have Trump essentially ahead. Pennsylvania, again, it's neck to neck. What really happens in the next few hours are going to be crucial, because remember, we're talking about the mail-in ballots right now. Of course, what you see as far as the other places, Texas, one of the largest. Here too, remember, over about 15 electoral votes going towards Trump. So he's picked up larger numbers, but these are traditionally what the Republicans have had in the past too. So they are holding on to those very states right now. The Democrats, in terms of their own states, they are also holding on. But clearly, how things are going to really battle out in the next few hours, particularly in those 7 battleground states, is what it's going to look like. Nevada, in a short while from now, perhaps the voting essentially to begin. I beg your pardon, the counting is expected. So the number certainly going to change there. So overall picture right now, 267 for Donald Trump, 156 for Kamala Harris. That's where it pans out right now, Suesha, as well as Niranjan. But clearly, if you really look at how the campaigning has essentially taken place, and the Republicans have put across their message with regards to key issues, particularly to do with immigration. A short while back, we've heard how the voters have spoken about the fact that there is clarity as to what exactly President Trump would like to bring in, if at all he comes back to power, and the fact that there are a lot of firsts that you're really looking at right now. If at all it is Kamala Harris, you're looking at a first woman president in United States of America. That's another big win if you really look at it from the women perspective, and the fact that black voters too, at least in places like Georgia, if at all she moves ahead, it is a clear indication of the fact that the black voters are also moving towards the Democrat. But clearly, it's going to pan out in the next few hours.
Okay, very interesting, very interesting breaking news updates that I'm getting in from the Associated Press. So let me just bring that in before I go across to Jyotsna. AP Votecast. So this is their live, Insta analysis of the trends that are pouring in. Black and Hispanic voters appear less likely to support Kamala Harris than they did Biden. So why did she pretend to be more black, didn't even talk about much about her Indian background?
She hasn't spoken much about the South Asian descent of hers, as much as
she underplayed it, almost hid it.
So if you really look at it, even, there was a strategy perhaps that they were trying to put out, at least in places like Georgia. They were hoping that perhaps pushing the black woman card would have really worked in her favor, but that doesn't seem to be the case, because if you look at the numbers that are coming in right now, even Georgia, it is Trump seems to be favored there.
Yeah, okay. I see Dave raising his hand there. Okay, Dave, quick point, and then going across to Jyotsna. Yes.
So just to answer that, there are 14% black votes in the USA. There are only 1.5% Indian Americans. How many of them vote? The percentage very negligible. The second, so that's the reason she touts to be her being a black woman than often having 50% Asian heritage, Indian American heritage. The second thing you talked about, what are the prominent faces, the Indian Americans? You only mentioned about Vivek Ramaswamy, great candidate, as well as Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat, now Republican. But there are so many others. There is Nikki Haley, former governor of South Carolina. There is Bobby Jindal, former governor of Louisiana. There is Kash Patel. There is Raj Shah. There is Manisha Singh. There is Ajit Pai. There is Naomi Rao, Seema Verma, Vishal Amin, Neil Chatterjee. There are many, many candidates. You will see a big number of Indian Americans in the Trump administration, to say the least. These are just a preliminary list. Obviously, they will finalize it by next week, and then you will see that publicized. Thank you.
Okay, some more breaking news updates quickly before I go across to Jyotsna and Archana on the broadcast. Foreign figures, Associated Press saying that foreign figures making their way to Mar-a-Lago on election night. So all roads leading to Mar-a-Lago tonight. And there's another breaking news update. Polymarket putting Trump's chances of winning at 94%, started at a little over 50, went up to 70, and then 90, and now 94% chances of a Trump win in America. Jyotsna, looking at the numbers. Okay, there's another update. All right, California completely blue. Kamala Harris 179. 179 leads for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump 214. I think that was expected, Jyotsna. California going completely blue. 179 to 14.
California, any which ways. The West Coast, of course, we'll have some more surprising numbers coming in for Democrats. They will make that number. That's expected. Of course, I'm still relying on the, the battleground states, still relying on that. We have to hold it tight, because this number may, the gap may reduce for a while, but then again, the gap will develop. I mean, that's what I'm inching towards right now. Donald Trump has to win. This is what, the expectation is. But yes, 54, I think, electoral votes from California alone. So that adds up, just the difference is covered here. But yeah, let's see how the results pour in. And again, Georgia, and the other swing states, as we see the inclination we have, North Carolina, we will have the numbers coming in. And even Pennsylvania, he's making an edge right now. He's going up. So let's see. And California is I don't know what kind of state it is. How much should I speak about? Freebies there, no law and order. Shoplifters have a free pass to, steal things under $1,000, and they will not get jailed. There are a lot of freebies in California. It is the new slum, some of the areas of the California's new slum clusters you might be aware of. That's thanks to, Democrats, thanks to the Biden administration, Kamala Harris being there as well. What should I say?
Right. So California looking all blue, Oregon leaning towards blue, Nevada still to happen. And Archana, I want to come back to you, because you were also raising your hand at that point. Just to mention that Trump had said all along that he has the black vote, he has the Hispanics on his side, and he had maintained that. Even that trump card that he played right in the end, where he cited the Hindu minorities in Bangladesh, and that was to pull the support of the Hindu Americans. My point to you again is that while he's enjoying all this support, but he continues to be that man with the faux pas, making those controversial statements, was again that man who managed to miff off the Latinos and even rub against the wrong side of the American media once again. So in that sense, yes, all the support coming to him, but your point on the black vote and the Hispanics going to his side.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And it's a great point. So I was going to say that, Dave and Ankush and a few other people here have beautifully kind of highlighted how good Trump is going to be for Indian American and the Indian economy, right, as a kind of national partner. What I want to call out is two things. So there are, yes, Trump may be good for India and the Indian Americans from global lens. If we look at it, there are a couple of things that I want to highlight. So climate emergencies, right? That's certainly one thing that Trump has not acknowledged in the past, and that will continue to be an issue in the future as well, right? Like there is so much of, we need to really take quick and fast action on climate control. So that's number one, right? And with this administration, with the Trump administration, that is one area that will be neglected. It's my that's my take on it. And then the other thing, just from kind of bringing it back into the US, just from domestic point of view, there are two Supreme Court justices that are going to be retiring in the next couple of years. So the president of the country gets to select the Supreme Court justice. So these two things, in my opinion, would kind of shape the global events for years, right? If not for decades. So that would be. I just wanted to add that yes, Trump is great for the economy, and Trump may be a great kind of a leader for the country with respect to immigration and just skilled labor and all of that. There are certainly downsides or areas that we need to kind of focus on and bring back the focus on under the Trump administration.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a short break. I saw Dave and Ankush also raising their hands. I request you, gentlemen, to just stay with us. Can I quickly take a short break and come back? Our live coverage continues. There are a few breaking news updates. Donald Trump has won Idaho, and Kamala Harris has won California. Trump losing Colorado after raiding against Aurora. Now, these are some of the breaking news updates that we have from the Associated Press, which is, as of this minute, giving about 214 leads to Donald Trump, 179 to Kamala Harris. Republicans leading the presidential race. The Senate House race also being led by Republicans. The governor race also being led by Republicans this morning. Taking a break, coming back with a live update. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage here on Republic TV as we get you the live updates from America. Donald Trump leading with 214 leads, Kamala Harris in 179. Donald Trump has crossed the 50 million vote mark. In fact, he's at 52 million votes with 52% of the overall votes counted so far, with Kamala Harris getting about 46.3%. That amounts to about 46% of the votes that have been counted so far. We have Shajan Alexander, who's a GOP campaign team member, joining us live from Georgia. Shajan, good morning from here in India. Good evening there. Not looking so bright for the Democrats this morning.
Well, I just came back from the Georgia Trump campaign headquarters. The watch party is still going on, but I just had to join a couple more channels. So it's very crowdy and noisy over there. So I just decided to come back. Things are looking good at this point. President Trump, different channels like AP has a different, Associated Press has a different number than Fox News and CNN. So it's different numbers because there are states that are too close to call. Like Georgia, my own state, Georgia, is too close to call, but it's a solid state. I just spoke to the chairman of the Georgia State GOP. I spoke to the executive director of the election board. So things are looking good in Georgia. North Carolina is also looking good. Pennsylvania. So basically Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those are the swing states that has been on the talk and on the news. So all these states are leaning towards red, which means the electoral votes is going to cross more than 320. So as of now, we only need less than 60 electoral votes more. Like Trump is on 214. So I would say another 56 more electoral votes will send him to the White House in January of 2025. So that's where we are at right now. Yes. But, it's always concerning. Like last time, I just did the same thing. I just went to sleep around 1 o'clock after talking to a channel in India. And then next day morning, I came back. Things were completely flipped. But this time, the GOP, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, President Trump's team, every single state teams were very vigilant on the things that the other side say conspiracy. But for us, it was not a conspiracy. We just figured there were some stuff. So especially in Georgia, the Supreme Court has ruled yesterday that after 7 o'clock, no ballots will be accepted. That was a big win for us. So definitely, we were very vigilant. People were hardworking. So we are going to see a good result in next few hours.
And we want to ensure that you are not going off to sleep tonight.
Jyotsna, I'll come to you, but Mr. Alexander, we do get that sense that either of the candidates may not really accept the mandate. Why is it, perhaps the reason why we see a battery of lawyers from both sides already prepared in some of the counties, they are still looking at things could really change. What's the reason behind this kind of insecurity at this point in time in American elections?
It is not that neither of the party is or neither of the candidates is not going to accept the mandate of the people. Or let's put it like this. Basically, we use the word concede. If we go back to the history, it all started in 2016 when President Trump had his first race against then Hillary Clinton. She was not willing to concede. Everything started in 2016. So in 2020, like I said, President Trump, we almost knew, like if you look at the map right now, the interactive map right now, this is what exactly it looked like in 2020 also. So again, if I go and say all those things, there will be some people say that, it's just crazy people saying crazy stuff. It's all conspiracy. So that's why I don't want to go into the details. See, earlier in this morning, like your time yesterday evening, I was talking to some of the regional news channels in India. I said the same thing. Listen, I don't want to go into the conspiracy. I just don't want to go back and say about all those election fraud and stuff like that. I don't want to do that. But I want to make sure that every single vote that is voted for President Trump should be counted for President Trump. And that is not voted for President Trump, let it go. So the lawyers and the whole team, even I was part of the county. I was part of the county team. In fact, I was part of the larger state team, but I was focusing on my county, which has 1 million people, one of the largest counties, which is a deciding factor for Georgia, for President Trump to win. We were very careful. Every single poll stations, we had poll watchers. There were poll watchers who were not allowed by the other party. We made sure that we have poll watchers in those polling stations. So it's not about not accepting the mandate. It's about we want to make sure everything go on the right way. Unlike last year, we don't want more dramas. So we were careful. We were taking precautions to avoid those dramas.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we have Abhishek Kapoor also joining us on the live broadcast. Abhishek, are you wearing a MAGA hat?
No, not really. Why should I? I mean,
Just
it's for the
checking.
Americans to decide, Niranjan. For God's sake, this is not the election for the President of India or Prime Minister of India. We're just here because America happens to be still the most powerful nation in the world. So we are interested.
I just was referring to the fact that you can afford to do it. No one is going to ask you this. This election is all about wearing some hat or the other.
Right after the presidential election victory. I'm going to send one right after that.
I just saw.
I have some curiosities, but Niranjan, let's get into it.
Okay,
you see, why is Melania Trump wearing those sunglasses while she's going inside those voting centers with Trump? Why is she doing that? Also, why is Jill Biden wearing a red suit when she's going out to vote? Is she sending a message to Kamala Harris that she's mighty annoyed with Kamala? Please tell us, from the United States, our guest, can you come in and tell us what's really happening in the US?
Is that question was for me?
Shahzan, you can make an attempt. Why is Jill Biden wearing red?
I don't think I'm the right person to say that right now because my brain cells are not working in that direction right now. I'm just looking at this
Ankush,
map.
why is Melania wearing those sunglasses while she's inside a building?
See, you don't have to make the dresses as the one that, okay, why the other party wear that dress code, okay? If you see, President Trump or anybody in the America can wear any color. All the three colors are the part of our flag, the white, the red, and the blue. So please, I will say, if anybody can start this, colorism of the party-wise, that's not the case. And I think you don't know, the red color becomes the color of Republicans in 2000 when George Bush was running for it. Earlier it was not the color.
Come on, Ankush, you should be happy that Jill Biden is wearing red. Why are you sort of so, equivocating on it? Saurabh Shukla, a lot of people are sort of making fun here in India. Why are the Indian news channels so much on the US elections? I mean, let's understand, US still happens to be, maybe 20 years down the line it might not be, but as of now it still remains the most powerful nation in the world, most consequential democracy in the world. It still has a lot of influence on geopolitics, and who occupies White House decides a lot of geopolitical events. So in the present elections, if Trump wins, we are going to see consequences in the Europe war, we are going to see consequences in the Middle East, and similarly, if Kamala wins, we are going to have an impact of that. So obviously, that's the reason why we are discussing in this detail who occupies White House next. Saurabh.
I think we can't hear him. He's on mute.
Can you unmute yourself, Saurabh? You need to unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Any American president has a major role to play in global geopolitics. You're right. If Donald Trump becomes the president, then you will certainly see increased push on America trying to settle the Ukraine war. He's already said that he's going to talk to Putin and Zelensky. He's going to put pressure on them. That's one. He may also think that the US may pull out of NATO because he has been indicating that Donald Trump will be tough on China. That will be one of the things he will continue to drive. on the other hand, as I've said, that the India partnership will continue to grow. On the other hand, if Kamala Harris, even though the way things are headed now, it seems very difficult for her to bounce back from these numbers coming up. If she does become the president, though, then there will be a continuity largely of the Biden administration's foreign policy. She was a vice president, had a role to play there as well. So I would say Donald Trump would certainly be a president who would be focused more on America first. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there will be a focus on, he will distinguish between, illegal immigrants and skilled immigrants. There, obviously, it remains to be seen how will it impact skilled immigrants from India. As I was saying that, certainly he says, because his wife, in fact, you mentioned about Melania Trump, and I will tell you why she's wearing these shades. She's a lady who obviously has a style. This is part of her style. So she has been wearing these shades even earlier as well. So
but why Abhishek, why you got stuck? Why? Okay, but why are you so excited about her shades?
I'm excited about the elections, not the shades, Niranjan.
No, I was excited. One minute, I was excited about the New York Times, even the New York NYT. Jyotsna, I'm coming to you. Jyotsna, my question to you, and Ankush and Alexander also want to come in, but okay, Ankush, I'm coming to you next. Jyotsna, I'm very surprised with all these media outlets that have spent the last 4 years attacking Donald Trump. Many of them wanted him finished, right, in America. Fantastic, that's democracy, right? And these are the guys who give lectures to Indian media. The American media gives lectures to Indian media, and they've spent the last 4 years rubbishing Trump, abusing Trump, almost finishing his chances. They wrote him off, right? And I just saw even the New York Times prediction just now. New York Times prediction saying Donald Trump demonized him. And now I just saw an update that even the New York Times prediction shows that he's winning.
Melania's sunglass. While we were talking about Melania's sunglass, North Carolina has been called by Associated Press that is a 16 electoral votes.
Yes.
That is the news right now.
Yes.
Trump has 230 electoral votes.
230. 230. Yes, 230.
That's close, inching closer to 270 mark, and which means when should we call the election, Niranjan? Shall we call it before CNN and Fox?
Abhishek, don't do that.
We can't do that, Niranjan.
We can't do that.
These are global times. You see, we are so close. We are in a global world. We can't do that from here. Why not, Niranjan? Let's call the election. Can we call the election? Let's do a poll on the panel. Can we call the election now? Jyotsna, can we call the election?
Jyotsna, okay, let them call the election.
With our experience from 2020, we want to calmly accept the win of President Trump. We want to witness it gradually. We are in no hurry. We are ready to be awake. Gentlemen, sir, you keep awake. If you sleep, there is a risk. Now you told us about that, right? Last time you slept. So
yeah. I think your message is to Alexander. Alexander, I don't think the deep state votes have been counted yet. The deep state votes haven't been counted yet. Hold on for that number, Alexander. Is there a hope for Kamala after this? 51.7. I mean, she's closed in on the total votes counted. She's at 47% right now. 51.7 for Donald Trump. Does she still have a chance, in your view, Alexander?
No. I strongly believe she has no chance. And when I left the campaign headquarters in Buckhead, my friends were asking, what do you expect before you leave? I said, President Trump is going to win at least 330 electoral votes, a minimum of 325 to 330 electoral votes. That is what I want to see. And 270 is more than enough for us but I expect more than that, and I see that right now. One more thing, if you wanted to ask Mr. Abhishek Kabur, we were talking about the media, the mainstream medias, the liberal medias, the fake medias of the United States, how they were attacking President Trump for last 4 years.
Yes.
I'm glad that point came up. I sent Mr. Abhishek Kabur a picture from the watch party. He may have it in his phone. He probably won't show you guys. I sent him a picture,
Alexander?
and I said,
what picture are you talking about?
From the counting center.
I sent him a picture saying this is the liberal fake media that is lined up in the...
What he's talking about is, Niranjan, that if you're watching Fox, Trump has already won and has already occupied White House.
Yes.
If you're watching CNN, then Kamala Harris is just to walk away from the White House. That's how it is.
I'm curious, what is CNN projecting right now? Okay, while we discuss that, while I find out what
let's go to Ankush. Ankush, while we are on it, while we are discussing the Jill Biden dress and the millennia sunglasses, why is your sipper having US flag on it? You are having a sipper with you and you have a US flag on it, right?
Yeah, we see, right now I'm in the Win Party. I am with the Congressman Tom Keane, who had just won. If you want, I can go inside the...
Please speak to him if you can for us. Please speak to him if you can for us.
Sorry?
If you can speak to the congressman, it would be fantastic, Ankush, if you can do that.
Yeah, I can go inside and see if he's not busy, because on the other channel, I let other TV 9 Bharatvarsh, you can see the cops here. You want to talk to the cops? Because we were there for the Win Party. Hey, is Tom Keane inside still? Or he left?
I didn't see him. Sorry, no.
Oh, he left?
I don't know.
Okay, wait, I will see if he's there. I can ask him to talk to you guys.
Okay, let's do that. Till that time,
I can show you the Win Party. Now, everybody has left. It's already 11:15. You can see here.
You can go full frame. Let's go full frame. Let's go full frame to Ankush, just to get a sense of the counting center there. Okay.
All right, Dhiranjan, this is important. This is important. So, New York Times, which was giving only 70% chances for Trump to win just about an hour and a half back, is now saying it's 91% chance of Trump winning.
Okay, that's Ankush. That's a live shot.
Look, this is a live shot. Ankush, can you flip the camera and show us what's happening there? Ankush, can you flip the camera?
Yeah, you're on vertical. Can you just make your camera horizontal?
Can you flip the camera and show us around the hall what's happening there?
Okay, I think we've lost the signal.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we've lost the signal.
Let's go to the other guest then. Let's go to the other guest.
We can stay with the visuals.
Basically, stay with the pictures. Stay with the pictures, okay?
Let me just send you a video that I took live from the watch party. Let me send it to you right now, okay? Just give me a minute.
Okay, send it. Send
the pictures. Okay, he wants to get in. Our friend from New York wants to get in.
Yes, Dave, go on.
Dave.
Well, Abhishek, I like your enthusiasm. I got to check what you had for the coffee this morning.
Abhishek.
There's a fellow panelist. She talked about the global issues, and she added the global environmental pollution and the Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment. Supreme Court Chief Justice appointment is an issue within the Americas. There is nothing global reoccurrence to it. In terms of the environmental pollution, US and China, we are the two biggest global pollutants. Mr. Trump have said it over and over again. In the long run, we have to work towards reducing the US side of pollution. There is no magic wand, abracadabra, jantar mantar, that it will happen tomorrow. All these global leaders will take their charter plane and we'll talk about global pollution. So that's a humbug about it. Now, coming back to the elections, it's not over until it's over.
Yes.
US elections is very complicated. It's not like India, you press the EVM button and you get the result. There are much more complexities to it. There is early polling, then there is basically during the election day, you vote through the system. There is a last minute ballot which you can mail out. And then there is a physical count to it, right? Because there is not only system through you're getting all the votes. So you will see very often the presidential election getting dragged for weeks and for months just because of the simple reason till the last count of the vote.
Dave, I'm going to ask you to hold on to your thought there.
Closely contested.
Dave, I'm requesting you to just hold on to your thought. I need to take a short commercial break here on Republic. We're taking a break, right? We'll come back. I request all our panelists stay with us. We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Take this forward. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Okay, welcome back. You're watching live coverage of the US elections. The results pouring in. Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, along with Shravan Sen, live in the studios of Republic TV, getting you the results of the American elections. Shravan, take it away. Give us a sense of who's leading and how many seats so far. What's the magic number in America?
Well, in fact, let's just quickly take you through the numbers that is coming in right now. It is turning out to be a fascinating election right now. We were saying it's going to be close, but it looks like, at least from the numbers that are emerging right now, that Trump is way ahead. Now, these are the traditional seats that you see the voting, where the counting has already taken place. And of course, you have the Republicans holding on to it. As far as the swing states are also concerned, there is also that's moving towards the Republicans, particularly in Georgia, North Carolina, as well as Pennsylvania, where they are moving ahead. You have about 50% of the voting that has the counting that has already taken place, and the number which stands right now is 267 for Donald Trump and 210 for Kamala Harris. So it's quite clear, at least from the numbers, initial trends that are emerging right now. These are the states where they have been able to pick up. These are largely the stronghold of the Democrats, where they're holding on to it. Typically, these are also the red bastion, if one way to say. And with regards to the swing states, at least of the 7, 6, Abhishek, not all 7, 6 where the Republicans are ahead. 1 in Nevada a short while back, the voting was over, so that number expected to come in a little later.
But Shravan, you see, the beauty of swing states is that they keep swinging, and that's why, while a while back it was 3 to Trump, 3 to Biden, 1 was still undecided. Beg your pardon, 3 to Trump, 3 to Kamala, and 1 undecided. Then you had 7 going Trump's way, and maybe now it's again 6 to Trump, 1 to Kamala. I keep saying Biden. So you see, now if you look at it more seriously speaking, Niranjan,
yes.
Had you begun with me instead of Shravan, I would have said, let's call the election. But I'm not doing that. Shravan, now that you started with Shravan.
The deep state votes haven't been counted yet.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, coming to deep state.
You're missing out the point what Alexander said. Last time he slept, morning he woke up, it was a different election. That's why we should...
Coming to deep state. So I'm telling you what happens when Alexander sleeps. You see, in Detroit, for example, the results are expected after midnight.
That's when
Alexander would be sleeping. Milwaukee, don't expect the results before
Abhishek.
3 a.m. That's US time. Alexander would be sleeping. So obviously when he gets up, it would be a different result.
Abhishek, you're talking about swing states, and for most Indians watching this, it must just be flying over their heads, Like, what is he talking about? But
flying over the heads of Americans?
No, but listen to me. But the point is, I'm getting in some breaking news right now, and this is being reported by both Fox and CNN. Fox reporting.
That must be believable because both Fox and CNN are reporting.
Yeah, Fox and CNN are reporting that the Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments to the media. Okay, and Associated Press has put it very subtly. But let me tell you, CNN also reporting that Kamala headquarters is complete silence, looking for bright spot, not finding any as of this minute.
Jyotsna, what's happening?
Yeah, but the edited version of that, the subtle version of that on Associated Press, APTN reporting that Kamala Harris campaign chair stresses patience to nervous Democrats, staff watching vote totals.
So Democrats have been nervous. Look at the Barack Obama post about a couple of hours back when he's saying, caution, let's not run through it, let's wait. So obviously there are jitters, Jyotsna, and that's getting reflected in what Niranjan just said, that Kamala Harris campaign has stopped giving comments.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely, they have to wait patiently. They are waiting for some genie to come do some magic, and of course, equally at the same time, even for Republicans, I would say, hold your horses, stay calm. Let's wait for these battleground states. You never know what happens. So I'm patiently waiting unless the complete last vote is counted. I don't want to believe anything right now. From 2020, we had some very good lessons, bitter lessons. This time, we are very calm. We will calmly wait for the last vote to be counted and the elections to be declared, the results to be declared.
If I can just bring in Saurabh right now. Saurabh, just, for everyone to understand, when we say how things could actually change in the swing states, particularly in Pennsylvania, keeping in mind that you've had an assassination attempt there, perhaps there would be a sympathy vote. As far as the suburban areas in Atlanta are concerned, there too some changes could take place. What really has changed in the last few years, particularly for each of the candidates in these swing states? Because as I understand, as I was looking at least at Pittsburgh and a few other places, Philadelphia too, things are certainly changing. So it's not a monolithic, observation as far as these swing states are concerned. So help us understand what's really changing there.
I'm glad you asked this question, and I would tend to agree with Jyotsna that, as a responsible news network, and, we have to make sure that we don't call the elections till the time all these states are out.
Are you suggesting I'm being irresponsible, Saurabh?
Abhishek, things can be really, really very different. Swing states, in fact, I'll tell you, there are clusters within these swing states, even Philadelphia, for instance. So Philadelphia as a city will turn out a different number than some of these suburbs. So every small suburb and counties within US, you will see a different results emerging. That's the reason the sum total is very important. So that's the reason why you will see that it's constantly changing. Michigan, for instance, earlier, Donald Trump was leading. Now Kamala Harris is leading, according to my research desk. Pennsylvania, now, Donald Trump is leading. So these leads will, and that's the reason why these states are swing states, because they have a propensity to bounce back to either red or blue every election. And that's the reason why these 7 states are critical to deciding the fate of the US presidency. I would say, yes, definitely there is a surge in terms of Donald Trump's overall vote numbers. There is a surge in terms of trends coming out, even from the legacy media outlets, which actually endorse Kamala Harris. But we have to wait it out. We have to be patient here. And this is what I will tell the Indian audiences who are watching us as well, that this is very different than Indian election. This is also, one more, just allow me one more. Unlike the Indian election where there are voting machines being used, a lot of these places have paper ballot, which have to be counted. So just we have to hold our horses. But yes, it is going to be a bit of a wait here.
We remember what happened in 2000 between Al Gore and George W. Bush, and then, of course, a bit of a hitch there in 2016 also. But, you were talking about Indian response, Indian reaction. One reaction is coming in from our stock exchange, from our stock markets, Niranjan.
It's gone up.
Markets are 500 plus points up. Yesterday, they were 450 points down. So, obviously, Saurabh, while, of course, I would go by what you're saying, that let caution be the byword, because it can swing and it keeps swinging till for late into the midnight, past midnight in the United States. But there is already a sense that Trump might just manage to pass that 270 mark.
I'll tell you what, I want to give you a big indicator. Donald Trump, knowing him, by now, he would have appeared in front of the cameras and declared a victory. But he is being very cautious himself. You haven't seen him coming out. He wants to wait it out. He and his strategists have advised him this caution. So that's the reason you see that whole number. About the Indian Stock Exchange, yes, certainly. A Trump victory there will be a major booster for the Indian Stock Exchange also, because they think with Trump supporters like Elon Musk, who obviously is eyeing the Indian market in a major way. And he obviously is a big votary of the trade relationship with India. Certainly, there will be, a bump in the stock market, but stock markets, goes up, goes down. The nature of the stock market. Certainly, we'll have to see how the U.S. stock market reacts to these trends tomorrow when the stock exchange is open. But it is, as we were saying, it's a pivotal election. It's going to be a landmark election, whichever way it goes. For now, certainly, Donald Trump and the Republican parties have reasons to rejoice, but they cannot be celebrating as we talk at this moment. Here, it's about 11:40 in the night at Eastern, ET.
Just a sec. Yes. Since Saurabh mentioned that even Donald Trump is not coming out and speaking, he would have taken his center stage before camera. You see, I'm going through a New York Times report, Saurabh, which says Elon Musk plans to spend election night with Donald Trump, giving the former president direct access to the person controlling X, a key information platform on what could be a chaotic evening. So obviously there is already a media war panning out and jockeying for information as per happening.
Yeah, this is big. I'll tell you why, Abhishek, because I heard Democrats and leaders in the Democratic Party in the last few weeks suggest that X, formerly Twitter, should be shut down.
Yes.
I mean, look at that. I mean, these are the guys who preach to the world about freedom of speech, right? They wanted to shut down Twitter.
And what's the suggestion? Just because Elon Musk is spending election night with Donald Trump, is that going to, in any manner, influence the mandate?
Yeah.
For God's sake, is that the suggestion? Jyotsna?
These suggestions are not good. Nothing's going to happen like that.
Yes.
Americans work sensibly. Yes. They think sensibly. They act accordingly. And no monopoly holds anywhere.
Yeah. Dheeraj Kaul is also joining us. Dheeraj Kaul is a geopolitical expert joining us live from Pennsylvania. Very interesting trends coming in from there. But I have some breaking news updates. Kamala Harris has won New Mexico, taking her lead up to 192.
Well, naturally, so border state.
Yeah, 192, Donald Trump 230. But even the Associated Press saying that Trump's win in North Carolina has now narrowed Harris's path in the 2024 elections. How are you reading the trends coming in from where you're sitting, Dheeraj, in Pennsylvania?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on the show. I just wanted to add certain things. I'm a biotech analytics. Also, I do that in the Wall Street. I'm connected to BlackRock in that area. So I can put some insight on the stock market. So it's already behaving what we are expecting, Trump victory. If you can see, the gold is dropping and the stock future, S&P future is up and Russell 2000 is 2% up as of now. So market is already, counting that in. But having said that, in Pennsylvania, I've been speaking to a lot of people for last few months. There is a ground level current in which you saw even the hardcore voters of Democratic Party, like immigrants, legal immigrants, when I talk about it, Hispanics, Latinos from different places, African Americans, Asians who have come here through the legal route, have a lot of anger against the current government for their immigration policies. So they were already undercurrent voting towards Republican Party. And the other area, like I mentioned earlier in the interview, was inflation. It was very, very big here. Average cost of things is very high. Eggs, milk, daily products are very high. First-time home buyers cannot afford a house. Interest rates is very high. Small companies, startups. I am in a process of starting my own healthcare and AI startup. It's very hard to get money. So, and jobs, the quality jobs are gone. Like, jobs in Walmart, McDonald's, if you count them as jobs, yes, your numbers would be good. But the realistic on ground reality is very, very different. So there is a lot of resentment against the current government. And it's thought that Kamala Harris was in the government and why didn't she make the change? And you'll be amazed to know black men, especially in Pennsylvania area where I am right now, including Philadelphia, which is thought to be hardcore, are also having a trend to vote against Harris. So that's an under reality. And, I know the polls are very close right now in Pennsylvania, but I would take it to the bank that Trump is gaining lead here very strongly, and even in Georgia, same effect. So I won't be amazed. Currently, the number is 211, I believe. But it will keep going. As the time passes, you will see the gap will increase more and more. So it's very interesting, very close. But I anticipate a Trump victory coming soon.
Neeraj, the trends
and the
have just
market is
changed.
also.
The trends have just changed. In fact, I want to give that breaking news update right now. Kamala Harris now with 205 leads, Donald Trump 230, and we have a very special guest also joining us, Ray Locker, who's a journalist, a presidential historian, a regular on Republic TV. Thank you, Ray. Good evening there in America. It's too early, of course, to call it, but the lead that Trump has, was it expected? How are you seeing these trends play out?
Well, I think he's obviously the favorite to win right now. I mean, he's got significant leads in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I know there are some votes out in Democratic leaning areas, but they got to get a lot of votes real fast for him to lose, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm shocked. I thought Harris was going to win this election. It looks like I'm wrong. I mean, this is a guy who's a 34-time convicted felon. His own vice president the last time won't vote for him. Most of his cabinet officials won't vote for him. He's promised to pardon the January 6th defendants. I mean, all of that to me is disqualifying. Now, your previous guest talked about inflation. Yes, that's been a concern, but it's the lowest among industrialized nations. And we've bounced back from the pandemic better than any country. But that often doesn't matter. So, if enough people don't believe that that's reality, then they're going to vote for the challenger. And in this case, it's Trump, even though he has been president and has a record. So that's the way it goes in this country.
Mr. Ray Locker, what really has changed, given the fact that you say that Kamala Harris has taken forward Joe Biden's legacy in terms of what she would be offering to the Americans, particularly, one would say, very conservative, but at the same time, a safer option. What you would look at in terms of President Trump bringing in, it could perhaps be an upheaval task for him too, and bringing about a complete change. What is it that is striking a chord when it comes to President Trump with the Americans?
I think some people see the economy pre-pandemic as being very good. Now, he inherited that from Barack Obama, and they were like, hey, things weren't so bad with Trump. Yes, he's mercurial. Some may say crazy, but it was okay. We were managing. And then the pandemic, that was an aberration. We got rid of him. We got in Biden. Things aren't better, or at least they don't seem better to a lot of people. So they're like, okay, well, let's hope that Trump can bring back whatever he did pre-2020 and things will be okay. I don't believe that's going to be the case, but I'm not the average American voter.
Ray, also, it's everyone's saying it's too early, but there is already a pattern, which is that these early votes that are being counted, most of them are coming from, boroughs, counties, which are suburban and not exactly the metropolitan areas of all these states. So be it, all the swing states, say Wisconsin, say Arizona, even Pennsylvania and Michigan. You think that overnight things can change to a level where you could see Kamala Harris actually narrowing that lead when it comes to those crucial electoral college votes?
I've been looking at the totals from all these different areas in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I just don't think she has enough votes there. She'd have to rack up some huge margins in the votes that are still out, in suburban Philadelphia, greater Milwaukee area, Detroit. It's possible, but I don't think it's likely.
You are in a way suggesting that Trump might have taken an unassailable lead and might be on his way to the White House. Ray, is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it looks right now. I think I'd be delusional to think that she's going to turn around and win these three blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I mean, she's down by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I don't think the votes are there for her in the remaining areas that haven't reported. And the same in the other two states. And it looks like the Republican candidate's going to win in Pennsylvania and knock off Senator Bob Casey, who served 3 terms. It looks like that could happen in Wisconsin, where the Republican could win there, and the same in Michigan. So The trends do not look good for Kamala Harris or Democrats.
Yeah. Just a bit of breaking news update that I have right now. In Pennsylvania county facing manual ballot count due to alleged software glitch. The kind of stuff you'd expect from, I wouldn't expect that from America, but all of this is happening. Ballots will now be hand counted in pairs under observation, a process that could take some time. According to the secretary there, that's a breaking news update that's come in. Shravan, I think you had some more breaking news updates.
Some more projections really emerging right now from the 7 key states. I'll just take you through first from Arizona. Donald Trump stands about 49%, Kamala Harris at 49.4%. So it's neck to neck as far as Arizona is concerned. Once again, projection indicating that Trump could be ahead there. As far as Georgia is concerned, there you have Donald Trump at 51%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So there again, you have Trump ahead. Michigan, now it's again being very close. It's 51% for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris at 46.6%. But once again, projections not really coming in from Michigan at this point in time. Nevada, remember, closed in a little while back, so there is no numbers really coming in from Nevada as yet. As far as North Carolina is concerned, there you have a clear surge for Donald Trump. That's 50.8%, Kamala Harris at 48%. So as far as the swing states concerned, Niranjan, it looks like Trump is well poised.
Yeah, 3.5-4% lead in the total votes that have been counted in America so far. Trump crossing the 60 million vote count. Let's go across to our panelists. 60 million votes and more for Donald Trump, with 51% of the total votes cast in America for him. 56 million votes counted so far going for Kamala Harris. That's roughly about 47.6%. And most of the people, Ray, on this panel, Indian Americans from different parts of America, all wearing the MAGA hats. You're the only one. Let's show all our panelists. Let's go across. Let's show all our panelists, please, on screen. Yeah, look at them. All of them. Ray, all the Indian Americans, including Jagdish Savani, who's joining us, and along with Kunal Desai, all of them wearing MAGA hats. You're the only one who was rooting for Kamala Harris. You're the only one looking glum on the panel. Even our markets are cheering, this trend. Ray, we've crossed the 80,000 mark on the Bombay Stock Exchange. So even the Indian stock markets looking very exciting this morning, Ray.
Well, if the markets are up, that's good for me. I'm invested in the market too. Everybody has their reasons for who they vote for. My opinion was Donald Trump was the worst president of my lifetime. I don't expect anything better. And I think Indian Americans and any person of color in this country is going to have a difficult time, guilt by association, other things. We saw that right after he became president the last time with the Muslim ban, the travel ban. And there was a great hue and cry. And when you talk about mass deportations, it sounds great in the abstract until it happens to somebody you care about. And when you have people looking at you differently because you don't look like somebody else, that's going to be a problem. And that's what Trump is promising. Don't fool yourself. That's what's going to happen.
Tell me, what has Muslim ban to do with your investment decisions? What has deportation of illegal aliens to do with how well your investments do? Clearly, you are taking an ideological position and you are entitled to that, but then you are perhaps mixing a political position with what could be in the best interests of the United States business environment-wise.
Well, most business experts and economic experts said Trump's plans are the most inflationary and that they don't bode well for the country. When you talk about a 60% tariff on imported goods from China, that's not a tax that the Chinese pay. That's what U.S. consumers pay. And when you start ripping out immigrants, whether they're illegal or not, many of them do jobs that aren't being done by Americans who have been here for a long time. Then there's going to be a higher cost to replace those workers. That's going to be inflationary. That can lead to an increase in rates again. And those are the things that affect your investments. So yeah, now it's like, oh, Trump is going to free all your investments from the shackles of regulation and all that. There's a euphoria. But if he enacts these plans, you're going to pay for it. We're all going to pay for it.
Okay. Jagdish Sawani, he's part of the American Indian Public Affairs Committee, hosted a big reception for the Prime Minister when he was there. You heard from Ray Locker. Indian Americans feel very differently about Donald Trump. I mean, leave his history and the criminal charges aside. What makes him so popular with the Indian American community? You were there during Howdy Modi. I remember meeting you there, right?
Yes,
why is he so popular?
Absolutely. I can tell you one more thing. I've just come from Trump Tower. I was there for 2.5 hours, and they've already started celebrations there. And in last 4 years, when Trump was president, we have seen he shares a special bond with our Prime Minister Modi. And here in America, he shares a very special bond with Indian American in particular. And I must tell you here this time, about few days back, he strongly condemned Bangladesh for atrocities on Hindu. He is for Indian Americans that he has shown so many times. So we are very happy. We can safely say that Trump is going to be the next president of USA, 47th president.
A tad bit early, Sean.
Well, in fact, if you simply go by Alexander, then clearly it's too early to really call in, because last time he slept off in the morning, there was a completely different picture altogether. Alexander, I'll come back to you right now, because if you really look at the swing states also, the numbers are really looking well poised for Trump right now. Nevada, that's the only exception right now, because I believe the counting hasn't started as yet. So things could really change, but as of now, it looks comfortably placed for Donald Trump.
I want to add one thing when Ray was specifically...
Jyotsna, I'll come back to you. Just allow Alexander to just step in right now, and I'll bring you back.
Yes, it's. I mean, when we look at the numbers and the margin that we have in the states like Georgia, we have a margin of more than close to 120,000 votes, which means President Trump has almost 50.8 and Kamala Harris has 48.5, and the difference is almost 120,000 votes. And in Pennsylvania, the difference is more than 200,000 votes, while another 18%.
But Alexander, are there any surprise spots? Are there any surprise spots? Internally also, when you're discussing right now, you spoke about Georgia. Are there any areas that the Republicans would be a little concerned that things could really change? And if they are, which are the places that you're really looking at strategically?
Yes, I am concerned. I am concerned about Metro Atlanta, like the cities, Metro Atlanta, Athens, Macon, Augusta, Savannah, and then we go to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the metro city. But again, Mr. Ray was saying that, it's unlikely for Kamala Harris to catch up that gap. But it could happen. I was joking that, even if I said it in a funny way, but it is true. When I went back to sleep, I thought that, it's over. But next day morning, it's all flipped. So that is what I was trying to say. Earlier, somebody was mentioning about a freezing of the count, or they're going to do a manual counting. So I was looking at the numbers. Exactly around 85% votes counted in Pennsylvania last year. The same thing happened there. I am worried. I'm really worried about it. Because if Pennsylvania and Georgia is called, the race is over. That's more than 30 electoral votes.
Alexander, are you by any chance watching CNN? Because you are so circumspect.
No, but I think so. Even Abhishek, CNN's projection also looks pretty much similar. It's not really different. Their projection is
but
also...
some states, some crucial states, CNN is still not calling Trump. I mean, for God's sake, the NY Times, which was saying that Trump is 75% to win, chances to win, is now saying it's 91%, and CNN still stuck at its earlier position. Alexander, are you watching CNN more than Fox?
I am not. I don't even watch Fox. I am very, very proud to say that I stopped watching these MSMs. I am not watching any mainstream media, especially during the campaign time. I did not watch any of that. Okay. So I am okay. Even if we lose Pennsylvania, I don't have a problem, because Arizona, we're going to make it, because it's 49%. I know it's closer. Wisconsin is there, Michigan is there. So right now we have 5 states with more than 60 to 65 electoral votes. We only need 40 votes.
Okay.
The Pennsylvania issue, I just came to know about it, but I don't know what is happening. 82% is finished. Georgia, I want to say that we're going to make it, because there is no way that we're going to lose Georgia. If Georgia is gone and if Pennsylvania is gone, it's going to be a tough situation. But I don't want to believe that. I don't think that is going to happen. We are going to definitely get through this. Again, I don't want to be overconfident, or I don't want to be what do you say? Just don't want to be crazy. We talked about it. Initially when we talked, we were so excited, and But I want to be very realistic. But I just want to add one thing, or maybe a couple things to Mr. Ray, what he was saying. I lived through President Trump's presidency of 2016 to 2020, the best presidency that I have ever witnessed. I lived through President Obama. I lived through Bill Clinton, George Bush. But that 4 years, I got gas for $1.20. I had cheaper groceries. I was able to buy a house during that time. I paid, less than half of what my house worth right now. I was able to afford. I locked in my interest rate for 2.99%. Right now, how many youngsters could afford to buy a house? When you ask them why you don't vote for President Trump, or why you vote for Kamala, some of the answers that I heard from during my door knockings is very interesting, because we don't like President Trump. What did he do to you?
Alexander, even someone like the Associated Press, right? I mean, I know media has taken sides. Like someone like the Associated Press, on their Insta analysis of some of the surprise results pouring in, have actually said, AP Votecast says, about half of the voters said support for transgender rights has gone too far. Now, this is Insta analysis of the trends pouring in, right? It tells you the extreme positions taken by both sides, I wouldn't say one side, by both sides, reflecting in the numbers that are coming in. I want to get in Ray Locker and Saurabh Shukla, because all our viewers here in India, and many of them overseas as well, over 500 million viewers of Republic TV. For them, Ray Locker and Saurabh Shukla, I'm getting both of you in. Kunal Desai also joining us on the broadcast. Kunal, just coming to you, I want to get in a couple of perspectives from Ray. Ray, who's better for India? I mean, you've been with us over the years, a decade and a half. I remember speaking to you over a period of time, right? Who's better for India? Kamala Harris, so far in the last 4 years, hasn't been as good as it was under Trump. Who's better, Harris or Trump? And then Saurabh. Alexander, I'm coming to you.
I would say Harris would be better, because she is more predictable. Yes, I know that Trump had a great relationship, or seemingly great relationship, with Narendra Modi. Look, the U.S.-India relationship is going to be enduring and strong regardless of who's president. India is on the rise. You have to be an idiot in the United States not to realize that. And so it's only good for the United States to have a strong relationship with India.
Right.
I think Trump will do some of the right things, because he did before. I think Harris would do the same thing, because our economic interests are aligned. And India is the world's largest democracy, and we're a democracy. We're all doing this interview in English. We share that language. We share many things in common. So I think regardless of who's elected, the relationship will be good.
Ray, I don't know. I wonder if you have been closely watching the developments in this geography in the last few months. So you say that Kamala Harris would be good or better for India. But look at what has happened in Bangladesh, for example. If the United States under a Democrat administration sees India as an ally, that's not what you do to an ally. Whatever has happened in Bangladesh and seemingly has blessings from the United States, it's very destabilizing for the region. Similarly, Ray, we have seen, for example, the delay in the GE engines, almost 2 years and more. That's not good. And similarly, Ray, for example, in the case of Pakistan, the United States under the Biden-Harris administration renewed the contract for refurbishing and re-maintaining their F-16 fleet. So in a way, arming Pakistan, destabilizing Bangladesh, and denying GE engines to India. That's not like a good friend's job.
Well, I mean, those are some key points. I think in general, though, countries like the United States and India have things they agree upon and disagree upon. And in balance, that the relationship is strong and it's only going to get better.
And let me just come in here.
Saurabh want to say something. Yes, Saurabh.
Yeah. Niranjan, I would say that the ability to do big tasks will be easier under Trump. I would agree with Ray that Kamala Harris's regime would have been more predictable. But I'll give you an example, right? Tomorrow, US and India, I'm giving you a hypothetical situation, are in a situation where, they have a problem on tariffs. Prime Minister Modi can pick up the phone and speak to Donald Trump and obviously intervene and get a lot of things solved. That is the kind of relationship the two leaders occupy. So those kind of the big deals that I'm talking about, that will be easier against, in a Trump regime. Obviously, there are certain concerns both sides have. I'm not saying that it will be completely a smooth relationship. As Ray also mentioned, you agree to disagree on certain things, and obviously, but Trump will be guided by his own instincts more than his diplomats, bureaucrats telling him things, than the other way around, when it comes to Kamala Harris, who would be guided more by the State Department and the White House. Trump, I can give you an example. The Trump's India visit wouldn't have happened if he followed the advice of his advisors. He went ahead because he had promised to Prime Minister Modi, and it was conveyed to him that, a lot of people will be there to receive him, and he made sure he visited India. So he's a kind of a maverick. So he will continue to do that. And I would say that Trump 2.0 would also be different in some ways, because he is also, he may be saying things during the election campaign. A lot of leaders do that. But when it comes to running, presidency, I do hope that he gets a bit of structure in place by some great set of advisors when he occupies White House this time and follows their advice.
Guys, that's not going to happen. Everybody hopes that someone's...
All right, so these are the latest numbers that we are going by, which is that Donald Trump has cornered 230 of the 538 Electoral College votes, while Kamala Harris has 209. Now, this still cannot be called a decisive lead, but it is lead nevertheless. And more importantly, Trump has netted one of the 7 swing states that are key to who is going to occupy White House next. And we have just got a picture of Trump confabulating with Elon Musk at his campaign headquarters, from where he's closely watching the developments. This is the picture, and this is the picture to which New York Times has objected, suggesting that with Musk controlling social media platform X and spending the election night with Trump, maybe this gives them some kind of advantage vis-a-vis the Democrats in terms of information flow. Can we discuss this aspect with the panel? And if I can Yes, Shravan, you had something to add.
In fact, Kunal Desai is also joining us on this broadcast. In a while from now, Dheeraj, I'll come to you. Dheeraj, I'll come to you, and Saurabh too. Let me just get an initial comment from Kunal Desai. Kunal, you've been watching this very closely in terms of the reaction really coming in from the markets too. Of course, the markets were essentially rooting for Donald Trump with the kind of aspirations that his side really has at this point in time. Kunal, what's the sense that you're getting?
Yes. So first of all, thank you. You know, it's an honor to be on this media network. I've been following Mr. Goswami's journey since I would say that somewhere between I grew up from a youth to a man listening to Mr. Goswami, and I still remember the infamous interview he did, and he changed the entire history of India when he interviewed Mr. Rahul Gandhi in 2014. That is one of the best things he has ever done, not only for me, but a lot of Indian Americans and Indians out there in India as well. So anyway, coming back to the main point, I am an immigrant. I'm here since 18 years. I'm from Gujarat. I'm originally from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The biggest thing I sacrificed my life and I came to this great country was, mainly for rising up the ranks, to work hard and to earn in a legitimate way. So what do I care about? I care about a president who's going to work hard for my money, for my investments. And even before I became a naturalized citizen, I became a naturalized citizen last year, so this was my first presidential vote. So even before that, I was rooting for President Trump in 2016 and even in 2020 as well. I don't care about what he did, the Capitol riots and all that. I won't go into that direction. But
Kunal, can I ask you this specific question? Kunal, because
yes,
most of the Indian Americans have largely spoken about the fact that what has really worked in their favor. Particularly, a short while back, you've had Alexander from the Republican camp largely talking about the fact that as an individual during his presidency, at least he could afford to buy a house. What is it particularly that has worked for the Indian Americans that the Indian Americans currently seem to be really rooting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely. So interest rates went super high in the last 4 years. In President Trump's time, even I myself got a home at a reasonable interest rate as well. A lot of Indian Americans were able to afford the home. Right now, it is very difficult. And like I mentioned earlier as well, even you look at basic groceries, it's extremely hard to even get a loaf of bread or sometimes a meat or anything like that from a grocery store. It might be challenging for a lot of people right now. We want a president who works for everyone, and like I said earlier as well, for me the two biggest issues were my investments and my money should be on the right track. It should not fall down because I have to work very hard, and so are all the Indian Americans over here. And that's and of course, I don't want, to be very honest, I don't want any illegal aliens coming from the border and trying to get my job, what I'm doing. This is a capitalist economy. I'm working hard, and I want the capitalist economy to maintain. I worked hard. I used to clean toilets. I used to clean restrooms. I used to work for $8 an hour when I came to America. So from there, I have come a long way by working hard in this country. And I did it all in a legal manner. So that's what I want, and that's the president I support.
Ray, if I can take this to you, because immigration happens to be, particularly as far as illegal immigration, that's an area that resonates even with the Indian diaspora there, because they're worried as to what really happens if it continues in the way Biden administration did, and of course the same that was promised by Kamala Harris too. So that remains a sticking point. Do you believe that was a key factor this election?
Yeah, I mean, people say it was, and it motivated a lot of voters. I think there are many reasons for it. This hue and cry about Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, which I thought was detestable. But what I do understand is if you live in a place that has a certain group of people living there, and all of a sudden you see a huge influx of different people, regardless of what they look like, it's unsettling. You're like, where did all these people come from? Why is it all of a sudden different? And, there are many reasons why people are concerned. I think a lot of it has to do with racism, but, it strikes people in different ways. And the demographic changes in this country have been noticeable by a lot of people, particularly white men who find it unsettling. But what we've also seen is Latinos are concerned about illegal immigration. Obviously, Indian Americans are as well. And so it's gone beyond just the concern of white Americans to a bunch of different groups of people. And I'm not sure how we get a handle on it in a humane way, but let's hope that we do in some way.
Well, Mr. Jagdish Shevani is also joining us right now as the president of the American India Public Affairs Committee. He's joining us from New York. And thank you, Mr. Shevani, for joining us here on Republic TV. Of course, Trump Sarkar is quite right now looking very, very, in the offing. We expect that Trump is now leading and moving for a return at the White House. So how do you see, what is the mood amongst the fellow Indian Americans, given the fact that we have discussed how immigration is a big issue? At the same time, of course, the way he has been, pitching for the rights of Hindus, and for the first time we've seen any American president speaking so, vocally and out loud without mincing any words. How do you see this, and how are the people from the Indian community seeing this?
Well, Indian American communities, they are really very happy with this development that Trump is going to be the 47th president of United States, because in the past he minces no words in describing how he feels about India, how he feels about Indians, how he feels about Hindus. So in the past, he has always supported us, and we have full confidence in Trump. Second thing is, he has a very personal relationship with our Prime Minister Modi. And the third thing I can say that it is new India under the dynamic Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as much as India needs America, America also needs India at this junction. We are the top 5 economies in the world, and in 2047, we are going to be almost 30 trillion economy. So US and India are natural allies. And under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the President Trump, our relationship are going to reach new heights.
Absolutely. In fact, I'll go across to Jyotsna Sharma also this time around. And just we have another update coming in that Nancy Pelosi has won her 20th term. Of course, we know about the bond between Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump very well, of course. But we're talking about the Trump administration, if it's going to be Trump 2.0. We'll also talk about the policies as far as trade is concerned. And there are a lot of reactions that have come in from the experts regarding the tariffs, regarding how there will be a reignition of the trade war with China and how it affects the Indian market as well. So there are a lot of apprehensions regarding that. Do you think that Trump 2.0 could be even more difficult, or there might be some change? What are you picking up on that front?
See, Trump has proposed certain things about the tariffs during his electoral campaign, right? Now, he will stick to some, but of course, when it comes to practicals, when he actually occupies the seat, when he has to deal with the world, with the right countries like India, he has to go a finer way. He has to find a midway. No rule he can set can be very, very set or say, fixed. He will have to tweak it a little bit, because it is about the global presence. It is about the business that America wants to do with the other countries in the world. And that's where it is. I am not very much learned about the trade policies, to be very honest, but I wanted to specifically mention one more thing when, people are talking about Trump being too harsh, or he's not a good person, Mr. Ray is saying, right? One major thing when we speak about Indian Americans liking President Trump to come, is the reason. One thing people have completely missed out during the campaign. Also, they spoke about the sex change of the kids. Here in the school system, I want to bring it to the masses. Specifically, I'm speaking on that topic right now. Indians are basically family-oriented, conservative people, and Republicans are conservative by nature as well. When it comes to the sex change, the schools have been given the authority that a child who's under the age of 10 even if the child says, I want to be a girl, not a boy, the school will take charge of the kid and change the gender without telling the parents about it, without taking the parental consent. This was also a very, very big issue, which actually made us concerned. What if, again, Democrats come and, this kind of ruckus happens in the school system? We have young kids. They see superheroes, they see movies and everything. Sometimes when the kids are small, a boy would want to act like a girl. It's a role playing, but that doesn't mean that they want to change their gender. Under a very small level of age, here the school administrators are taking steps to change their gender, which is a very, very big disaster that they're doing. And this was highly taken up by the Trump team, and they were against it. This Democrats have not spoken about, and this is happening. There was an actual case 2 years back. There was a family in Oregon which had to take away their kid, leave their, the state, pack up all their stuff and move back to India because the school was supposed to take control of that kid and do the gender change.
Yeah.
There are cases like that. And we Indian Americans, we feel the pain. We are family-oriented people. What the heck is it? This is sheer nonsense in the name of LGBTQ or whatever they're speaking about. This was also a major issue.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to bring that topic to the masses.
It's a real issue insofar as US politics and in fact US society is concerned, and both real and real time, because as we speak in Florida, I believe an amendment has been defeated which would have changed abortion rights, and the Republicans getting their way there. Let me get in Dheeraj Cole into this. Dheeraj, typically what's panning out now is what American pollsters call the red mirage, which is that early results come in from rural and hence Republican areas, and so give an impression that maybe the Democrats are winning. And then later, the results from the metropolitan areas, the urban areas come in, which are typically Democrat, and so the results change. You think that this is actually a red mirage, as the pollsters suggest, or this is closer to what the final result might be?
Thank you. Give me a few minutes because I didn't get a chance to put in some points. So coming to your point, I think the thing is reversed in Pennsylvania. The rural area is going more towards Republican Party, and the metropolitan cities, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, I've been there yesterday as well, they are more Democrat. And I think as time goes by, I think Republicans lead. Currently, they are leading. They have already won North Carolina. So we have 6 swing states, no more 7. So I think Pennsylvania, the gap is increasing. And it looks pretty convincing that Pennsylvania and Georgia are going to go the way of Trump. And if that happens, he's done. But having said that, I want to bring your attention again to 2 areas. Like when we talk about illegal immigration of 12 million people, it's a big burden on the society currently, which is costed as of now $150 billion, anticipated to go to up to $400 billion. Ukraine war is also very expensive endeavor. We have already delivered $64.1 billion. The inflation is very high. A median average income in US is around household income in 2023 was $80,000. If you have a median household income, you cannot afford a house in this current situation. So things are really bad. One more point I would like to pitch in: Trump 2.0, and along with Elon Musk, along with people like RFK Jr., who will be very good in healthcare. I'm a physician myself. I have an AI startup for which I'm working in healthcare. So they have a good vision to hit at the root cause, which is quality of life and food ingredients like intakes, which will affect diabetes, hypertension. Talking about AI, one point you should realize, Trump wants to bring down the cost of energy very low, because wherever AI grows, there are 2 areas. One is semiconductor, second is data storage, and the third is the energy. So Pennsylvania is sitting on a lot of methane and gas. The fracking is banned, but Trump wants to revive it. And we expect hundreds and thousands of jobs to be created here. Secondly, data centers will be created. IT guys will come here. Pennsylvania will revive. And then along with it, AI manufacturing and semiconductor chip plant is being talked about to bring here. So Pennsylvania, I'm connected to the root. I think we are looking for Trump to come back. A lot of job creation, good quality job creation, not Walmart, Costco jobs, like professional, good quality job creation will happen. And you will see this, I think this will happen. And for India, the question you asked earlier, how it will benefit India, India is the software hub of the world. So I am working on AI projects. My coder is sitting in India. So India, you will see the trickle down effect of the money coming in the AI. Just imagine the largest company of the world right now, as we speak, Apple and Nvidia, 3.2 trillion. That's the hardware. The software is controlled by India.
Dr.
And I see sky as the limit. So it's all good.
Yes, Dr. Kaul, of course, point taken and of course, very important point. But I request all our guests to please stay on with us. We will be slipping into a very, very short break, viewers. But remember, the latest update coming in is that the Republicans have won the US Senate majority. We'll continue to get you the breaking updates coming in this high-stake battle, the race for the White House. More on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
उछलता है दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कर आता है आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया
Claim the wealth that belongs to you. Claim the rays of the rising sun. Stop living in fear. Stop being confined by boundaries. With good health, claim the countless magical moments that life has to offer. Our aim is to give every Indian the freedom to access good health, which is why we are one of the fastest growing health insurance companies. Niva Bupa Health Insurance.
These days, the happiness of a household depends only on one thing: the speed and reliability of your broadband connection. A high-speed, stable broadband connection means a constant happy mood for our family. To top it off, if we get our favorite entertainment, our home would feel like heaven. So we have upgraded to One Broadband, the trust of Hinduja Group, and entertainment from Next Play OTT. With One Broadband, there is happiness always.
For this new plant, of course, we need to install pumps. We have Kirloskar Brothers at our earlier plants. What would your preference be this time?
Only Kirloskar Brothers.
पापा, सिर्फ किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स ही क्यों? बाबूजी, किर्लोस्कर ही क्यों?
क्योंकि किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स है।
सिर्फ किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स है।
सदियों से भारत का भरोसा।
सदियों से भारत का भरोसा। किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स लिमिटेड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. We are continuing our rolling coverage of the US presidential election, which is spanning out in the United States. The breaking news development as we speak is that Donald Trump, the former president and Republican presidential candidate, has taken lead again in all the 7 swing states. Remember, he has already taken North Carolina, with both CNN and Fox announcing that Trump has taken this state. And now in the rest of the 6 states also, in 2 of which earlier Kamala Harris of the Democrat Party was leading, the sitting vice president. Now Trump is again in the lead, and that's going to be very substantial in terms of influencing the final verdict. Trump already leading by a wide margin insofar as the Electoral College votes go. And we are going to continue our conversation. The panel from earlier stays with us. Rakshita, can we get the headlines?
Absolutely. Let's get back to the headline, viewers. The top story that we are tracking with our most extensive coverage on the US elections. Republicans win US Senate majority, seize control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. First swing state, North Carolina, goes to Trump, secures 16 electoral votes. It's a neck-and-neck contest in key states, Georgia and Pennsylvania. Fox News and CNN report Harris camp avoiding media comments as early counting results trickle in. Trump monitors election results from campaign headquarters. Reports suggest that Elon Musk is all set to spend election evening with Donald Trump. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi secures 20th term as representative from California.
Checking. All right. Bhavna Daya, Foreign Affairs expert, joins us. She's a founder of International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. She's in fact joining us live from Delhi today. We also have Jagdish Sevani, President of the American India Public Affairs Committee. He's live from New York. We have Kunal Desai, Software Release Manager. He's joining us live from Texas. A very red state as we speak, and Jyotsna Sharma continues to be with us, senior journalist, live from New Jersey. I am told we have to let Saurabh Shukla go. So my question to you, Saurabh, before you go out for your day or evening in Boston, I believe you're there. Saurabh,
yes, well,
as we speak, Donald Trump has clawed back into lead in all the 7 swing states. Since you would be going for sleep, perhaps it's past midnight, nearing past midnight, are you going to go by calling out the election and say that Trump might be winning?
I would say, it's almost done. I won't, again, as I said, you and me were there in 2020, and we have to obviously wait till the votes are out, but the lead is too wide. If you see the swing states, the lead is, whether it's, Pennsylvania, even Michigan, the lead is too big for a Democratic Party to really get those numbers, unless some miracle happens that, all the other votes that are getting counted are 100% their vote. It becomes very, very difficult. So I would say that this election seems very clear that Donald Trump looks like to get back to White House 2.0, Donald Trump's 2.0. How will the term look like? As I said earlier, he will be a lot of things which he said during the campaign may not happen when he actually becomes the president. It's a different ball game sometimes. But obviously, he will be a mercurial leader. If he becomes the president, there will be certain changes definitely when it comes to the geopolitical situation. But for a wider, whether it's India's strategic interest or the interest of Indian American or skilled immigrants, I expect some positive outcomes there, because I do think that he has very clearly laid out right at the outset that he wants skilled immigrants in the US. Having somebody like Elon Musk by his side, who himself has been an immigrant, his wife Melania Trump has been an immigrant herself. So I think all these factors put in totality, I do expect that concern that the Indian American diaspora has had for a long time. And if he does get the House, he's already got Senate, and if by some stroke of luck he gets the House of Representatives as well, then there is no reason, because the president needs a Congress to make that big change happen in the backlog that has been haunting a lot of Indian skilled immigrations who are contributing a great deal to the US economy and were the reason they backed a Republican Party overwhelmingly. If you see, it seems that the narrative that Donald Trump wanted to send out to America seems to have worked to the working people. Also, I think, the last few days of the campaign, the change in certain things like even on abortion issue, his revised policy, that seems to have helped him get the women votes as well. So I would say, when I'm back on your primetime shows, by that time we should know what is the final result. But for now, as post-midnight here at the East Coast here in Boston, I would say Donald Trump has a decisive lead in this presidential election.
Well, in fact, if you go by the numbers, Saurabh, it does look like the gap is certainly widening. In a short while from now, we're going to take you through the big states. What are the numbers really looking like? As of now, it's 230 for Donald Trump and 210 for Kamala Harris. Jagdish, if I can also bring you in right now. We've largely spoken about how it's cementing at this point in time. But in terms of the surprises, because previously also in 2020, what we saw was the last minute changes that were basically taking places in the swing states. Are you really looking at any of these states where there could possibly be a surprise, or you think like Arizona as well as with North Carolina and Georgia, it's pretty much cemented a victory for Donald Trump?
I personally feel that 2020 was different and 2024 is different. Definitely, unless some miracle happens, 99.99% Donald Trump is our 47th president. Because if you see that only 6 swing states are left, and there also he's leading in most of the states. So I don't know from where Kamala Harris will get the votes. So it's a done deal, and it is now Indian Americans are really very happy that Mr. Trump is going to be the new president, because he shares a special bond with Indian American community and with our Prime Minister. So I am looking forward to next 4 years of great relationship between India and US, which will reach to the pinnacle, and world today needs that both of India and America to come together. It is good for the whole world that these two largest and oldest democracy come together. From economic point, I will say these results are the part of two words. One is I, one is E. I is for immigration and E was the economy. Under President Biden, just imagine 10 million illegal immigrants came through Mexico border, and that affected us a lot. I am from New York. Manhattan became like, my daughter and a lot of other people, they were really afraid to move in the Manhattan in the daytime, looking at all those illegal immigrants.
Jagdish, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
They were committing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I think so we're getting those live visuals actually coming in from the campaign headquarters as far as the Republicans are concerned. And also the other breaking news coming in. Kamala Harris, in fact, was to be in a party that was supposed to be hosted in her alma mater, and it was being speculated that she would be speaking there. Abhishek, it turns out that it's unlikely that she is going to deliver her speech at her own alma mater.
Yes.
So it appears that she is going to concede defeat if the way it is going, because right now there's no word really coming in from their campaign headquarters.
Well, you see, even if she has to concede, it would have been graceful had she done that with a speech, but it seems that she would choose a statement. That's why we are hearing. And this is a CBS reporter who's coming out with this information, that the reporter has been told by the Harris campaign that they have cancelled the speech that Kamala Harris was planning at Howard University, which is her alma mater, which means that while she had planned a victory speech, and since victory is far nigh, she's now deciding not to give that address and perhaps go with a statement. And Shahjahan Alexander is back with us, perhaps in time, because we are hearing that Trump has won Georgia, or is winning Georgia. Shahjahan, if you're getting me, am I right? Has Trump taken an unassailable lead in the key swing state of Georgia as well, from where you are coming live?
I believe so. It has. I don't. AP hasn't called it yet, but I believe more than 95% of the votes are in, and
the projection is coming in from CNN, if I'm not wrong.
Almost 120,000 votes ahead. I don't think anything is going to happen in that 120,000 votes unless Kamala Harris get the whole rest of the votes, like the 5%, which will never happen. So yes, Georgia is for Trump this year. Georgians made a mistake last time, and we corrected it. We rectified it. Georgia is with President Trump. President Trump loves the state of Georgia. Great state of Georgia, and we love President Trump.
If I'm not wrong, the projection is now coming in from CNN. The projection as far as the projection for Georgia is now coming in from CNN, while AP hasn't really called in. But CNN is projecting a win for Donald Trump in Georgia. Now, that in itself is going to be a big, because you're looking at roughly about 16 to 19 electoral votes really in favor of Donald Trump at this point in time. The other big news also coming in from North Carolina also. That's another swing state where Donald Trump is well positioned right now. So clearly, at least of the 7, 6, it seems, at least from multiple projections coming in from the Western media, it is Trump way ahead. Alexander.
Yeah, North Carolina has been called. North Carolina, it's been called. Pennsylvania and Georgia is once we find out what happened in Pennsylvania and Georgia, if any of them called, either AP or Fox or CNN, anyone can call it. One of them calls, then the rest of them just rally behind them. So Pennsylvania and Georgia, if we could get a solid answer on that, it's a done deal. I can't wait for January to be in Washington, D.C. to celebrate President Trump's swearing in as the 47th president of the United States of America. It's going to be, let me just say a few things. It's more than politics. This time, this election is more than politics. It's beyond politics. It's not just Republicans and Democrats. This nation has suffered for last 4 years because of the, incompetent administration we ever had in the history of the United States. President Trump, all through his campaign trail, he said that the most grateful man in the history would be Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter would always be grateful.
Okay, Alexander, I think so. These visuals that are now coming in, Alexander, sorry to interrupt you, because as I understand, these are visuals which are now coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater. If I can just get a little bit more details right now of the visuals which are on the screens right now. Yes, I'm aware that these are Kamala Harris supporters, but where are they from is what we need to put out right now. I believe that this is coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater, where she was supposed to address, in fact, as Abhishek was also pointing out. So contrasting pictures really coming in. On the one hand, if you really look at the campaign headquarters of the Republicans, where Donald Trump was actually seen sharing the stage along with Elon Musk, that in itself is a heartburn picture for many. And on the other hand, right now on your screens, these are images coming in from Harris's alma mater, where she was scheduled to speak, but it turns out that it's unlikely that Kamala Harris is going to make any sort of speech with regards to the elections right now. So it's an indication of which way it is going in. Jyotsna, if I can also bring you in, what's the sense that you're getting? All of you have been extremely cautious today. You all have learnt from what we have seen in the past. But having said that, what makes you perhaps walking on that cautious path even now? Because from the picture that we are getting, the larger picture that is emerging right now, it seems he's comfortably placed.
Absolutely. Now, at least, yes, there is that comfort in our mind that there is a substantial difference, of the votes in these swing states, at least 6, and he's comfortably placed. So it looks like, yes, President Trump will make it. And right now I was looking at Fox News, the co-chair of the campaign from the Harris campaign at the Harris headquarters was actually delivering some message. Looks like that's what people are vacating now. So yes, thing is happening. I just want to peacefully enjoy when I'm holding back, I'm sitting here for so long. But आज ऐसे बैठने का मजा अलग है. I would say after 4 years, I'm getting that feel, euphoria, you call it. And in fact, I have personally, interacted with President Trump. Half an hour I've spent on stage with him way back in 2022 when he hosted a Bali at his home at Mar-a-Lago Resort. And he is a different individual. How people have demonized him and how he is absolutely different. I had a very particular specific experience with him, there are a lot of Indian Americans there in the Diwali celebration that time. And Republican Hindu coalition and President Trump had hosted that Diwali at Mar-a-Lago in October 2022. So what happened was people were waiting to get pictures clicked with him. Of course, he arrived a little, late or whatever, some reasons. So I asked President Trump while he was leaving the stage, sir, can I have a picture with you? So he said, no, I have to go. So of course, with my own inquisitiveness, I said, sir, I would still request, because there are a lot of people who wanted to get pictures clicked with you, and they will wave in this selfie with me once you come into the selfie, and they'll feel good. You would not believe what happened that day. He said, okay. He gave me a selfie. I will share that selfie with you. And then he got down the stage on the both sides of the aisle. He went, he shook hands with those people, all the people who were there in the Diwali celebration, took selfies with him. But the thing is, if there are right people conveying the right message, the advisors, President Trump has a heart and an ear to hear. I was nobody there, but he heard me. So this is my particular personal experience of him being very gentle and caring.
Well, in fact, let's also go across to Jagdish, who's joining us on this broadcast. Jagdish, it appears right now, with the images coming in from both camps, clearly two things coming in, that at least one side preparing to concede defeat. So it's unlikely that what we saw in the previous elections, where Donald Trump's supporters were unwilling to accept the mandate, perhaps the Democrats would not like to send across a message of that sort.
Absolutely not. I'm sure they will concede.
It's good for America. It's good for America, Jagdish, if at all the candidate concedes a defeat, because last time it came across as a big shock that if this can actually happen in America, where you have people running amok, that sent across a real bad message.
Of course. I always give them an example of India, that we have 1 billion voters and we have always a peaceful election, and the results are always within a day. And I'm sure that Kamala Harris will definitely concede peacefully, and that's the right way. That's the beauty of democracy. If you lose, just accept gracefully and go. And we, of course, Indian Americans are very happy that Trump is going to be the 47th president who shares not only special bond with Indian Americans, but who share a special bond with our Prime Minister also. So I would say happy days are here again. I've just sent you a clip from, I was at Trump Tower about half an hour, 1 hour back. There the celebration already started when I left at 10 o'clock. So
okay,
let's get ready for celebrations.
Can I pitch in something?
Kunal, I'll just bring you in. Bhavna has not spoken for a while now. Bhavna, let's now also focus from the Indian perspective. We've heard what the Indian Americans have to say, but clearly, over the last few days, the messaging that was also been done by India, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar largely spoke about the fact that this is going to be a continuation, and the very fact that India will work with whichever administration comes to power. Many thought that even when Joe Biden would have come in, things would have really changed. But it turns out that things did actually, perhaps strengthen over a period of time. And so there is a Teflon coating, irrespective of the kind of administration really comes in. Nothing much would really change.
That's absolutely true, because I completely second your thoughts here, because whichever administration comes into power, which is most likely Trump's, I don't suppose there's going to be much changes. And I think, when we speak about Indian Americans and especially the electorate, I think it has undergone a remarkable transformation. You see, once reliably democratic, voting patterns now show an emerging split. There's a very sophisticated political voter base that we see now. So I think it wasn't just about voting this time. It's about, the Indian American community finding its political voice. And I think that becomes much more interesting. But I think the implications of this election, come what the results are, which we know where it's heading, I think it's going to be more or less in India's favor in a sense. We see, there are trade partnerships, there are visas and technology cooperation, which is going to remain very robust. Yes, the political ideologies have been very different, wherein Trump has vouched for American nationalism and, America first. But I think the close relationship with India and, the strong hold of the community there, I think the effect is not going to be really, something which is, let's say, on a pessimistic front. I think it's going to remain optimistic largely. And I'll also like to point to the direction that, we've not spoken about the effect on the international global politics. I think that's going to be much more interesting because if Trump comes to power, I think it's going to be much more interesting to see what the response to China is going to be in that respect. We have seen already the effect on Middle Eastern policies with the Abraham Accords, but I think it's going to be much more interesting to now note, since the Arab community, Arab Americans have been really influential in this election campaigns. So I think it's going to be much more interesting to note that. And, we have the Russia-Ukraine war going on. Let's see how that turns out, because I think under Trump's presidency, there are going to be really significant changes also on the global front, which we expected, but obviously did not happen under Biden. So I think this time it's going to be much more practical and a very positive front put out. So I think along with looking at Indian Americans, it's also
just
really
one more breaking news now coming in. Bhavna, sorry to interrupt you. I'm told that perhaps Michigan likely to be the first swing state to announce a winner in a short while from now. So as far as the Republicans are concerned, good news really coming in from most of the swing states right now. But Michigan perhaps would be the first swing state declaring a winner in a short while from now. As of now, the projections largely coming in from North Carolina to there. They've already called in the elections there. That has gone in Trump's favor. With regards to Pennsylvania and Georgia too looks like heading towards Donald Trump's way. Shahjan Alexander, I'm not too sure whether he's still with us or not, but otherwise we could have also gotten a short while back. Alexander, if I can take this question to you, because I wonder whether you are still afraid, because some sort of messaging that is being done by the Democrats right now, that perhaps if you wake up in the morning, things could really go in a different way. Are you still very concerned? Because the messaging seems to be a little different, because I've just got a breaking news right now. We'll try and play out that soundbite really coming in from the Democratic camp, where they're saying that the nation could wake up to a different leader altogether. So does that still remain as a bigger fear, or you feel that nothing really can change right now?
I strongly believe that is not going to happen this time. Why I am saying that? Because nobody thought that whatever happened last election in 2020 would have happened, because we were not ready to expect something like that. But this time, throughout the campaign trail, you won't believe that we had several training sessions for poll watchers, several training sessions for how to prevent voters fraud. So the entire campaign, throughout the trail, we were very vigilant. We took a lot of precautions. We had training. We had trained lawyers who were educating poll watchers and grassroots workers. So we were ready this time. So I don't think it's too big to rig. Let me put it like that. It's too big to rig for the liberals this time. That's how I want to put it. So saying that, I believe it's going to happen, because Georgia, as of now, it's pretty much done. More than 95%, and President Trump is leading with close to 125,000 votes. And Pennsylvania, 90%, and it's a 120,000 margin. So those two are done. And just like you said, Michigan is going to call very soon, because it's already 60%, and it has more than 220,000 difference. So once that is done, it's done. So looking at the Kamala camp or the Harris campaign, team, it's not looking good for them. I think it's a good thing that they accepted it. Last time when you ask, initially I was asked that why is it hard to concede? Because last time, who ever thought that someone like Biden could, 80 million people voted for him? Nobody could believe that. So definitely something has happened. Again, I don't want to go into the conspiracy or whatever happened in the past. Whatever happened is happened. We are looking forward for a great 4 years. And then, the most interesting thing is that we are going to get a pure Indian second lady. Not a half Indian, not a quarter Indian, a full-blooded Indian is going to be the second lady of the United States of America, and very soon going to be the first lady of the United States. J.D. Vance is a promising leader for
Alexander,
the United
I want to
States.
comment. Alexander,
and
what's your stake in this? This is essentially between Tamil Nadu and Andhra. How does Kerala come into this?
Look, there is no Tamil Nadu in it, because, we believe that we just go by the father's side. We don't go by the mother's side. So she don't know whether she's a Jamaican or a black or African. Like I said the other day, Mr. Kapoor, that one day she's a Jamaican, next day she even changed her accent.
Matriarchal society. Alexander, not good. I think you got the facts wrong. You see, Kerala is the only state in India which has a matriarchal society. You can't say you go by the father's side. Get in Kamala Harris in. Of course, she is half a quarter Indian, and as also, of course, J.D. Vance's wife, Chirukula. Right? We have to get the name right. But you see, the fact of the matter is that, as you were rightly mentioning, Alexander, the chances of any further changes in the verdict now seem remote. And we are going by, we are just shortly going to publish that soundbite which has come from the Harris campaign. It's very nuanced, so they are not sort of conceding yet, but the fact that Harris supporters are leaving the venue of Howard University, where Harris was expected to make a speech, possibly a victory speech, which seems a little remote now, and the fact that the campaign manager has now said that Cedric Richmond has said that they are not going to make any announcement that Kamala Harris is going to speak to the people tomorrow as nation's leader and not as vice president, which means windows open, but this is as close as the campaign can get to concession, right, Jyotsna?
Yeah, sorry, I missed out the line. I was actually, right now, Fox News was declaring like Georgia would go to Trump.
Georgia has gone to Trump, it's already announced.
AP just called Georgia. That's
the breaking news now coming in. Georgia is there. I guess, I'll just take a quick, we'll just put out the breaking news. We'll have to also slip into a short break and we'll come back. But the breaking news now coming in with regards to the swing states. So big news, Alexander, that you're also sharing. I believe that that's come in from AP, if AP has already called in Georgia, because the projections came in from the other networks too, that Georgia has gone Trump's way. So that's the big win coming in right now. Michigan in a short while from now likely to actually announce the winner there. So Michigan perhaps would be the first swing state to announce a winner. Clearly, of all the swing states, we are talking about at least 6 now moving towards Donald Trump. So it's quite clear, at least what we can say is that Donald Trump likely to be the 47th president of the United States of America. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we come back with the big news makers joining us from US.
Consequential elections of our lifetime, and we have momentum. It is on our side. Can you feel it? And we have the momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people, because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together. And make no mistake, we will win. And we will win, and we will win, because here's what everyone here knows. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that, and we are exhausted with it. Well, you all know what we say. We are not going back. Because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom.
Thank you for tuning in. Our non-stop coverage on the US polls continues, and for most of you who are tuning in now, yes, it's close to noon in India, but past midnight in the US, especially on the West Coast, and on the East it is close to midnight. So far, the broader story is that Trump is leading, and the most recent development that Harris, who was supposed to deliver her victory speech or her concession speech at her alma mater, the Howard University, is not happening anymore. The crowds have already started dispersing, and Samiksha, really looking like at this point that Harris has quite conceded. Trump is leading. That's the story.
Well, that's right, Suisha. And you know, the key takeaway also coming in at this stage that two swing states have gone to Trump already, Pennsylvania being one. In fact, beg your pardon, Georgia being one and North Carolina being the second one. So yes, of those 7 key states, 2 have already gone to the Republicans. Suisha.
Absolutely. And Rakshita, let's also tell our viewers that of the 7, Trump is leading on the other 5, and 2, of course, like Samiksha said, North Carolina and Georgia, where Trump has already been declared a winner.
Absolutely. In fact, the fact that Trump is leading in these states, winning 2 of them already, has in fact, led to Kamala Harris supporters leaving from that venue where she was supposed to address viewers. Republic TV got you that lead first. Remember, viewers, what we are breaking right now is that how Kamala Harris supporters who had gathered there at the Howard University, they are leaving, and what the message is coming in from Kamala Harris's camp is that she will be speaking tomorrow, not today, but at the same time, the campaign, the representative is saying that she will be the leader, she will be addressing as a leader, not as the vice president. A lot of mixed messaging out there, because we understand that the picture is not looking good right now. I would like to now, introduce our panel of esteemed guests right now. We are joined by special guests right now on the broadcast, as we continue to get you live shots coming in from Florida. All right, Shahjahan Alexander, who is a GOP campaign team member, is live from Georgia. Bhavna Daya, foreign expert, she's joining us live from Delhi. Joining us, Jagdish Sevani, from the American India Public Affairs Committee President from New York. And we have Jyotsna Sharma, senior journalist from New Jersey. I'll just go across to Mr. Shahjahan Alexander first, who's live from Georgia. Remember, Georgia is another state that Donald Trump has right now bagged a very important black vote bank. Remember, Mr. Shahjahan Alexander, that Georgia has been clinched by Trump. And now what we are learning is that there is a lot of crowd. It's a house full in Florida as we speak, and a lot of excitement. And we see ever since these early leads have been coming in, the slogan of fight, fight, fight has been reverberating, wherever Trump supporters have gathered. And now it's a full house, and the Trump supporters are just waiting for the man to come in and address them. They have already sort of started celebrating, and they just can't wait for him to be re-elected.
Absolutely. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, and he will definitely will be joining the large crowd that is awaiting him to accept the great victory that the American people has given him. Last 4 years, they literally targeted him, the liberal medias, the liberal camp, the Democratic Party, the deep state. We've been talking about the deep state votes. The deep state. They have targeted him. Not just President Trump, him, his family. They have done every single thing to attack the man who gave his life for this nation. He don't have to be in this position. He could be anywhere. He's a billionaire. He could be anywhere, but he took a bullet for this nation. In this 21st century, President Trump took a bullet for this nation. So definitely, yes, he deserved this victory because everybody thought that he would just go away. Even people who were with him, his close allies, they just left him and they thought that he would just go away from the picture. But he did not. He was very persistent, is very energetic, very confident because he loves this nation. He loves the United States of America. He loves the working class people. He loves the hardworking people who wanted to build a future, who wanted to build their dreams. He is with the people. He's the people's president. So I can't wait to be in the next 4 years of another President Trump's term. It's going to be very exciting. But I want to be very realistic when I say this. There is a lot of things ahead. It's not an easy task. He has a very tough job because whatever he started building in last 4 years, the Biden administration, the Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden administration, they destroyed it. Whatever he tried to build, they demolished it. So he has to rebuild it again from the scratch. He has to fix the southern border. He has to fix the economy. He has to fix the fiscal policies. He has to fix the foreign policies that he started. He has to fight with Iran. All those money that the Democrats pumped to Iran, he has to fix that. There is a lot of work ahead. And he's ready to do that. That's what the final campaign word, we will fix it. Yes, we will fix it. He wants to fix it. He wants to fix it, and he wants to hand over it to the next generation. He wants to hand over the baton to the next generation, which is definitely J.D. Vance. Very energetic. I was with J.D. Vance yesterday. We had a final campaign rally the day before election in Atlanta, Georgia. One of the most eloquent, energetic speeches that I have ever heard. So we have a good leadership. We have a great leadership. Definitely a lot of Indians are going to be in his cabinet this time. Vivek Ramaswamy, I hope he's going to be in the cabinet. Tulsi Gabbard, she's going to be in the cabinet, hopefully.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And, you're absolutely right. Donald Trump, of course, would have a huge responsibility and a lot to fix. On the other hand, the mood on the ground, especially among the Democrats, there is a sense of disappointment. In fact, we'll also play out that reaction from Cedric Richmond, who is Harris's campaign co-chair, the man who announced that Harris would not be delivering her speech today, rather tomorrow. And while they had hoped that it would be a victory speech, is not what it is looking like. Let's listen in.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
And let's go across to Bhavna Daya, who's joining us on the broadcast. The New York Times has already projected that Trump is going to come back to power. While we're still waiting for the results in the 5 swing states, is there any scope, or can we officially say that yes, Kamala Harris has conceded defeat?
Well, I think the numbers tell the story that we want to hear, right? I mean, it's pretty much clear that Trump has already bagged 2 of the swing states, and many more are leading. So I think the numbers, the data is actually telling a clear picture. And I think, as democracies function, I think this particular, backing off from this mention at the Harvard University, I think that speaks aloud, right? And as the world's largest democracy, that is, we are in India, we try to find these little hints, and we make out that, okay, what's the political message around here? So I think the message is pretty clear. I think Kamala Harris is trying to accept very gracefully that she has to accept defeat here in this, because the numbers are clearly in Trump's favor. And I think it's pretty much clear that he's leading in all the other states. He has very good, robust support in the others. And I think this pulling off from this mention and, delaying it to other, I think it's a clear mention. I think it's a very full blue light hint at what the election result is going to be.
All right, so now we have some breaking news coming in. As we speak, we're getting to know that the New York Times has reported that Trump is projected to become the first Republican to win the popular vote. This is the popular vote we're talking about in 20 long years. So that's what we are breaking right now. And remember, we was in the 2020 election. We talk about Biden. He won the 51.3% of the popular vote. Trump had secured 46.8% of the popular vote. And I'll go across to one of our guests on that. Jyotsna Sharma, I'll go across to you. Of course, we've been talking about the popularity of Donald Trump, and this time, unlike in 2020 presidential elections, he is trumping the popularity vote as well, as reported by the New York Times.
Absolutely, his popularity has to grow for sure. See, 2 failed assassination attempts. People are not, the public was witnessing everything. Why would President Trump have to go through this? Why such attempts happen? So, of course, popularity, infamously or famous, good way or bad way, you become popular. President Trump, of course, is infamous for certain things, but gradually, while the elections reach their peak, his image has changed over the period of time. His commitment to the nation, his unwavering commitment to fight in these elections. So that's where it is. Now we understand that he is a leader. He is a person who has determination, focused towards the nation's growth, focused towards the growth of his own people, the Americans, the average American person. He cares for it. Popularity does not grow by bringing in some Hollywood stars into campaigns as Democrats did. Popularity grew because he was committed day in, day out. At the age of 78, he has a vigor of a age person. His commitment is relentless. And that is what was being witnessed by the people. And that was the Democrats, what they were doing to the country, where America stands today. There was anger amongst the general public. Be it Latinos, be us, Indian Americans, even the blacks for that reason. So all these have a lot to bring this popularity vote to Trump and the success eventually as he would be president popular America. This is what I would say.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I want to take this point to Kunal Desai. He has always been that leader who's loved and hated at the same time, while he enjoys massive popularity, but has always had his share of controversies and haters speaking against him. Tonight at 247, Trump, Harris still at 210, and they say there is always that difference between the cup and the lip before you declare what it is. Were you expecting a clear mandate on counting night itself? Kunal Desai, you'll have to unmute yourself for us to be able to hear you.
Sorry about that, guys. So I was pretty confident that he's going to take the presidency, for sure. I was not confident that he's going to do it tonight, this fast, but I was pretty sure that he's going to be the 47th president. Now, there are 2 or 3 points I wanted to make, which I missed earlier. One was, regarding the 2 big wars going on, which definitely the fellow panelist talked about earlier. So that, I don't want wars to continue because it's all my tax dollars going there, to fund those wars. Donald Trump is going to ensure that those wars are going to be stopped, and ultimately it's going to help not only me but all the fellow Americans. There are 2 other critical points which I felt at the ground level here in Texas because I talked to a lot of people here.
Mm-hmm.
One was the woman factor, female factor. They tried to make Kamala Harris stand as a competitor to cut the female votes from what I felt, but actually from the ground level, from the ground roots level, I think it came back to bite them because women here are resonating with President Trump's messages from the work he did between 2017 to 20, second group of people is the people in their early 20s who are starting their career, who are starting their jobs, the guys who are below 25 years old. I think those guys, majority of them voted for President Trump. These 2 groups of people are very solid forms of people who have voted, and I think they are the key decision makers in this election, as you are seeing in the results right now. That's what I think.
Yes, and we will request you to stay with us. In fact, requesting all our guests to stay with us. We will head into a very short break, Suyesha, but the big news break, of course, this hour is Donald Trump, who's all set to return to power. He is going to become the president of the US, and with this, we're also expecting that Kamala Harris is not likely to give that speech that she was expected to give at the Howard University speech.
Not just that, it might be post-midnight, but the nation's still awaiting to hear from Donald Trump to what he envisages in this re-election. Slipping into a short commercial break, we'll be back on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it. We win.
All right, welcome back, viewers. We're getting to you more breaking updates coming in as the counting of votes continues. Now, news coming in from New Hampshire. Well, Kamala Harris has backed New Hampshire in the latest. Remember, out of the last 7 elections, 6 have gone, 6 times the New Hampshire has gone to the Democrats, and that's what we are breaking right now. As we speak, Kamala Harris winning in New Hampshire, and this is, of course, continuing the state's 2-decade-long streak of awarding its 4 electoral votes to the Democrats. So that's the big update we have right now. Of course, we continue to track more updates coming in. Remember, Donald Trump has bagged two, that is North Carolina and also Georgia, and he's leading in the other key battleground states. We'll be right back with more news, updates, analysis, insights, and breaking developments from both the camps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Director, the taste of success.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it. We win.
Well, welcome back, Suesha. The big news break I guess we are getting this hour is that Trump has won Pennsylvania. We're just waiting for that confirmation, but that's the third swing state that the Republicans have won. North Carolina, it's Georgia, and Pennsylvania is also one of those states that Trump seems to have.
Oh yes, extremely crucial because Pennsylvania was the state that was looked at as the game changer, not just one of the swing states, but also the most crucial swing state. And if this does get confirmed, then it looks like a very, very clean and clear lead for Donald Trump, who is already readying himself to deliver that address that America is waiting for way past midnight. But we see all the Trump supporters gather there at Florida to hear from Donald Trump, who in all probability and giving the trends is now looking like he is set to take over as the 47th President of the United States of America. Also, a very seemingly clear sign that Harris decided to cancel her speech, rather a conceding speech that she should have given, but she's cancelled that. She'll speak tomorrow. Donald Trump all set to speak. The stage is set. We'll slip into a short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side with further details. Stay tuned.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Yes, it is the biggest and most crucial lead coming in. Trump has won Pennsylvania. Trump has won the third swing state, and rather the most crucial one. It is the battleground state that was to be the game changer, Pennsylvania. That is the biggest of all 7 swing states with 19 electoral votes. Pennsylvania and Trump having sealed that presidential contest in this state. Big news coming in of the 7 swing states that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania after Georgia and North Carolina. And even as we continue to stay with our guests, I'd like to go across to Dheeraj Kaul joining us from Pennsylvania. Dheeraj Kaul, does this mark a clear way to victory for Donald Trump?
Hi, thanks. I'm back again. Sorry. Yeah, so I've been talking about it since yesterday that I've spoken to hundreds of people in Philly, Pittsburgh. I don't want to call myself a Republican, but I've spoken to a lot of people, especially Gen Z people and millennials. And there was a very strong current towards Donald Trump, his policies, and what future looks like. So we were in our mind confident he will get PA. I traveled to Georgia at least 6 to 7 times in last month. So I've seen the undercurrent in our community, Indian Americans who live in Georgia, Arabic community. I've spoken to African American physicians of different subsectors. And there was a strong current voting actually African American against the vice president and going for Trump. So Georgia was clear shot for me, and Pennsylvania was a very close call, but we knew the undercurrent is there. So now it's almost game done. So Trump is in. So whoever won Georgia and Pennsylvania goes to the White House. So that's what happened, and we are looking forward to really good next prosperous 4 years, stopping the wars, which all of us youth, we want world to come in peace, and Trump is the best negotiator out there in world leaders, one of the top, other than Modi ji. And I think he will negotiate the truce. And we have spent a lot of money, our taxpayer, like $174 billion to Ukraine, and it's high time we start looking back. And Trump, if you remember, had even asked NATO to start paying for some of the expenses. US taxpayer dollars go towards protecting them, which a lot of people support. And same thing with illegal immigration. Hardworking Indian Americans work very hard, pay hundreds and thousands of dollars in taxes, have to wait 15 years to get a green card in IT sector, in healthcare. And Trump wants to reform the immigration, legal immigration, which a lot of law-abiding, tax-paying Indian citizens and Southeast Asian citizens really want. I'm very bullish on energy. He's going to open up the fracking because Pennsylvania is sitting on a lot of methane gas and natural gas, which will lower down the price of energy, hence lower down inflation. And also he's planning to bring down the interest rates, which anyway are going down. So first-time home buyers, it will be good. I'm in the AI sector, so I'm very happy. Energy cost, if it goes down, it will boom the AI sector. And he's also planning to bring the semiconductor chips back to US, including increasing the NVIDIA factories here and TSMC. So economically speaking, he's going to do very well. Law and order restoration, immigration resolution, bringing down the inflation. These were two very big issues: inflation, immigration, and obviously women's right, reproductive rights, which Trump has indirectly said he's not for a blanket ban on abortion. I'm a physician, so I'm telling you, like, third trimester abortions are banned. You cannot get third trimester, but second and first trimester, based on the condition, it can be done. Certain states have it's harder, but that was a misinformation campaign conveyed, and It's unbelievable what Vice President was talking, that ladies are dying in the outside ER. Trust me, I've treated thousands of patients. This is unheard of. This won't even happen in a third world country, that ladies dying in a car and no physician is treating. So this is unnecessary rhetoric, and people are educated, people see these things. And now she's talking about reforming, immigration. What was she doing for last 4 years? So this narrative didn't sell very well. So I'm very glad. I'm looking forward to a very strong 4 years and an excellent ties of India and US and growth.
In fact, let's take that same point across to Kunal Desai, who continues to be with us. Mr. Desai, talking about the policies under Donald Trump, he's been quite vocal about how he intends to increase import tariffs. In your view, how do you think is that going to impact India, given that he says that it's always America first for him, and that there are going to be paradigm changes when it comes to the taxation, the import tariffs imposed by the US?
I don't think it's going to impact much from the Indian perspective. He's very good friends with Prime Minister Modi, as we all know. In fact, getting President Trump elected actually is a blessing in disguise for India, because from the defense perspective, we have two big enemies in forms of China and Pakistan. So, if we have excellent relationship with someone like President Trump and Narendra Modi, it's going to avoid something like FATCA sanctions. Even if we buy some defense hardware from, let's say, Russia, if Kamala Harris or Democrats had to be elected for 4 years, there was a threat of FATCA sanctions as well. I don't think this point was discussed here. That's why I specifically wanted to bring this point into equation. Other thing is, all these things indirectly impact Indian Americans sitting here, because we all have some point of investments in India as well, like mutual funds and whatnot. So if our home country goes up, India is our forever home for sure. If it goes up, our investments go up in India as well. So from that perspective as well, we obviously want President Trump to be here to safeguard our investments in India as well, and of course here as well.
Right, I'll go across to Jyotsna right now, keeping focus on Pennsylvania, because that's the biggest breaking of the hour, because this is a key state, a very important one in road to the White House. And here we have to understand the importance of Indian American. The vote bank is very important. We saw how Kamala Harris and Donald Trump both, in fact, went tooth and nail to, in fact, campaign here. And we talk about, for the Democrats especially, we're talking about no presidential candidate from the Democrats have ever won the race. Without winning Pennsylvania. So that, of course, is a big alarm bells ringing in for Kamala Harris. And as going back to the point of Indian Americans, that becomes very important, as there are 600,000, Asian Americans, Indian Americans to be the part of that larger chunk who have played an important role there. Clearly shows the affinity towards Trump for that vote bank.
Absolutely. I would say calling in Pennsylvania, 93% votes already are in favor of President Trump, with a lead, 51, like the percentage that I see. There's a 3% margin, which is quite a big margin, and Kamala Harris, she cannot reach back. So now, as far as Indian Americans are concerned, our vote bank also has importance, and it is with these kind of fractions, Indian Americans come in play. I know it's not a very huge number, but this number matters. There are Indians in Pennsylvania, as Dr. Gall has been speaking about. And of course, in Michigan also there are a substantial number of Indians. There are Indians in Georgia. Of course, it's not just about New Jersey and New York, only Indians are here, or in California. There's a substantial number of Indian Americans living in these swing states as well. And of course, it's a happy moment here. Each vote has counted. In fact, very interestingly, the Indian American diaspora was not addressed properly until the end of the election campaign by President Trump. And then, of course, the tweet that came of Diwali, his wish, and of course, the concern about Bangladesh, the Hindu American community, of course, won the heart of President Trump. And he became vocal there, whereas the Kamala Harris team, the campaign team, nobody has spoken about the atrocities that were done Hindus in Bangladesh. So everything matters, and we are observing everything actively. We are the legit taxpayers in the country. share a good chunk of our strong position in the STEM areas of the America. So definitely this Indian American segment has earned a lot of respect, and we definitely look forward to see more growth in President Trump too, as being 47th president of US. We would expect something good for us. Not just that, as of course I had a team unfulfilled when I've been doing advocacy for the green card backlog, 1 million high-skilled work. I see a ray of hope. I see that the Senate is in control. If we get the House as well, it will be very easy to remove that 7% cap, which actually blocks the getting green card, and the kick could be lessened a lot. So there is my only request, or say the next is may Trump get better advisors. Last terms of the immigration, he had some supporters who sat next to him, and that was a major
right.
Us.
Right.
We could not get words get to the table. This time, I think.
Right. Right. Jyotsna, you do hold that thought, as I also bring in Purnima Nath. She's a foreign affairs expert and she's joining us from Wisconsin. Thank you for speaking to Republic. Purnima, I want to bring up the point of how Donald Trump's ideologies were far more in alignment with India. Now, everyone is constantly speaking about the bonhomie and the camaraderie that Donald Trump shares with Prime Minister Modi. So that's certainly one. Also, the very fact that when it comes to the two wars that are ongoing, be it towards Israel or be it also Donald Trump saying that he intends to end the Russia-Ukraine war, that again is in line with what India is wanting. Even the anti-China angle. And while we are talking about increasing tariffs on imports, but another view to this is that due to that anti-China interest, Donald Trump would have more Indian companies be an alternative for the United States to explore. So in that sense, it's a win-win situation with Donald Trump.
See, the way I look at it, the idea of India, the way they actually align their foreign policy, we know what until now they have pushed non-alliance policy. They have a better relation with every single entity. They are working with Iran, they are working with Palestine cause, they are also supporting Israel, they are working with Russia, they are working with United States. America is not able to understand the policy because America has designated enemy. You know, Iran, Russia, North Korea, China has been designated, and a recent agenda through execution through Canada designating India as the state adversary is also along the same line. Basically, they like to disappoint different countries and bully and threaten different countries. However, India doesn't play that way. If you look at BRICS, I mean, BRICS has India and China. So I don't think India or Narendra Modi is going out there trying to figure out or actually communicate that India is now, in a position to lead several conversation discussions and global policy as well. So I think America is not used to that kind of politics. But from perspective of Trump, if Trump comes at all, you're right.
Purnima, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but I quickly want to take our viewers through the latest statement that is coming in from Elon Musk, who is in fact watching the results very closely with Donald Trump, who's gone on to say that America is a nation of builders and together we can build. That is how you can trust America. So he is once again reinforcing Trump's victory, and I quickly want you to comment on that too, because Elon Musk's support to Trump has been very, very crucial through this entire election.
Absolutely. From the time that Elon Musk has shedded $44 billion to acquire Twitter, it was a price that someone has to pay in order to preserve the freedom of speech in this country. If you know, 99.99% of media is actually left-leaning, and they were all trying to push narratives to basically silence, suppress, and shame the right side, the opposition view. This was the only platform, not Facebook, not Instagram, not any other platform that we had at this point of time. And all the legacy media was left-winger, whether it's a BBC, NBC, ABC, Reuters, Washington Post, New York Times. Didn't really matter. They actually didn't carry any other opposition view. And it's not just them, but Economic Times, Forbes, Vanity Fair, you name it. Literally every single media that we had was left-winger. And this was the only platform that citizens were actually putting content and expressing their ideas. And I think this his support for Donald Trump was such a lifesaver at this point of time. People like us who are constantly terrified that who's going to silence us. So I think, Elon Musk is the only person who has come across, and obviously you have seen other left-wingers, traditional left-wingers like Bill Ackman, and then even J.D. Vance, coming from Yale, or his wife coming from Yale. Traditionally, I would think they're all literally liberal left-wingers. Right. That's how the mindset is shaped there. However, I was surprised that he actually thinks right. That was a quite refreshing, experience for me. So I think, things are changing.
Absolutely.
For the right
And we're all waiting to hear on what Trump has to say tonight, as we are tracking every movement of what is happening in Florida. In the meanwhile, I'd like to bring in Shravan, who is going to be taking us through the numbers of 2016 to 2020 to what it looks today.
Well, in fact, it's the battleground state, and I'll try and explain what this battleground state is all about, why we're saying that there's going to be a swing state. Now, all of that put together, that decides who is going to be the president. In fact, let's just take you through. This is the data coming in for 2016. Now, we'll focus first with Arizona, and I'll tell you how it looks this year too. It was 49.5% for Donald Trump and 45.4% for Hillary Clinton as far as Arizona is concerned. Let's move on. Georgia. Remember, Georgia has already been called as far as this election goes. Here too, 45.6% for Hillary Clinton, 51%. So remember, in that election, 2016, it was a sweep for Donald Trump as far as these states are concerned. Michigan too, 47.3%, 47.6%. A neck-to-neck race as far as Michigan is concerned. Let's move on to the other. This is Nevada. Nevada is about 45.5% for Donald Trump. That's where the only state that went to Hillary Clinton at that point in time in 2016, coming in from Nevada. That picture is not clear this time. North Carolina is 46.7%, 50.5% back in the year 2016. Let's take you through the other swing states that we are talking about. Pennsylvania. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, happens to be the crucial state. Even in this election, it turns out to be in favor of Donald Trump. But what did it look like in 2016? 48.8% and 47.6%. Now, will this really change? We'll tell you what happened in 2020. 47.9% in Wisconsin and 46.9% that went in for the Democrat candidate. Now, these are the states as far as 2016. So only one, that is Nevada, was the only state that went in for the Democratic candidate in the year 2016. Now, let's compare this to 2020. How exactly did they change, and why exactly are they known as the swing states? That's only because These are the bellwether states that would essentially flip from one to the other. And we'll also tell you the historical perspective of how things have changed in these states in a short while from now. Let's start. Arizona here, 49.4%. There was a huge jump that we saw, more than about 2 lakh votes being counted in favor of the Democratic candidate, that was Joe Biden. Georgia too, 49.5%. Now this was a close neck-to-neck contest in the last elections in 2020 in Georgia. 49.2 for Donald Trump, 49.5 for Joe Biden. Michigan, 50% and 47%. So last time, if you clearly look at, there was a big flip. The flip particularly in the suburban areas too. That too also changing this year. We'll do the comparison in a short while from there. Nevada is about, again, 50% and 47.7% for Donald Trump. Let's take you through the other. This is North Carolina, 49.9%, 49%. This was the only swing state in the last election which was pretty much neck-to-neck close contest that took place. Let's see if there is anything remaining. Pennsylvania, again, 48.6%, 49.9% that remained with Donald Trump. 48% as far as Wisconsin is concerned, 49.4% for Joe Biden back in the year 2020. So Pennsylvania was one place which was in favor of the Republican, and perhaps this time too, what we saw, Pennsylvania again happens to be that same very swing state which is now gone in favor of Donald Trump. Remember, that's the same place where there was an assassination attempt that was made. So it was largely predicted that there would be some sort of a sympathy wave for Donald Trump. So what has happened in the year 2024? Right now, as far as the swing states are concerned, at least 6 have actually gone in favor of Donald Trump. Nevada is the only one which closed in much later, and that is the reason why it's taken time. Let's also take you through some of the live images now coming in from the campaign headquarters, particularly the Republicans in Florida. That's the live images now coming in, Suesha. So clearly, a moment of triumph for the Republicans here, and they are largely comfortable right now because the swing states really moving towards that side. I'm not very sure if we can spot any of those celebrities present at the campaign headquarters of the Republicans, barring a short while back we had that image of Elon Musk coming in. Are we expecting Donald Trump to make a statement anytime soon?
Oh yes, that is what everyone is hoping for, Shravan, to listen in to what Donald Trump will say tonight, and especially important given how Harris backed out the last minute to deliver that speech at Harvard was rather disappointing for all her supporters, who are still hoping that something would turn, but far from how it is looking, especially after the Pennsylvania numbers are out. Because that is certainly a state that Kamala Harris had to clinch after Donald Trump won Georgia and North Carolina. It was hugely important that she won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But the very fact that the Democrats have lost Pennsylvania is clearly proving how they are far behind in this race. Of course, the numbers that we are flashing right now, 247 for Donald Trump and 214 for Kamala Harris.
If we can also bring in my colleague Rakshita. If Rakshita, you can also, perhaps take our viewers through what's the numbers in terms of the House of Representatives is concerned, and Senate too. Wresting power from the Senate is another big win really for the Republicans. So it's a red day in the United States of America. Taking away the majority from the Senate is in itself another big win for them, which again, for Donald Trump to be able to take forward some of the radical decisions that he's already announced that he is going to, you will need the kind of support really coming in from the House of Representatives as well as the Senate.
Absolutely, of course, this is coming in after 4 long years. If you see the Republicans have won this majority in the US Senate, that means, of course, that it's going to be very important for, for Donald Trump if he is elected to the White House for control and major of the policies. Now, this is coming in after 4 years. He has managed, in fact, Republicans have managed to flip at least 2 seats today. And remember, this is the 2 losses have reversed the 51-49 majority held by Democrats. Republicans stood to gain more seats, given that very tight races were there in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan. And of course, they have secured at least one chamber that's of utmost importance for Republicans. That is the U.S. Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. And it gives the GOP, remember, major power center in Washington and a lead role in confirming the next presidential cabinet. It's going to be very important for the say in the cabinet, and as well as any Supreme Court justice if there is a vacancy. Control for the House of Representatives still up for grabs. 100 races yet to be called. But yes, given the fact that Donald Trump is engaged in multiple legal cases right now, it becomes very important for him to win this with the Senate.
Right. And Rakshita, we are getting more breaking news coming in. Donald Trump has won Wisconsin as well. He has won the 4th key swing state, in fact winning the 2nd congressional district in Maine. So 2 leads primarily coming in of how Donald Trump has won the 4th swing state and also the 2nd congressional district in Maine. This is a big development coming in as far as the swing states are concerned, after already having swept North Carolina, Georgia and Pennsylvania. He is in victory mode in Wisconsin and also having won the 2nd congressional district in Maine. We stay with those pictures coming in from Florida, where his supporters are eagerly awaiting his speech. We also have to slip into a short commercial break. But before that, in the pictures, you see Donald Regan also donning that red cap, which most of the supporters have, in that crowd waiting to hear from Donald Trump. It is Trump's day clearly, as the Republicans have swept red across the United States of America, the 4th key swing state where Donald Trump has won, and also good news coming in from Maine. Slipping into a short commercial break, we'll be back on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happening. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America and lead the world to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we take you through the big numbers coming in from the US. So is it Donald Trump, the next president of the United States of America? That's what the Fox News is already calling in. Fox News, I'm told, has called in the elections, naming Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. What's the number really looking like right now? Of the 538 Electoral College, 277 moving towards Donald Trump and 226 coming in for Kamala Harris. Most of the swing states, the big swing states, particularly here, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, have already gone towards Donald Trump. The only place yet to be called in is Nevada, because that's where the voting closed in late in the evening, and that's the reason why the numbers are yet to come in. If you really look at the map right now of the United States of America, Republicans have not only been able to hold on to their traditional states, but also swing in the very crucial states that we're talking about, starting from Virginia to Michigan and a few other places like North Carolina and Georgia. These were the key states, ladies and gentlemen, that the Republicans have been able to swing it towards their side. The Democrats pretty much sticking to what they have had in the past, to not much inroads really making into the other places. Would things really change? It appears to be no. And if you really go by the numbers that it stands right now, it is Donald Trump, 47th President of the United States of America. Let's also take you through the latest images now coming in from the headquarters, the campaign headquarters in Florida, where you have a short while back, you've seen Elon Musk as well as Donald Trump there. So celebratory moods right now. A short while back, we've also got the images coming in from Kamala Harris's alma mater, where she was scheduled to speak. It appears that has now been cancelled. So it's pretty much clear, if everything goes the way it is right now, it's Donald Trump as the next president.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan. And our guests who continue to stay on with us, Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, Bhavna Dahiya, Jyotsna Sharma, Shahjahan Alexander, Kunal Desai. We stay with these pictures as I bring in Dr. Dheeraj Kaul. Well, clear victory for Donald Trump is what Fox News is saying. He is the 47th President of the United States of America.
That's exactly what we've been talking about, and I'm very happy. We did some support gathering for Trump for last few weeks, and it was very obvious here and in Georgia. And I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I like to be non-biased, but when it comes to future, I have a 11-month-old. So when it comes to him, I have to think of future. This is a country which is a magnet for growth, for prosperity, and sharing technology. I'm a physician, transplant physician, but I work in AI in healthcare. So the amount of changes we are going through in this time is a paradigm shift. This is a very disruptive time of artificial intelligence, robotic, and space, in which Elon Musk is a legend for me. And as you can see, how much he has supported Trump, not because Trump is going to give him something or he's going to be a president, because he can see how important, what's the junction at which the world is standing. We have almost a third world war going on. There is an inflation across the world. Then you have undecided issues going on. AI coming in, there is no regulation. There is alternative currencies like cryptos coming in. By the way, Trump is supporting crypto, so you can see Bitcoin going to 75,000 as of now, 76,000, highest it has been. Stock market has gone up 400 points in Dow and 1% in S&P futures. I work in the biotech sector and in finance of biotech as well, so very connected with that area. So everybody is very optimistic. I think this is the time we all need to be together. The only one thing I'm worrying is this election should not divide people, because at the end of the day, we all have to work together and grow and stand by the best person who can take this phenomenal country ahead. And at the same time, being an Indian, originally I would like them to bridge the, bring India and America, India being the largest democracy, America being the oldest, America being the biggest fighter, and India being the biggest supporter of tech, to grow us further. And we have only good times ahead if cool minds prevail. And the best thing is Trump is gonna, we expect him to bring down peace in Middle East. That's why you are seeing Michigan, a lot of Arabs are voting for him. Even Jews are voting for, have voted for Trump. And the third thing is Ukraine war. It needs to be stopped. I have traveled to Ukraine. I have been to Russia. It's the same people. It's the most unbelievable war happening. Millions are dying. So much is devastated. This is a time when the world needs a strong leader. We have a great one in India, and we will get a great one in US. And I'm very optimistic for the future.
Well, absolutely, of course. And we are getting more updates. In fact, Fox News has called the results in favor of Donald Trump. And the latest we're getting in is that even Reuters news agency has called elections for Donald Trump. So that's the big breaking news we're getting in right now, viewers. Trump is returning to the White House. This is what we are getting as per the reports. And I'll go across to other guests who have joined us here. We have Jyotsna Sharma also right now from New Jersey. So it's good news for all the Trump supporters, MAGA supporters. As we speak, we're getting in those visuals from that venue from Florida where Trump supporters have gathered. That includes Elon Musk, all the star-studded campaigners for Trump's campaign for Make America Great Again have gathered there. And around 1 a.m. local time, Donald Trump is expected to take the stage and address his supporters. And Reuters news agency has called the election for Donald Trump. This after Fox News has called the elections for Trump. So two big updates coming in right now. Latest being Reuters calling the election for Donald Trump. Second time now. In fact, this is the first time in 100 years, Ms. Jyotsna, that an American president loses the successive election. He won one election, and the next election he lost. He demitted office, and then he's back in power. And as Mr. Kaul was talking about the implications for several regions, especially given the fact that we are witnessing two wars, at least in Ukraine and Russia, and of course what's happening in Gaza, it becomes very important how it will have an impact across the globe, especially if we talk about the geopolitics of these regions.
Historic, much needed win I would speak about. And not just that, there is a sigh of relief amongst the MAGA supporters. Now we can envision a stronger America. The stature America was losing, it would be regained by the virtue, by the hard work, or by the leadership of President Trump. I now foresee the job market coming up. The market was miserable. I do interact with the staffing, IT industry here, and it was miserable. Hundreds and thousands of people were laid off lately. It was a miserable job market. The stock markets had tanked. People who had their 401ks or entire life savings invested, they had just gone into minus. And now with this, when President Trump is coming to power, all those hopes are coming high. Safe borders, security for the Americans, right kind of spirit of growth and togetherness. And when we speak about patriotic or say nationalism, that should breed here. I hope there should be no division. Trump has been demonized a lot by the Democrats. A lot of lies were floated around. At least that image that has been created should fade off now. They should look at President Trump as their president. He is the president for everyone. He is not just a president for Republicans. And I hope he gets the right set of advisors, no divisive, no racist advisors.
Sorry to interrupt you, because I think that the projections are now coming in from the other Western media too. In fact, New York Times has already projected Donald Trump as the next president of United States of America. Similar sort of response really coming in. Alexander, you must be a happy man today. Perhaps that's the reason why you've not gone off to sleep. You just do not want a thing to change this time. No taking chances. If you go off to sleep, perhaps you wake up and you see Kamala Harris as the president.
Well, I just cannot go to sleep because I have to order a bunch of cakes in India to send to my businesses back in India for my employees there. I'm going to order.
What does it mean for India? Because, Stuart, Alexander, if I can ask you this question, because for India and for those who are operating outside India, what does this essentially mean? Because some would say that the kind of announcements that Donald Trump is likely to make as far as the tariff imposition is concerned, that would actually hurt the businesses too.
Let me make it very clear. That's a very very tricky thing. People have tried to. How should I put it? Let me. If I have time, I can tell you a story. Okay, I was in one of the grocery stores the other day. I came out of the grocery stores, and my wife was still inside. I walked outside, and there was a lady. I'm not being racist here, excuse me, but a white old lady was outside the grocery store. As soon as you see a brown man, you tend to think that, oh, that guy is Kamala's supporter. He works for Kamala Harris. So she probably would have thought like that I'm a Kamala Harris supporter. My wife always say that whenever she go to a patient's place, they automatically thinks that, oh, she supports Kamala Harris. Just like the lady thought that I'm Harris supporter, and she stopped. She stopped and she showed me some of the stuff that she bought, and it was in her cart. She started a conversation. She initiated the conversation, and she said, I've been waiting a long time not to buy this stuff. But I cannot wait anymore. If that guy wins, I have to pay 200% tax on everything I buy today. I was like, no, that is a lie. That is not true. She's like, no, how can you say that? He said he's going to put 200% tariff. Okay. Anyway, to shorten the story, we spent almost 25 minutes. My wife and I spent almost 25 minutes to explain her what exactly it is. So President Trump, when he said he is going to impose tariff, it is for big businesses, corporates who has the opportunity to make their products here in the United States and give employment to the people.
Alexander, sorry to interrupt you, because we are constantly getting in the breaking news right now. In fact, as the states are now being called in, the swing states also moving towards Donald Trump. So that's the happy news. Perhaps the cake that you want to basically order right now, you can already do it, Alexander, if you simply go by the projections. We're going to put out the numbers right now on your screens. Fox, these are the numbers that Fox is projecting right now. In fact, you have the New York Times also putting out the numbers. We'll take you through a consolidated picture of what the numbers really look like, because right now everyone essentially wants to really look at the numbers. We'll take it on the wall right now as far as what's the big picture. And has Donald Trump really inched closer to 270? Is that very clear? It's a done deal, or is there still a scope? Is there still a scope of things really changing? So on our screens right now, let's take you through the numbers that are emerging right now. It's 277 for Donald Trump and 226 as far as Kamala Harris is concerned. Now, this number is as per Fox. So clearly, we have crossed what we call here the halfway mark. The magic number has already been attained by Donald Trump, so it's clear win for them. I'll take you through the states in a short while from now. Largely, what's the picture like if you compare it with 2020 versus now? Have things really changed in terms of both camps are concerned? We're going to slip into a short break and then take you through the big picture really emerging right now. What could really happen in the next few hours? And not just that, what does it mean for India? Because that's the big concern right now. If at all, if there is any change in the administration, does that really mean anything for India? All this and much more on the other side.
Director, the taste of success.
All right, we are cutting live. Two pictures coming in from Palm Beach, Florida, where Donald Trump seems to have arrived or is going to arrive anytime now. Remember, multiple media platforms, including the Fox News and Reuters, have already called the election, as also New York Times, by conceding that Donald Trump is on way to winning the election for the 47th president of the United States and is all headed to the White House again. Remember, Donald Trump, who had lost in 2020, becomes second only president in the history of the United States to come back after losing a poll. The last time that this happened was in 1892, when Grover Cleveland, after losing in 1888, came back to win 1892. And now President Trump is all set to be president again. And he has won the three crucial swing states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, and is leading in the rest of the four, and hence he is all set to be the president. Let's look at the numbers. Shawan, if you're back, we can get the numbers going for the benefit of viewers who might have joined in now. And if you look at the numbers, the Electoral College, which essentially determines who's going to win, you were saying that halfway mark is 270. Shawan, is Donald Trump closer to that mark now?
Well, in fact, the projections that are coming in fact, we're going to put out the consolidated picture in a short while from now. First, let's take you through what is it that Fox is projecting at this point in time. It turns out that they have already called in the election 47th President of the United States of America. It is none other than Donald Trump. Reuters, the other news agency calling the election right now, it's once again Donald Trump. So if you really look at the gap right now, that gap is only widening. And as far as the big swing states are concerned, the crucial states are concerned, that has already moved towards Donald Trump. So it's very unlikely that things would really change. So perhaps what we focus right now for all our viewers who are tuning in right now in India, as far as the Indian diaspora is concerned, they were all essentially rooting for Donald Trump, a return of Donald Trump, for various reasons. We're going to take you through those reasons also. Let's first look at the picture right now, the big picture coming in. We'll also break it down in terms of the states that we're talking about. What are the numbers that are essentially emerging from each of these states? Because that's also another crucial area. Why is this entire discussion revolving around those 7 swing states? Why is it so very important? Why is it that the entire campaigning was basically revolving around these 7 swing states? All of this and much more right now, while we stay with these latest images now coming in of close confidence of Donald Trump that can be seen. In fact, some imagery that tells you what lies ahead in this presidency of Donald Trump and what would perhaps be the focus areas, because largely you've already seen clarity really coming in from the campaigning of Donald Trump with regards to one, imposition of the tariffs, how exactly will he be dealing with immigration, all of that. But in fact, can we just try and first put out the picture in terms of the numbers, and then we also can perhaps go back to our guests who are joining in and the breaking news also coming in. So right now on your screens, the numbers that we have, 277, that's crossing the halfway mark, and then of course the 226 essentially coming in for Kamala Harris. So it's, ladies and gentlemen, this is the picture right now of the 538 Electoral College. 277 has gone towards Donald Trump, and it's 226 for Kamala Harris. Let me just give a small snapshot of what we know so far in terms of the state. So if you really look at the East Coast right now, the East Coast also, large parts of it, it's red. Now, let me break it down. In terms of Pennsylvania, which is one of the swing states, has moved towards Donald Trump, particularly if you see some of the key concern areas like Philadelphia and others too. It turns out the counting essentially indicating that Donald Trump has been able to push through what he felt essentially that it was time to secure America. That's the large part of his campaigning in Pennsylvania was largely about that, immigration being one such thing that found some sort of a resonance here in Pennsylvania. North Carolina, much earlier into the counting itself, was indicating that it was moving towards Donald Trump. And then, of course, you have the bigger states, but not really the swing states, particularly Texas and a few others, which were largely seen as the stronghold of the Republicans. So they've largely been able to hold on to what they secured even last time. So that has added to the numbers that you really see right now on your screens. Now, what hasn't been called so far? Nevada is the only swing state. It seems there isn't much clarity right now. That's only because the voting continued till about late last night, and that is the reason why the counting perhaps is going to take some time. So that is one swing state of the 7 really coming in. So this is what it looks like, Abhishek, in terms of numbers right now.
Well, fair enough. The sum total of which is shown that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. We are building up to that possible victory speech for which everything is ready, and the lectern has been put in and a security sweep carried out. And Donald Trump, in fact, earlier we saw pictures of him reaching the Watch Party Convention Center in Palm Beach, Florida, where Trump would be speaking to his supporters. And remember, the scale of the victory is stupendous, Shravan. We have been tracking all the contests closely, and if you go by state, I
think so. There's one picture that is coming in. Abhishek, one picture that is coming in. I don't know whether we can just get in. That's the first picture that our sister channel right now has of Donald Trump with a copy of a speech. I don't know if that's what we are essentially indicating right now in a short while from now in Florida, where you would have Donald Trump really coming in. Suesha, yeah, that's the first picture of Donald Trump coming in from Florida right now. So it seems, if you really look at the body language too, also a short while back, people from the Republican camp also indicated that this time he's been extremely cautious. One would have perhaps expected Donald Trump coming in a little earlier, even when the numbers were coming in. But this is a different Donald Trump altogether, waiting cautiously as far as the numbers, giving a clear picture, cementing altogether, Abhishek and Suesha. And these are images first on Republic right now of Donald Trump. In a short while from now, the victory speech likely to come in. So what would one really expect from Donald Trump right now? Is it going to be a roadmap of what he says? Securing America, making America great? Because if you really see, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of most of the key issues, starting from immigration to abortion, to in terms of geopolitics, strategy exactly, how exactly would America really deal with NATO, and of course, to ongoing war right now in the Middle East as well as Russia, Ukraine. He has been very, very candid. How does this really have an impact on the ground is something that one will have to really look at, and perhaps that clarity expected to really come in that first victory speech that he's going to make. Many firsts also, Suesha, as far as this election goes. If it was Kamala Harris, it would be the first woman president of United States of America. As far as Donald Trump is concerned, there too you would have several firsts coming in. So it is historic in many ways.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan and Abhishek, and that picture very, very clearly indicating that he understands all of America. In fact, the entire globe is waiting to hear from him. Firm, assertive, and what exactly is the roadmap that he's going to lay for the future of not just America, but even in terms of the geopolitical scenario that will pan out under Donald Trump's leadership. So yes, certainly looks like he is getting ready to speak and deliver that victory speech, as we very clearly understand that from Fox News to New York Post to Reuters have all declared him as the 47th President of the United States of America. All of his supporters eagerly waiting in Florida to hear from him at that campaign ground. And most importantly, Kamala Harris, who last minute rejected giving that speech. So we know who the winner here is, the man who's standing at the victory post, all set to address America.
Well, in fact, these are the first pictures now coming in of Donald Trump. In fact, the supporters all gathering there. Just to take our viewers in the gathering, who are the people who are present there? And perhaps that will tell you what exactly is Donald Trump really hinting at. Elon Musk, of course, many seeing that picture in itself caused a lot of heartburn, and the Democrats, on the other hand, the pictures coming in from the alma mater of Kamala Harris, where she was also scheduled to speak. It turns out that they had to cancel this, which in itself is an indication coming in right now, the fact that she's conceded defeat. But one would certainly expect, Abhishek, also, if you can come in, Kamala Harris and the Democrats in particular could have actually sent across a message that, they're conceding a defeat, restoring what many would say the beauty of American democracy, because that's what they largely spoke about in the last elections, to criticizing Donald Trump. But what is really happening as far as the Democrats are concerned? By now, they should have conceded defeat.
Well, you see, for all the feminista gang that the Liberal Democrats sort of pushed, they had to, bring out a man to announce that Kamala Harris is not speaking tonight. Optics aside, the fact of the matter is that, it's interesting. I'm sort of just going through, I've been, of course, closely tracking the campaign and going through the results that are coming in. So a lot of areas which are traditionally black and hence Democrat, there is tremendous support that has come in for Trump. It's surprising, Shawan, that... Okay, let's cut straight to the pictures coming in. I believe Trump has arrived. Trump has arrived with Melania. Let's cut to those pictures and to the net sounds.
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this." I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "Yes, it was." I said, "Who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that." I said, "That's why I love you, Elon. That's great." And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, "Would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" "It's a form of communication." So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, "Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?" He said, "It's a communication system." "That's very good." I said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it?" He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Yeah, Bryson.
Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us, nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
of United States of America, the 47th president, and of course he lives with that signature Donald Trump tango, Abhishek. In fact, the big message really coming across Sampath as well as Alexander right now. First, he talks about sealing the border. He's very clear, legal immigration. The second is with regards to the tariff. See, he's very clear of what he really wants.
Yes, the speech was very clear. It was a very gracious victory speech. You know, he mentioned everything that he said all throughout the campaign trail. Promises made, promises kept. It's not just words. He's going to do it. He's going to try so hard to fix all the mess that has happened in the 4 years. Again, he said,
Alexander, because right now the focus would be what next. I'll also bring in Sampath right now. Mr. Sampath, as far as representation of the Indian diaspora, because President Trump had already indicated that he is going to protect what he said was with regards to the Hindus. So it's very clear that there is a possibility of representation of the Indian diaspora in this Trump administration.
Yes, I think weeks ago he declared that he's a fan of India and he's a friend of Indian Americans. I think that there was a big statement when there was the issue about what was happening in India and US. I think he straightened it out with the one statement. I think it changed the dictionary of US-India relations. I think he'll be the best friend of India, and we look forward to his leadership.
What I found very interesting, Abhishek, also, apart from sealing the border comment that he makes, for the longest time, Abhishek, they said that he's going to start a war. Today, President Trump once again reiterating the fact that he is going to stop the war, which is essentially indicating as far as Russia-Ukraine is concerned. For the longest time, the hypocrisy that we have seen dealing with NATO, that too, he's very clear that no longer will US really, shoulder the burden.
Well, absolutely. Even in his first term, he had really read the Riot Act to NATO and said that either you pay or, America is not there to foot the bill and NATO can be disbanded. He actually said that NATO can be disbanded if Europe is not willing to pay. I'm sure tonight is going to be a night of jitters for many leaders in the continent there, across the lake, as they say, across the Atlantic. And the European leaders are going to be much, much worried. The most worried being, of course, Zelensky, because a Trump win means that he is going to really calibrate American engagement with Europe and specifically with the Europe war that's going on, Shavan. And I think a lot of policy announcements there. I think for all the praise that he heaped on Elon, calling him a star is born, Shavan, I read some difficulties going ahead for Elon also, because he said that we have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. So effectively, Trump is going to pivot towards oil as the key for the economic model that's there in Trump's mind. Remember, he has earlier also, while praising Elon Musk, mentioned, for example, in the context of the Detroit automobile ecosystem, that he's going to pivot back to oil. That's not good news for Elon, for all the praise that Donald Trump gave in. So from Europe war to the oil economy, I think a tremendous amount of policy push there coming in. My takeaways are, apart from all the praise that he reserved for Elon Musk, there are already indications that the Trump presidency would be about more of what the first Trump presidency was between 2016 and 2020.
Well, in fact, there are, Purnima, if I can just bring you in, what's the stark difference that you see from the earlier presidency to what is expected? I'm told that some more breaking news now coming in. In fact, world leaders are already congratulating a short while back. The first one to actually congratulate was the head of state of El Salvador, and now it's Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, you've already seen that one message that President-elect Donald Trump has indicated with regards to how exactly he will be calibrating his approach as far as the war is concerned, particularly referring to the Israel war, and of course, not to forget with regards to Russia-Ukraine. So that's another important.
Israel would be very excited and happy about a Trump victory. Remember, Shawan, in the last term, Donald Trump had shifted the U.S. embassy, the U.S. mission, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So in a way, that was a strong message that the Trump presidency is all about backing the Jewish state fully, and obviously Netanyahu would be excited, and that getting expressed in the post that he has.
There's no namby-pamby kind of a response here. The Republicans here making it very clear as to how exactly they want this to actually go forward.
If you look
policy
at
decisions,
look at the irony, Shawan, you know, it seems going by the pattern, if Kamala Harris has lost Michigan, also the Muslims, the Arabs did not trust the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats, and when it came to Gaza and the Palestine war of Israel, and the Jews, of course, thought that Trump is going to be better. So in a way, pincer of a situation for the Democrats where neither the Muslims nor the Jews have really voted for Kamala Harris.
Well, in fact, Purnima, if I can just take a quick question before we also move on and give you the full picture, how it looks like, how are the numbers really stacked up right now. But first, a comment from you, Purnima, and then I'll get all our numbers up for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Let's take you through the numbers right now. So 538, 277 and 226 to Kamala Harris. Now, as far as this win goes, it's historic, ladies and gentlemen, because what we are looking at is a clear victory in at least 7 of the battleground states. So clearly, if you see with the previous victory too, 2016 as well as 2022, this is turning out to be the big victory for Donald Trump, primarily because of at least 7 of the states moving towards Donald Trump. And we'll break the numbers for you too, because it turns out that it is moving way beyond than what we saw in 2020. So it's a decisive victory for Donald Trump. Purnima, if I can just get in a quick word from you. It is different because it is turning out to be a complete mandate that has been given to Donald Trump. And these states to swing states also clearly moving towards, once again, Donald Trump. Let's also take you through the congratulatory messages now coming in. After Benjamin Netanyahu, you have the French President, Suesha, who's also congratulated. If you can just quickly take our viewers through those messages now coming in from the world's
absolutely,
leaders.
Shawan. Emmanuel Macron, who's tweeted, and I quote, "Congratulations, President Donald Trump, ready to work together as we've done for 4 years, with your convictions and with mine, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." In fact, even Netanyahu, who has addressed Donald and Melania Trump as friends, also signing off in true friendship, saying, "Yours, Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu." So yes, wishes certainly pouring in from across the globe, especially from leaders who are most happy that Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. We're also trying to get a reporter from Canada.
Just a quick word. Let's just get it from Mr. Sampath. Mr. Sampath, a quick word from you. Through the election campaigning, we have seen how the Indian diaspora has essentially reacted to it. What do you really see that President-elect Trump would essentially do for the diaspora? Because Alexander said that, look, yeah, I was very happy when he was the president because I could buy my home. That was the reason why he said that he makes a better president. What do you think would be the characteristic of President Trump in his next term?
I think the world will be a safer place without war, without the hassles of a military invasion of one country to other country. I think he'll be a great friend of India. Naturally, he is a friend of Russia. I think the war will stop. I think the Middle East, which is boiling now, will definitely take a clue who is the head of state in the United States. I don't think there will be so many skirmishes that are happening because the United States is supporting those skirmishes between Israel, Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza in the Gaza Street. I think that will stop. I'm sure movement, of course, President Trump will take over only on January 20th. Until then, I'm sure they will cool down.
Mr. Sampath, while we're getting in some more breaking news, do you believe some of the world leaders right now, particularly in the West, will have to grudgingly accept that you have President Trump back, pushing ahead what he believes no longer can be a burden for America? You have French president now saying that he's ready to work with President-elect Trump. Not that he had much of an option, though, Abhishek. Here you have Macron saying that ready to work together with Trump. Sampath,
look, Shravan. So look
not
at
much
Europe.
that he had a choice.
Look at Europe. Macron is on his way out.
Yeah.
Olaf Scholz is on his way out. So effectively, Viktor Orban becomes the first European head of the government to actually congratulate Trump, and he is right. And he is someone made of the Trump politics, in fact, in many ways. So if you look at it, European leaders would be saying this with a lot of discomfort. Even irrespective of whether they are in or out, Europe is going to have a tough time dealing with the United States under Trump.
That's an important area because all this while, Europe essentially wanted to strengthen NATO. That will be perhaps the big friction point. Sampath, one quick word. I do understand it's late at night right now. But with regards to working with the European partners, do you believe that perhaps President Trump is going to alter it, keeping in mind that you cannot have much of a friction point right now? And then I'll also take our viewers through the numbers that are now coming in. Sampath, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think initially the NATO was very not so sure they want to do business with the United States under the leadership of President Trump because he demanded the right things to do because they had not paid the dues of NATO for years and years. And the US was the only country paying and managing the whole NATO. I think he said it right. So they were not very happy about his demanding the funding of the NATO. And I think NATO was much more stronger under his leadership. As you know, he has very close relations with President Putin. He told within 24 to 48 hours of his presidency, he was going to talk to President Putin and to stop the war between Ukraine and Russia. I think that will be the biggest gift to the world because we don't know what is really happening in Ukraine, how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of people might have perished. Nobody knows because, it's all under the rug. I think that will definitely bring a peace. So also in the Middle East, so also in the Afghan area where US left suddenly and they have to rework their system. I think the whole world will be different place to continue their struggle to survive and live. I think President Trump will make a big contribution. More than anything, I think he'll be a close friend of India, and we're looking for that. That's the only reason, in spite of Kamala Harris had an Indian heritage, we supported Trump because he is going to be much more closer to India, and he has promised so many things. We'll make sure that he does what he said. I'm sure Modi ji and him, and they will get together and resolve whatever issues we may have with our neighboring countries, including Pakistan and Bangladesh. It's a big thing.
Mr. Sampath, I'll just request you to stay on with us as we now just quickly take our viewers through the numbers that are emerging right now for all our viewers who are tuning in right now as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States of America. Which are the states that have essentially contributed to that? Let's take you through the details emerging right now. We've got a better picture right now with the projections that have come in from multiple sources. Now, let's just quickly take you through what are these 7 swing states that we are really talking about and why this is becoming the key turnaround. Let's first take you through what are the 7 swing states and what does this essentially mean? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. So you're looking at the number of electoral votes. Largely here you have Pennsylvania. Remember, this last time was taken over by Joe Biden. Again, that has flipped at least 19, the highest coming in from Pennsylvania. Then, of course, you have from Georgia as well as North Carolina. North Carolina, remember, was one of the first states which essentially was moving towards Donald Trump this morning. Then, of course, it was followed by Georgia, Arizona, as well as Wisconsin and Michigan. What has really changed? All through the campaigning that took place in the last few months, you've had both the candidates essentially talking about 2 things, at least when they're going to places like Pennsylvania, Georgia, largely talking about what their promises as far as immigration is concerned. This, again, ladies and gentlemen, you've had President Trump once again making it very clear. He believes that it is going to be through sealing the borders and what he says should be legal immigration. largely, as you can see, the picture really changing. These are the bellwether states too. It has flipped many a times in the past too. For a very long time, you've had, these are the places which were seen as somewhat Democrat stronghold taken over by the Republicans. In the last election, remember, at least one was with the Republicans. This time it turns out that all the swing states, all the 7 swing states have moved towards the Republicans. So that's how it looks like. This is the full picture. That's the full picture coming in. Let's also go across to our guests who are joining in right now, and what Donald Trump could essentially mean for India as well as the region. Because remember, just about a few days ago, Dr. Joseph Jalil, you've had President Trump essentially talking about the fact that he is going to be playing a crucial role as far as protecting the Hindus are concerned. So many would have seen this as what he believes the policy dealing with Bangladesh.
This is a great day for as we were predicting, for America and for the world. Trump has actually won a very decisive victory. It's not just a victory in electoral college votes. It's a victory now will be in popular votes. A victory in the Senate majority, which will strengthen the hands of the president in confirming whatever appointments he need to make, and also possibly in the U.S. House, which will control the purse. So no one's going to question his victory now, and this will bring in global peace. He created a new type of Republican Party. This is not the Republican Party which everyone's used to 20 years ago with the Bush families, or even with the Reagans. This is different. This is a time when our people are supporting, including from Arab Americans to Jewish Americans, supported President Trump. Indian Americans, even though Kamala Harris was, of our own heritage, was largely in support of President Trump this time. And even the Black Americans supported President Trump. So from everyone, from Black to white, to Asians, to Muslims, to non-Muslims, to Jews, supported President Trump. This is a great coalition for President Trump to come in this time.
And I'm very eager to get a reaction from Daniel Bodman, senior journalist, joining us from Canada. Daniel, you are hoping that Trump comes to power. Good news. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. I'm having a good time. It's keeping me up past 3 a.m. and smiling. So that's I think it's great geopolitically. What you're talking about is true. Trump did break a lot of the false paradigms. The Obama worldview of we can hug the terrorism away and empower Iran, and if we hug the people who hate us the loudest, the hardest, then they will somehow realize that we are, in fact, noble and they will become like us. That never happened, and it made things worse. And you saw Trump come in and, the peace between the Abraham Accords. He was setting actual deterrence. I tend to, where I probably disagree with the panel in India, is I'm a bit more bullish on Ukraine than I think a lot of people are. I think Ukraine's highly underestimated, and I think people forget that Trump. There's a reason why Russia didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was president, is because there was appropriate American deterrence, mainly in terms of energy independence. But now you have the Europeans who, they have to actually make hard choices, and they're going to be forced to what? Abandon Ukraine? No, they're going to play ball with Trump and be forced to sort of get NATO in order to provide some actual deterrence from the Russians, because America's not going to do all the work for them. But regardless, for all this, it sets the sort of just bring gas prices down. Stop with the overcomplicated nonsense. If there's just energy glut and there's industry and people are good. If you could just supply people with basic needs in a reasonable way and not get government overly involved in this, then everyone's going to be happier.
Okay, so we're getting some more breaking news right now. The first congratulatory message coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He says, need to put an end to Russian aggression. In fact, referring to President-elect Trump, who said a short while back that he is here to stop the war, a clear indication of which way is it headed. In fact, he's reiterated this multiple times. If we are ready to play that out, because perhaps at least three big takeaways from the victory speech of President-elect Donald Trump. One with regards to immigration, the second with regards to how exactly he would essentially deal with two ongoing war. And of course, now you have Ukrainian President Zelensky saying peace through strength approach works. Now indicating that whether at all there's going to be some sort of a dialogue too. In fact, not just that, one character perhaps President-elect Donald Trump referred multiple times was, of course, Elon Musk, and the fact that the image of Elon Musk with President-elect Donald Trump a short while back from Florida, that too perhaps caused a lot of heartburn. Let's first listen into what Donald Trump had to say about Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But
all right.
I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this.
All right, let's move on to another breaking news development coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joins other world leaders in congratulating Donald Trump on social media handle X. Prime Minister says, and I quote, heartiest congratulations to my friend real Donald Trump on your historic election victory. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive, global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity. Prime Minister, in fact, goes on to post a few pictures of him with President Trump, which includes one in Ahmedabad, where Prime Minister had held the Namaste Trump event, hosting President Trump in front of 100,000 huge crowd. And then there is another picture of Prime Minister and Donald Trump at the Howdy Modi event in Houston, Texas. And then, of course, there are a couple of other pictures of the two leaders engaging. That clearly shows the kind of chemistry that is there through the pictures comes out, and which was underscored by President Trump during the campaign, not once, twice, perhaps three times. And Narendra Modi becoming the first leader perhaps from Asia Bloc to be congratulating Donald Trump. And of course, this is big for India. Remember, in the period of 2016 to 2020, when Donald Trump was president, India carried out the surgical strike in Balakot. India removed Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir, and we generally saw our geopolitical situation really strengthening, and no interference whatsoever from the deep state in the United States. Unfortunately, over the last 4 years, Shawan, we have seen the Biden-Harris administration strengthening Pakistan by improving their F-16 arsenal. We have seen the United States having some role, as reported, in destabilizing Bangladesh and hence India's neighborhood. And we have seen the United States indulging in push and shove on issues of human rights, freedom of religion, etc. We have seen United States play some destabilizing role in India's northeast. So in a way, that's a good development. India's geostrategic community and the policy think tanks would be breathing easy. Prime Minister there really underscoring that with his congratulations. If you read between the lines, Shravan, and I would like to, what Prime Minister Modi is saying is that we will build on the successes of the first term, and that's really okay. Moving on, back to back, Prime Minister Modi congratulates President Trump, and then we have Giorgia Meloni of Italy coming out with her congratulatory message on Trump. Historic friendship with America, she is saying in her post, and sincere congratulations to Donald Trump. Remember, Meloni, in fact, happens to be a right-wing leader in Europe, and so there would be an ideological coming together, unshakable alliance with America. She is also the one who is strongest, perhaps, in terms of staying power in Europe with Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron going out, and of course in United Kingdom we have Keir Starmer, who is from the left bloc. Okay, Shravan.
Well, in fact, it's quite interesting after the French president making the congratulatory remark, you have the Italian head of state now responding. So it's interesting with the way we have seen how things are really panning out in the last few months, and now changing equations. Alexander, if I can just take that question to you, because within the Republican camp right now, in terms of the renewing the relationship, many would say that changing administration in the United States of America does not really impact India right now, because it's almost like a Teflon coating that has come into the relationship. But do you believe that this could essentially mean bringing in the golden era of the two nations, the relationship once again renewing?
I have always believed that the foreign policies usually it's a long-lasting relationship. It normally won't change when administrations change. But in this case, I definitely believe that President Trump, because of the friendship between President Trump,
Alexander, there's a personal chemistry that we are referring to here, because one could easily look at the body language of both the leaders when they have been together, the kind of bonhomie that they essentially share that perhaps translates further. And if you really look at the images of President Biden along with Prime Minister Modi versus what we are looking at, even the images that we are now playing out, that in itself shows the comfort that both the leaders have.
Exactly. See, that's what I was trying to say. The friendship, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, because of the policies that they aligned with, there are a lot of things they have in common. They have more things in common. That's what makes a relationship better.
Donald Trump. Right. In fact, we're going to put out those images, multiple images, because that image in itself tells you the story. That it narrates the story that we have really seen over the last several years, where you've had the Prime Minister essentially referring to Donald Trump as his friend. He's done that multiple times, and in every speech that he has actually delivered, he's largely spoken about how things have nurtured over the years. Let's now break it down for all our viewers in terms of what is it really expected, perhaps in the months to come, and how India could play a very important role, particularly in the last few months. If you really see the way India has played a role diffusing tension, particularly in Israel as well as Russia-Ukraine war, do you essentially look at right now, Purnima, if I can bring that to you, do you really see right now, what's the view in America with regards to India's role right now?
Having me, I appreciate that. First of all, I want to say I'm beyond ecstatic. I've been keeping it quiet, but I can't keep my excitement. First time, I'm just saying after Donald Trump talked, and I was speechless. I was beyond. It's scintillating. I can't hold my excitement. You can see the point I'm trying to say over here, that if Donald Trump was not elected, it was not just a bad luck for Americans, but for the world. So it's something that I just posted right after I've heard he was declared. Congratulations, America, congratulations, the world. He had been talking about it for quite some time, that if he was was the president of America, these two wars would not have started. And there's a lot of truth around it. And Modi kept saying that this is not the time of war. And he's right. And when Donald Trump was the 45th president at that point of time, he also was talking about ending wars that was going on around the world and bringing the troops back to our country. And Afghanistan also was part of the conversation. And after he was ousted from White House unceremoniously, and these leftist Marxist goons left Afghanistan with such a disastrous drama. It was not a good look for America as well. It was not a good look for the people of our country. And then coming back from there, they start a new war, the leftist political folks. But at this point of time, his agenda is absolutely clear. He wants no wars. Also, he wants to make sure that there is legal immigration. His stance changed. The folks that were completely anti-immigrant have changed because of the fact that in the last 4 years they have seen how illegal immigrants can actually create massive havoc from corruption, from crimes, from taking away funds from our treasury. That's what has changed Donald Trump's stance as well. And he understands that he actually needs to bring in high-skilled labor like us who came to America to build product for America. I was not building product for India. So like that, I think these are something that we have to converse, and right-wing parties has to understand as well. And I think that was the massive shift. And obviously, he very specifically said that a star was born, Elon Musk was there, he has to protect the talent for America. And he understands what it means. He understands what the immigrants have done for the country. And I think with shifting towards India, there's no better partner than President Donald Trump. I'm not calling him president-elect. He is the rightful person, and for the country, he's the rightful person for the world. So I think from a perspective of the labor trade, the conversation will continue, but he's not going to be the punitive kind of person. You already know what he's looking for, whether it's a tariff, whether it's software engineering, whether it's building coalitions between different entities. I think it's going to be fantastic outlook for the world.
Okay, you see, the first mention of any policy statement in Donald Trump's speech was on the border and the issue of illegals. And let's play that soundbite and then we discuss on the other side. Let's play that.
Isleen, abhi join kar rahi.
Acha, theek hai, okay.
We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
All right, those were the first couple of minutes of the victory speech of Donald Trump. And in the first few sentences, he brought in the issue of border, and that really underscores how significant an issue the illegal migration has been in this campaign. And Anang Mittal joins us live from New York, from Washington, D.C. In fact, Anang, you think the Democrats really misread the situation, because as much as rest of the United States, even the legal migrants really grudge these illegals coming in because they think that they're getting a free pass. So it was an issue, and not necessarily to the advantage of the Democrat establishment in so easily allowing all these illegals to stay and, naturalize themselves by proxy. And hence Donald Trump mentioning it in the first few sentences of his victory speech itself.
Yeah, I think the Democrats have been mistaken on this issue for almost 20 years, and that's why there's been no movement on illegal immigration and non-legal immigration, which is affecting people like your former panelists and friends and colleagues and cousins and relatives of mine who've been stuck in the green card and the H-1 wait list, which is now 100 years old. You're going to have to live for 100 years to maybe even get through the wait list. So it's because of Democrat intransigence that this issue hasn't moved, because Democrats have believed for almost 20 years, if not longer, that the more illegal immigrants that come into this country and become legalized or become part of the American fabric, become citizens, that they're going to vote for the Democrat Party, that it's to their advantage. And they thought that was a natural vote bank that they could cultivate by not enforcing the border. And tonight's election has shown, the results have shown, that the Latinos who are here, who came here illegally, who have been here for generations, don't like illegal immigration. And people who are of non-white population don't like illegal immigration. They don't want the border to be completely open and completely porous and letting in God knows who. There have been many people who are on the terror watch list who have been caught there. I've seen the border with my own eyes, and earlier this year, I was there with my boss, the Speaker of the House, and we were doing a press conference with a bunch of other congressmen, and somebody from behind across the river literally was crossing as they were giving a press conference. There was no fear. These people had no fear that a literal body of congressmen with guns and police were standing there, and they believed that they could completely flaunt the law and come across, and that's exactly what happened. They were taken away by the federal police, the border police there, because you could do nothing. The local police were not allowed to interfere in that matter. So I think this is a problem of the Democrats' own making, and like I said, the fact that Donald Trump has closed the minority vote, has closed the Latino vote, and even they were beating him up for some comments that a comedian made at one of his rallies about Puerto Ricans. Even the Puerto Ricans who live in America have voted for him en masse, and the new governor governor of Puerto Rico is a Republican. So clearly, the Latinos and the non-whites trust him and have given him their benefit of the doubt more than the Democrats believe that he should have been. So it's time for some serious introspection. It's time to examine your own priors in terms of what messaging that you've been sending out to people that they don't want to listen to you. They would rather prefer Donald Trump. He's a known entity. He's been known for almost 10 years now, and they prefer him over you. And so I think the Democrats have to do some serious soul searching, some serious introspection, and come up with a better alternative rather than only making an election and every part of their messaging that is anti-Trump.
Yeah, Anand, good that you mentioned about Puerto Rico because, the Democrat campaign, the Harris campaign made a lot about that joke that was cracked at one of the Pennsylvania rallies of Trump by a stand-up comic on Puerto Ricans. And yet, if the Puerto Ricans have voted for Trump, it's interesting. We are joined in by Suresh, can you take it?
Yes, Mr. Alok Bansal also who joins us. But before that, quickly going to Umesh Agarwal to get a sense of that statement by Donald Trump on liquid gold, saying we have more liquid gold to repay debt, primarily putting out a strong message to Saudi Arabia and Russia, vowing energy dominance. I'm not too sure if we are receiving your audio. I request you to unmute yourself, Umesh Agarwal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I do believe that Donald Trump will mostly focus that the renegotiated petrodollar arrangement that had lapsed earlier this year will be continued. And certainly there will be repercussions for the BRICS world order as well. The BRICS had unveiled a new financial system where they were planning to build a new payment system. Donald Trump has stated on record that all the countries which are going to export will have to pay the import duty. He has proposed to raise taxes on China at 60%. And I do believe that the monetary system will likely to be integrated with the BRICS payment system very soon. And I do believe that China will be taken to task. And I do believe that that China will be, the strengthening of the Quad will happen during this regime.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I quickly want to go back to Shravan, as I believe he's showing us more numbers, Abhishek. But before that, if you want to quickly make a point. All right, Shravan, as he has more numbers.
Well, the numbers are pretty much solid right now in terms of most of the states essentially being called in. So let's take you through the big picture emerging right now and also the multiple states that we're talking about. The big picture, where it stands right now as far as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is concerned. You've already had most of the Western legacy media calling in the election right now. The news agencies too now calling in. But the big takeaway, if I may say so, number one is with regards to, if you really compare it with the last election itself, there is a massive swing, at least in the most of the 7 big states. And that is the reason why, if you're calling this election as a historic election, it's because of the fact that unlike in the previous elections where you've had 1 or 2 swing states still with the defeated side, this time it seems that all the 7 states have gone to Donald Trump. Perhaps most of what he has been talking about finds resonance. In fact, if you see most largely talking about the fact that economy was in complete doldrums under the Biden administration, at least if you go by what the Republicans had to say. And this is exactly what he started with. In fact, in the speech that he made, the victory speech, he says he is going to rebuild America, that he's going to fight for every American. every single day, referring to the fact that if there is a crisis in the economy, it's going to be addressed by him. And he says, I'm going to fix it. Apart from that, he has largely spoken about the fact that illegal immigration has become the biggest headache, Suesha. That is the reason why. That was the first big statement. So if you really look at the chronology of the issues that was picked up by Donald Trump in his victory speech, he basically starts with the big takeaway, of course, with regards to illegal immigration.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the very basis of his campaign, Make America Great Again, where he once again echoed through his speech saying that Americans have taken control of the nation. So pretty much for the Americans, as he set an optimistic tone for his tenure also. The declaration of the bold vision that he's carved for the country, like you're saying, Shravan, reforms and border security that have very prominently figured in his victory speech, as we also continue to stay with our guests who are with us on the broadcast. Mr. Alok Bansal also, I believe, and of course I'll have to confirm if he's with us, but he is. All right. Mr. Bansal, primarily indicating a strong shift towards stringent policies and enhancing national security, Donald Trump has very clearly envisioned how he envisages this tenure.
See, there is no doubt that Donald Trump has won emphatically, and that shows to some extent, besides anything, that there is also an element of misogyny as far as US society is concerned. Having said that, Donald Trump has always emphasized that he'll focus on economy, and at this point of time, I think the perception in US was that the economy is not doing well, so he's going to be focusing on that. As far as security is concerned, he's talked of no war. So he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war. I think he will start reducing support for Ukraine and bring it to almost zero. And that would pressurize Ukraine to come to terms with Putin and his demands, and there could be some rapprochement as far as this conflict is concerned. On the other hand, on security issues in Middle East, he's going to emphatically support Israel and be vociferously against Iran. That would stymie any possibility that one had of another deal with Iran, because the president of Iran at this point of time is a liberal and he wanted some sort of a rapprochement, and that's why they have been curtailing the response as far as Israeli offensive has been concerned. So as far as Middle East is concerned, you could see an aggravation of conflict. As far as India is concerned, H-1B visas would come under pressure. You could see that American companies which have set up production facilities or which are planning to set up production facilities in India may be forced to set them up back home. So this sort of issues could come up. But overall, I think his focus would be on economy. So the global economy should take a upturn as far as Trump presidency is concerned.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, if I can just take a quick word from you with regards to the other big message that he sent across in terms of imposing the tariffs, because that has been something that many have misread, that if at all those tariffs are essentially brought in, do the businesses really get hit? And largely, are we really talking about only the American businesses really flourishing? Is that the message that he's sending across?
See, he has always been talking of protectionism, in fact, virtual protectionism. He feels that this open market economy actually helps other countries which produce goods at lower costs and makes US economy suffer. So he is going to impose tariffs, and that is going to affect India the most, because we have a positive trade balance vis-a-vis America. So we need to be very careful as far as these issues are concerned, because there is a sense of euphoria that Trump has won. But there are, and in the short term, maybe it may probably help us a lot. But in the long term, there are a lot of pitfalls which we'll have to negotiate. And with Trump, it's going to be a transactional relationship. So if you want something, you'll have to give him something. So that's what is going to be the case as far as India-US relations are concerned going forward.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, I'll just request you to stay on with us while we also take viewers through these congratulatory messages that are essentially coming in. A short while back, you've had the NATO General Secretary also putting out that message. So, in fact, let's take you through the big numbers that are emerging right now. How does it really stand right now? 277 for Donald Trump and 226 for Kamala Harris. So, largely, if you look at most of these states, the swing states are also moving towards Donald Trump. So, that's the reason why many would say that this is a historic win, because even Joe Biden last time could not really see the kind of result that we are really looking at right now. So which are the states which have essentially moved? Let's take you through the ones which are on the East Coast. North Carolina, where you have about 16 electoral votes, that's the second highest. The highest, of course, coming in from Pennsylvania. Georgia, too, remember, has moved towards Donald Trump. That's, again, 16 electoral votes. So if you look at least two such states have been taken care of. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. That's the highest if you really compare it to the other battleground states. So at least three of them. Wisconsin, about 10 electoral votes. And then, of course, you have Michigan, Michigan, and Arizona. So let's put that out as far as Michigan is concerned. And Arizona, because there too, remember, it's gone towards Donald Trump. We'll put that out in a short while from now. So if you really look at all these 7 swing states, all of them essentially moving towards Donald Trump. And if you compare it to the previous election of 2020, there too, remember, you've had Joe Biden at least getting about 6 of them. Here, it's moving towards 7 straight win from the battleground states. So that's the reason why Donald Trump's victory is largely being seen as the big historic victory. Abhishek and Suesha.
Well, absolutely. And, the congratulations are pouring in from around the world. And we are seeing sort of meltdown also happening in a section of the American society, particularly American press. And these reactions in many ways are along expected lines. But what's caught my attention is the manner in which identity politics has really failed for the Democrats. For example, we had that very famous video of Barack Obama calling those black youth that they should vote as black because Kamala Harris grew up as black. And I'm going through those results, and there are many of the counties which are...
Are there any surprise victory also, at least if you really look at changing vote bank also? Because for a very long time, if you look at this strategy also, Abhishek, you've had perhaps Kamala Harris largely emphasizing that she's a black woman, not really emphasizing on this, South Asian descent. So Betty saw that as a part of a strategy to ensure that the black votes really particularly coming in from swing states like Georgia would move towards her. So what are the numbers really telling you right now? Abhishek.
In terms of black votes?
Right.
So I'm yet to get any specifics in terms of numbers, Shravan. But I can tell you, for example, if you go through some of the constituencies, some of the counties, not constituencies as they are called there. So, for example, I am looking at Anson County in North Carolina, which is a frontline state or a battleground state or a swing state, and Anson County is 40% black. And Trump has become just the second Republican to win this county since 1870s, from the time of Abraham Lincoln. And that's some major gains for Donald Trump. And Shravan, so I was just breaking down the identity politics part of the US election this time around, and I was mentioning how Barack Obama, who's sort of an epitome of liberal politics, not just in the US, but perhaps around the world, he was seen appealing to the black youth to vote as blacks because Kamala Harris grew up black. And we are getting these kind of results where even blacks have voted for Trump. And maybe we can take it to some of our friends there in the US on the panel. Bhavna, if you want to take this question, whether Trump has really broken those identities and it's Americans cutting across those identity divides, voting for Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I completely agree with this because, this elections has been kind of, exemplifying the entire identity politics that has been going on in during the entirety of the US elections because, we see the growing importance of specific communities like Hispanic voters or, we see Arab Americans playing a very important role this time. They were much more demanding about what's going to turn out for the Middle Eastern politics. And we see a very, very strong hold of Indian Americans. So, I think identity politics in this election has been very, very, eminent. I mean, you could see that. And I think the results are very much clearer about that. And I think Trump has actually turned it in his favor by appealing to specific communities and, like taking up things that actually resonated with them. I particularly come back to Indian Americans because he's actually, kind of resonated so much with Indo-Americans. Like he hasn't just talked about, inflation and trade, but he's also talked about gun safety. He's also talked about, deregulation and tax cuts, which is again very, very important for small business owners. But I think it's also pretty much important that how, along with resonating with particular communities, Trump has tried to maintain, a very a big chunk of his identity has been built on putting out a very strong front as a generic front. I heard this in his speech wherein he said that, God has particularly chosen me for a purpose. A lot of people say that, and, it's to save our country. So, this entire notion of, America first and saving the country and building the nation, I think it has cut across communities. It has cut across, specific groups. It goes back. And I think he has achieved something remarkable. He has turned established opposition into populist support. We see a very general populist support for Trump this time. I think every attack that, was meted out towards him that has actually strengthened his base's resolve. Even those celebrity endorsement for Harris, I think, they appear to backfire. Trump actually successfully, used identity in this by calling them as elite disconnection from ordinary Americans. I think this was very, very interesting. And I think when we look at identity politics, I think we should also look at how successfully he managed to control narratives and also, turn every pessimistic opportunity into a very good opportunity, which helped him. When he actually transformed his greatest weakness that everybody called into his rallying points, when he was faced with 88 felony charges, rather than retreating, rather than saying something that might have gone against him, he just said that, I still remember that line when he said that I'm being indicted for you. So, there was a masterful reframing that turned this legal vulnerability of Trump into political strength. And this is just one example. I think the numbers speak for themselves, wherein he's, this constant, again and again coming back to this point that, are you better off now than the 4 years ago? There's this whole notion of comparing the two terms and, trying to place identity into focus that, do you think you're going to be better off? I think that this positive reframing of the entire narrative has been really, really successful. And again, I think foreign politics remains very, very important because, America, which is a very diverse community, we see a lot of communities which are very, very active and very, very important. So this again and again going back to the Middle Eastern politics, I think that has been really, really successful in terms of shaping Arab Americans' votes. Indo-American votes have been shaped by that, by Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy, by pointing towards a very aggressive stance towards China. I think that has played well because, if we read between the lines, so he goes with this policy of going against, the aggressive stance of China, which we call as China plus one strategy. I think if we read between the lines, this positions India as a primary beneficiary of global supply chain reorganization. Because, if he goes back from China, there's a high probability of moving towards India. I think this opens a lot of doors for India. And I think in this particular politics, the region which has turned out to be the most important was the Indo-Pacific region. We see a lot of discussion around Quad, just because, again, sidelining China and trying to set up the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. So, we see enhancement of Quad. And I think this remains very, very important. And as along with that, I think India has a lot to gain in this. There is going to be strong technological partnerships. There are going to be strong economic partnerships, and I think it's going to play well in favor of Indo-Americans. But along with them, also for India, I think this we again go back to this very beautiful relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Trump. I think we see those events of Howdy Modi events and Trump's strong stance on China. I think they've actually resonated deeply with the Indian Americans, and I think this goes same for other communities as well. So I think Trump has successfully managed to build a narrative that swept across these communities. I mean, he played a very important role here by appealing to specific communities, but also gaining a very generic stance towards that. So I think that actually worked really, really well.
Absolutely, and you very aptly summed it up. I request all our guests to stay on as we'll continue to introspect into those key statements made by Donald Trump in that victory speech. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, but we'll be back on the other side as we talk more on all of this. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight. And we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra. My colleague Suyesha is also joining us here at the studios, and it's of course a big day for America and for Donald Trump. The Republicans, they're back at White House re-election, and Donald Trump has scripted a historic victory this time. The suspense has finally ended. We'll get you a lowdown of all that has happened in this entire campaign, the factors that were behind this, and what to expect in Trump Sarkar 2.0. Suyesha.
Oh yes, and most importantly, introspecting that victory speech by Donald Trump, as clearly this night Trump supporters are sleeping very well as they have emerged victorious. We also understand how Kamala Harris cancelled her speech last minute, clearly conceding defeat. How exactly is the next term going to look like? We discuss all of that. First, a quick check of the headlines.
Will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again."
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Making his position clearer, Trump breaks up the immigration issue and says, "We will heal the country and fix our borders."
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Donald Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States of America.
Congratulatory reactions pouring for Donald Trump from across the globe, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Donald Trump on X.
Ladies and gentlemen, the people of the United States of America have announced their verdict. Donald Trump has swept the 2024 U.S. presidential elections, making a historic comeback after 4 long years.
Oh yes, absolutely. As he laid emphasis on the very basis of his campaign, Make America Great Again, he also went on to say that God saved me for a reason, and he has promised to reverse all the wrongdoings and fix all that is wrong in the country. Donald Trump, in that victory speech in Florida, which ended on an optimistic note, Donald Trump, who outlaid his vision of what he sees in Trump 2.0.
Absolutely. In fact, we're joined by a esteemed panel of guests on the broadcast here. Well, we've been joined by Jyotsna Sharma, live with us from a senior journalist live from New Jersey, and Kunal Desai, software release manager. He's an Indian American living in Texas. He's live from Texas. Jagdish Sevani, president, the American India Public Affairs Committee, live from New York. And Bhavna Dahiya, foreign affairs expert, founder, International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. She's live from Delhi also. Joined by Pathikrit Pain. He's a geopolitical expert. He's live from New Delhi. Now, of course, this is a historic moment in the United States, and Bhavna Dahiya, I'll just go across to you first. Trump began with this very emotional note that God saved me for a reason. Of course, Trump, the Republicans being as nationalist and as Americanist as possible. We do remember the 2 assassination attempts and how the sympathy factor was much talked about and could have played an important role. How do you see this now panning out when he says that we will, fix things in the United States? What are the holes that he's talking about that needs to be plugged in?
It's really interesting that, when we actually hear his victory speech, when we read it between the lines, there's just so much we can make out about, the coming years for American politics and what the stances of Trump are going to be. I think it talks more about American politics, which is, of course, not going to be quite the same. I think his victory represents not just, his political victory, but I think it's a fundamental challenge to how we understand, American electorate, American politics now, especially, given these fundamental changes that we've seen in this electoral cycle about voter behavior, how different communities are evolving, right, and the nature of political power in modern America. I think his promise of golden age of America, that's not just a campaign rhetoric. I think it can be seen as a reflection of the extraordinary mandate that he has received. His victory speech had a lot of themes which related to healing and strength. When he talks about that God spared him for a reason to save his country, that takes us back to these themes of healing and strength. Wherein there was also another statement that he made that every citizens, I will fight for you, for your family, for your future. I think this is a triumph if what we can call as insurgent populism over traditional political orthodoxy. I think his victory represents just, one of the most remarkable political resurrections in modern American history. Again, I think one more important event in this was Harris's cancellation of Howard University's speech, because, that was not just a change of venue, but it's a recognition of political reality. And I think it's a reminder that sometimes it's more important to decide what not to do. And I think this was seen very clearly in the victory speeches of Trump as well. let the magnitude of this moment sink in. Multiple indictments, establishment opposition and mainstream media criticism. I mean, what not, right? And yet looking at the numbers, looking at this amazing victory, like this razor-thin margin victory, we see the messages of how too big to rig and we're taking back our country. These are some very strong messages, right? And these are the messages that have exactly resonated with the electorate, who are actually frustrated with what, they perceived as elite disconnection from their daily struggles. I think this was his ability to transform every attack into evidence of persecution. I think that has created an almost impenetrable political armor. And what's also particularly fascinating is how Trump has rewritten the rules of political engagement. I mean, every conventional political weapon that was used against him, from legal challenges to, media narratives about him, they were transformed into proof of his central narrative. The central narrative being that he's fighting against a corrupt establishment on behalf of ordinary Americans. I mean, look at how this amazing narrative comes out very indirectly in his speech and also throughout his campaigns. His message that, they're not after me. They're after you, to the Americans, right? I'm just in the way. I think that created a very powerful bond with the voters that, transcended just political loyalty. So I think, when we look at his speech, it's not just about the mandates and the stance that Trump is going to take in the near future. I think that also talks about what force and, what direction is American politics going to now move ahead in. So I think it's not just rhetoric, it's not just narratives, but it's also about how the politics is going to be shaped, which is, of course, not going to be the same.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I'd also like to bring in Anang Mittal, because I understand it's really late night for you from Washington. So quickly to understand from you, fully noting that from the blacks to the Hispanics to even the Latinos who've gone to vote for Trump, but even in his victory speech, he draws that line very clearly where he says that looks like we'll be keeping control, unquote. We are going to fix our borders. We are going to fix everything about our country. So he has stayed true to how he had projected his vision for America. And despite the varied vote bank that has come out in support, Donald Trump sticks by it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. I think his message has always been that in terms of making America great again, it's economic power, military power, that America projects a symbol of strength. It's a shining beacon on the hill, as Ronald Reagan used to say. So he harkens back to the older Republican leaders who were much more successful and sort of were seen as being people who revived America from a negative period, from negative decades. And I think, quite honestly, the identity politics thing on the Democrat side is really played out, and that's what this election is showing. Donald Trump has made double-digit gains with the Latinos, with African Americans, with Asian Americans, and he's also made major gains with the Gen Z vote, 18 to 29-year-olds. So it's very obvious that the old method of using identity politics is not going to work, and that wasn't the case with the Democrat Party either. They used to be the party of class. They used to fight for the lower class. They used to fight for the labor class. They used to fight for the unions, and all of those lower class people, Americans, have gone over to Donald Trump. And so it's quite obvious that the political paradigms have shifted. He's now responsible for three major electoral shifts in the United States. When he won in 2016, nobody had won before with as little experience as he had in governing. And now that he's won again in 2024, he's shown that American people are willing to place trust in somebody who went through a very contentious election period in 2020, has gone through federal indictments, has gone through all kinds of legal troubles, and it's only strengthened his position. And I think it's to his credit. There's never been somebody like him on the American stage. There's probably never going to be anybody like him in American history for a very long time. And that's why people are making the comparisons back to Nixon, back to even FDR, or even the 1800s. Leaders in the 1800s. Grover Cleveland in 1868 was the last president to win two non-consecutive terms. So he's really showing that he does have the mandate of the American people. The Senate is also in the Republican hands, and the House is also in Republican hands. So he now has the opportunity to do what he should have maybe had wanted to do in 2016 and wasn't able to. And so he's gonna absolutely execute on those issues. Like I said, domestic policy, tax cuts, making sure the border is secure, making sure that manufacturing is up, and even on foreign policy, some people were worried, or one of the commentators were saying that maybe the tariffs were going to hurt India. But again, for Trump, he's a showman. He's a man he's a businessman, and so he likes to make deals. So even the talk about tariffs that may end up hurting India in terms of the trade deficit, I think he's going to use the tariffs really as a way to make a deal, to negotiate for a better deal. And so even when he talks about doing tariffs with China, he's really looking for a better deal. I don't think he actually wants to punitively hurt China unless there's an actual sort of defense reason for it. For example, technology transfer, things like that. I think he's going to be much more friendlier to India in terms of technology transfer, in terms of making these defense and manufacturing deals.
Right, Mr. Mittal, thanks so much for joining us here at Republic TV. And of course, it's been a very exciting night for all the Americans. And of course, all eyes have been on, the result that is out now. Let's take a quick look, in fact, take a listen in to what Donald Trump had said on the swing states. Remember how they hold a key when it comes to deciding who will take over the White House. So, Donald Trump viewers, what did he have to say on the 7 states?
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to...
Oh, yes, and quickly to take you through more breaking news that is coming within India. Yes, Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept victory. Nifty has surged by 1.5% after Trump's landslide win. In fact, we're learning on the IT stocks that have rallied. TCS, Infosys that have taken a massive lead. Bitcoin prices that are at an all-time high, and the markets reporting extremely well after Trump's victory. It is good news for those invested in the markets, as Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept the American elections. Let me take this to Dr. Joseph Chalil joining us from West Palm Beach. He continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Certainly, India is elated. There was a lot of talk all this while to who would be a better leader for India between Trump and Harris, and the markets reacting very positively.
This victory of Donald Trump, the landslide victory of Donald Trump, was not an accident. This has been in the works, as I know, for the past year and a half. I have to give credit to an Indian American for strategizing for President Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy. He was the first guy actually set this in motion by asking the then Republican chief to resign, and also tried to bring in Elon Musk and Joe Rogan to the Republican Party. Those people were not part of the Republican Party or the Trump coalition, and also trying to create this strategy of reaching out. And it wasn't a surprise because, as I said, I knew maybe weeks before that we had a million volunteers ready at 8 police stations, and this strategy was ready. Again, over persecution of Donald Trump did not help. And the assassination attempts on him did not help either. I was at Palm Beach Convention Center where the victory rally was going on today in the evening hours, and I had a lot of Republican supporters were coming in and saying they truly believed Donald Trump's life was saved by God, and if somebody's life was saved by God, and who are they to not vote for him? So he became more than just a person at this point. So again, for Indian Americans, I think this is going to be a great day. Unfortunately, I think most of the Indian Americans in USA voted for Trump, not because of maybe they might be fans of Trump, because they hated or they had dislike for Kamala Harris more. Because I wish she had, maybe embraced her Indianness a little bit more while she was vice president. She never took a chance to visit India while she was vice president. She could have come to her home city and embraced it. But she claimed, and she was embracing her blackness or African Americanness, and now the African American media was saying that she was lying about it, because there's some books about it, saying that she showed a picture of her grandmother, and now proofs coming saying that these can never be her grandmother, because her real grandmother died before she was born, and so she was trying to show black relatives as if she is more black than what she really is, and she abandoned her Indianness, which I think she's paying a price for. But Trump was open. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, these are the people who created the last-minute surge, and I think it's going to be a good day for the world, a good day for Americans, and the enthusiasm here is really palpable, and I could see when the convention or the watch party today evening was moved from Mar-a-Lago to a major here in Palm Beach. So,
right, of course, now we will get you more insights as to what all have been the promises, remember, that were made by Donald Trump. Remember, he has swept these elections. It's been historic for America. And in fact, Trump says that he will make America great again. He has made several promises, remember, on immigration, on trade, on taxation, so on and so forth. There are many promises that have been made by Donald Trump in his entire campaign. Also, of course, involves how he aims to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, remains to be seen what is the blueprint for all of that. Donald Trump being Donald Trump, he makes quite fiery statements and big claims, but remains to be seen what really happens. And I have Shravan Sen joining us here in the studios, who will help us understand what is next as far as the Trump 2.0 term is concerned. Shravan, over to you.
Well, typical to Donald Trump, his entire campaigning was about bold messaging. In fact, let's just break this down. What is it that he has said in his campaign and in the victory speech too? What's the clear indication that's really coming in? Let's first look at the taxation aspect, because if you really look at the campaigning, in the campaigning you've had the Democrats largely being accused of increasing the taxation. Now, what is it that Donald Trump is talking about? He's talking about reducing the corporate tax from 28% to 21%. So that's again one of the reasons why you're looking at big corporates essentially giving a thumbs up to this entire plan that he has. And perhaps that is the reason why you've had the markets seeing a massive surge. With regards to tariff, remember, this is an aspect where there's been a huge debate as to whether at all, if he imposes the kind of tariff that you're really looking at, where he says that he's going to impose over 10% tariff on US imports. Now, where does this really stem from? It basically stems from countries essentially buying products at a much lower rate from the United States of America. And that is the reason why he says that it is time to protect. The protectionist aspect really comes in. Now, this is where India plays an important anti-China measure, likely to implement policies that is going to reduce reliance on China. Now, this is an extension of what we saw President Trump in his previous tenure, which again is going to be something that perhaps lead to another war of words with China. And let's take you through the other. In terms of immigration, remember, this entire election, ladies and gentlemen, was revolving around what Donald Trump essentially believes is the right way forward dealing with immigration. Once again, this is exactly the first big takeaway from his victory speech, where he says he's going to seal the borders and he is going to stop illegal immigration. He's pledged to execute what is going to be turning out to be the largest deportation in the history of the United States of America. And that's the big debate that is now emerging, because you've not heard anything really coming in from the Democrats as far as illegal immigration is concerned. Let's now talk about the war, because this is another aspect where you've had President Trump largely talking about the fact that he is not going to start any war. In fact, he's referred to this in the victory speech where he says that during his last tenure, there were no war. As far as this tenure goes, he says, could block or limit US financial support for Ukraine. If you really look at the US Congress, once again, pumping in a lot of money in Ukraine. And that is the reason why perhaps you have President Zelensky a little nervous today as to how exactly is he going to really take it forward. So that's the Russia-Ukraine war. Climate change, remember, this is a part where the liberals have had a massive meltdown, because he's not really gone in for the big words as far as the changes with regards to policies, bringing in some sort of unanimity with regards to EV. Here he aims to eliminate all subsidies as far as renewable energy and EVs are concerned. Now that's a hugely contested, hugely debated issue as far as climate change is concerned, and how he sees how Donald Trump basically views the third world countries to also perhaps step up rather than being on the clutches of the developed nations as far as climate change is concerned. US Federal Reserve aims to exert control over the Federal Reserve. Now that is again another protectionist reform that he's likely to bring in his next term. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States of America, shattering the 136-year-old history of the United States of America with Donald Trump coming back to power.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
And even as congratulatory messages continue to pour in from across the globe, world leaders wishing Donald Trump all the very best for his second term. And the latest, this is coming from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. The tweet that reads, and I quote, "I congratulate real Donald Trump on his election as the US president. Germany and the USA have been working together successfully for a long time to promote prosperity and freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. We will continue to do so for the benefit of our citizens." This being the latest reaction from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. We'll continue to get you the latest as we slip into a short commercial break, but a big victory for Donald Trump, whose scripted history, and even in his victory speech as he carves out the roadmap for how he sees his second term. We continue to get you excerpts of that on the other side of the short break. To stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
For staying tuned. Rakshita and I get you more and more congratulatory messages that are pouring in after Donald Trump has created history to become the 47th president of the United States of America. It has been a high voltage election campaign that we witnessed, and after all that back and forth of whether it would be Harris or Trump, yes, Trump has emerged on the victorious side.
Once again, it's Trump's government is going to be Trump administration at the White House, and what to expect from this term and what impacts it could have on New Delhi and of course on the geopolitics. If you talk about several other regions, we'll get you all that and more reactions coming in. But first, the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again."
Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making the big comeback, Trump says, "God spared me for a reason." He promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States.
Congratulatory reactions that pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Trump on X. it hasn't been an easy road, but Donald Trump, who's finally emerged victorious to become the 47th president of the United States of America, and in that victory speech that he delivered in Florida, where he made it emotional and he said God saved him for a reason. He has promised to fix all that needs to be in America, and he's also promised people a brighter future.
Absolutely, Suesha. It's a speech full of emotions, full of course, victory, the sense of victory, congratulating his supporters, and of course, thanking the voters, also making those very, very important promises, and of course, thanking the states who have, voted for him. The swing states have been in focus. Shavan joins us here on the studios to get you a lowdown on how America voted.
Well, in fact, Suesha as well as Rakshita, it looks like the exit polls in the United States of America has also completely failed, because if you see the run-up to the elections, you've had almost all the legacy media largely predicting that this is going to be a neck-to-neck race. Election is unlikely to be called in for the next few days, and that's happened in the past. But it seems, if you really look at the numbers behind me, the projection really coming in, it's not neck-to-neck. Donald Trump is now President of United States of America, the 47th President of United States of America, and it is being said a historic win. Now, over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you why exactly it's been seen as the historic win. The numbers that it stacks up right now, of the 538, the halfway mark has been crossed. That's 277 to Donald Trump's Republican Party, and you have the Democrats stuck at 226. Now, why is this victory so very sweet for Donald Trump, and what has really changed? That's because, remember, some of the key states that we're really talking about, the battleground states, the swing states, or whatever else that you really call it, now that has really worked in favor of the Republicans. And that is the reason why that entire victory margin seems to be now changing. We've got a better picture right now, particularly in the states that we're talking about. Let's take a look at the East Coast first. Now, these are the battleground states. Now, why are they the battleground states? Remember, it has flipped every election. It has been with the Republicans for a considerable period of time, flipped towards the Democrats in the last election, and once again, the Republicans are now comfortably poised with these states going completely towards Donald Trump. Starting with the big state here, you have Pennsylvania with the largest number of electoral votes, that's 19, followed by Georgia and North Carolina. Remember, North Carolina this morning, as far as India time is concerned, North Carolina had clearly given a mandate to the Republicans. So one of the first to really call in, followed by Georgia. Remember, this was considered to be the tough game here. But again, once again, changing, particularly with some of those promises that have been made by Donald Trump. Followed by, you've had Arizona as well as Michigan, once again going towards the Republicans. Nevada was the last to be called in, and as far as Wisconsin is concerned, there too, remember, these are the two places which came in much later. But having secured at least these three, you are home. And that's exactly what has happened in this election, ladies and gentlemen, with about 7 swing states going for the Republicans. Now, let's tell you about what does it really look like in terms of the electoral votes. North Carolina, about 16. Now, that's gone towards Donald Trump. Let's take you through the others. Georgia, again, 16 electoral votes. Now, I'll tell you, Pennsylvania, let's just stick to this, because this, ladies and gentlemen, even in the last elections, there was a neck-to-neck fight that we saw. This election, it has gone completely towards Donald Trump. And let's also tell you that of the 19 electoral votes that you're really looking at, some places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, were places that appeared to be a little difficult, but now clearly going towards Donald Trump, and the very fact that this was the very place where the assassination attempt actually took place. Wisconsin also 10 electoral votes. So clearly, if you put together, you are actually home with these big states in your kitty. Apart from that, of course, the Republicans have majorly held on to their stronghold, like for instance, Texas being. So this is the entire area that you're really looking at is now completely red. Now, this is the picture that is basically emerging. So it's comfortably poised, it's comfortably placed for Donald Trump, unlike what we saw previously, where there was a change by the time US actually woke up to the next very morning. So ladies, the game is very clear. 47th President of the United States of America is Donald Trump.
Oh, yes, absolutely. As we'd also like to introduce our guest joining us this hour, Pathikrit Pain, who's a geopolitical expert. He's joining us from Delhi. Veena Sikri, she's a former diplomat. Joining us from San Francisco, Aarti Chopra, political observer. Again from San Francisco, Sampath Shivangi, Republican National Party delegate. Joining us from New York. And Jia Manjari, foreign affairs expert, joining us from the United States. Veena Sikri, if I could come to you first, because we have been discussing over and over again on who would be a better bet for India. Now, right after his victory, we of course saw how Prime Minister Modi congratulated Donald Trump in that tweet, calling him his good friend. Was exactly the emotion that was put out by Donald Trump a few days ago in that tweet, where he called Narendra Modi a good friend. And just so many pictures showcasing the bonhomie and the camaraderie between the two leaders is why everyone is of the opinion that despite the ups and downs, the Indo-US relations will be on an upswing. Your opinion? Ms. Sikri, I request you to please unmute yourself, ma'am. We are unable to hear you.
Sorry, yeah, okay. So first of all, I'd like to respect the decision of the people of the United States, and we are indeed very glad that they have voted for President Donald Trump. Although it's true that anybody who had been voted to power, India would have been very happy to cooperate and collaborate. But the tone of our Prime Minister's message to President Donald Trump, I think, says it all. It says very clearly that we do consider President Donald Trump as a friend of India. We do consider that he has an excellent rapport with Prime Minister Modi, and we do indeed look forward to the next 4 years with President Donald Trump at the helm of affairs in the USA as an occasion, as a time when India and USA can further grow the bilateral relationship to further heights. And I would say that President Trump's support for India, support for the Indian diaspora, support for example, the Hindus in Bangladesh who have been subjected to the greatest atrocities beginning August of this year, this has been expressed clearly and unequivocally by President Trump at different points during his election campaign. So this in itself spoke very loud and clear about President Trump's own inclination, his own willingness, and his giving it a very high priority, the development of the relationship with India, the development of relationship through the Indian diaspora and directly, and his following of the atrocities that are being perpetrated against the Hindus in Bangladesh. He also spoke about the Hinduphobia among the left liberals in American academia. So these are very special points that India has been concerned about in many recent years. And to have President Donald Trump, even when he was doing the campaigning, to speak about this point really does say a lot about his concern and interest in the issues that are of importance to India. And it does augur well for the bilateral relationship. I think that in the last 4 years of the Democratic presidency, the relationship has progressed. There have been initiatives like the ICET, the Initiative for Critical Emerging Technologies, and many others. But there have also been a lot of issues that raised question marks, issues whether it was what happened in Bangladesh, whether it was, what was happening in the support that the American government was giving to the Canadian government in the allegations that they were making against India. And, there were a lot of issues on which questions were arising, and we were wondering which are the deep areas of the American democratic government that were, engineering all these kind of activities, while at the same time, on the face of it, and in keeping with President Biden's own statement, there was a good and prospering relationship. Now, we hope that all these kind of issues would now no longer be at play, and we would be able to work together with President Trump on carrying forward the shared agenda on the basis of mutual trust and mutual benefit. And there is a lot of area in which we have. There is security areas. We also know President Trump's views on China. We also know President Trump's strong views on trade and immigration. So certainly while on trade there may be some different points of view that emerge, surely we can always work together to have a outcome which will be of mutual interest and mutual benefit. So I think that all in all, we have great hope and expectations from this relationship based on the earlier 4 years when President Trump was there between 2016 and 2020, and seeing the strong strides that were made at that time, the way in which the rapport developed, the way in which the two administrations worked together, I think it's a very good augury. And the year 2025 is going to be indeed auspicious. Not only is President Trump going to be sworn in, but it is also the year when India will host the summit for the Quad countries. We were to host it this year, but this year America hosted it, and now India is going to host it next year. And so we are really looking forward to this occasion when President Trump will visit India, and there will be the Quad summit in India. There will be very important statements at this time on maritime security, on trade, on all the issues that are of concern to the Quad countries, and it will give India a great opportunity to showcase the interests we have in Quad and to showcase India's other economic strides and economic development that we have been doing. On security issues, as I said, on defense matters, we do see a great progress ahead of us. And we do see that, for example, the GE engines that have been promised for the fighter aircraft in India, these haven't arrived, although the decision was there. But we hope that now there will be no further delays and that these GE engines will arrive on time. So there are a lot of issues like that which were held up. We do not know for what reasons under the Biden administration, but we look forward to these being solved. And I think, again, that the Indian diaspora and their role will also be greatly strengthened in the context of the Indo-US relationship, because they have played a positive role. There has been a great shift in the voting of the Indian diaspora from the Democrats to the Republicans, and this is reflected in the voting patterns in the swing states that were just enumerated. So I think here too we're going to see that President Trump will surely have a role for many members of the Indian diaspora in his administration, and we look forward to all of that.
Ambassador Sikri, we've seen that, India has, of course, maintained the bipartisan tie, but, there is expectation of more continuity on part of Washington, D.C. And Trump is known to be a very unpredictable character. He's a very unpredictable leader. In the same breath, he can praise Narendra Modi and at the same time call India, a very big abuser in terms of trade. In his first term, he has called India a tariff king, and what followed were retaliatory tariffs also from New Delhi. And, you mentioned about trade, you mentioned about defense, all these become very important under this purview. How do you see this going forward, given the fact that there has been a rearrangement of, geopolitical ties in the post-Ukraine-Russia war and also what's happening in West Asia? Do you see that Trump will have a different approach this time, or for the good or for the worse?
No, I think, Trump as a personality, as an individual, we've had the occasion of the last 4 years. Prime Minister Modi himself has had the occasion to work with President Trump and build a rapport. Yes, you're right. There are issues which he has strongly emphasized in his campaigning, and trade is one of them. And he has called, he has criticized India's tariffs. But I'm sure, as we have done in earlier administrations, Republican administrations like George Bush and others, we have been able to work out a deal. I mean, I remember when we were allowed the motorbikes to come in to be imported into India, and in exchange of that, there were the Alfonso mangoes. We went to USA. All kinds of interests are at work at all times. There are different interests at different times, and I'm sure we will be able to work things out. There's nothing that is insurmountable, because Trump understands the situation, and our leadership, Prime Minister Modi, also understands President Trump, and we look forward to his administration once he nominates his individuals in key positions. We will be able to immediately start a dialogue with them. Certainly, nothing is going to be a cakewalk. Nothing is going to be easy, because Trump is going to protect American interests first, and we too are very interested. But there are a greater number of areas of convergence of interest. I mean, you spoke about the two conflicts going on in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I mean, certainly on Ukraine, it is President Trump himself who has assured that he will bring this conflict to an end, and India too has been taking a great deal of interest in this regard, and our Prime Minister has visited Russia and has direct talks with President Putin on more than one occasion. So I think that this already gives you an indication of areas of important convergence, critical areas where there is a convergence of interest and where we will be able to work forward. So I think that we will be able to have a strong dialogue, and always in any dialogue, there has to be give and take. We have to work out the areas of interest to President Trump and to the Americans and see what our own areas of interest are. But I think it will be a very refreshing change from many of the areas on which we were running into real difficulties with the Biden administration.
All right, ma'am, to stay on us, I'd also like to bring in Patikrit Payne joining us on the broadcast. It is one thing to make poll promises and the other to deliver on it. Now, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where Trump has been very vocal, saying that he will finish it off in a day, literally after he resumes office, takes charge. My point to you is that Ukrainians, of course, have been watching the US elections very closely, as they were hoping that this actually transpires. Even Russia is now sending feelers of new opportunities to reset relations between Moscow and Washington. How do you see this transpire, not just in terms of interpersonal relations between Russia and US, but most importantly, the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Okay, Suesha, first of all, a small correction. My surname is Pine, not Payne. But on the larger context, let me put it this way. Ukraine was not fighting the war against Russia. It was NATO which was fighting the war against Russia. Ukraine was just a pawn. There were 30-odd NATO countries which have been supplying weapons, US being the most predominant one. And the day this weapon supply stops, Ukraine will simply lose that war. Unfortunate as it is, this was not a war that should have happened. Even during Trump era, there were challenges that Russia had with Ukraine. Crimea was taken over, but you never had a full-fledged war going on, which had the potential to cross the lines and become a full-fledged European conflict. Biden administration kept on funding and fueling and arming this war, which could have been prevented. Let me tell you one thing. Within 1 or 2 months after the war started in February 2022, Zelensky was on the verge of having some kind of a negotiation with Russian government, and it was stopped. It was stopped by the West, and that is why this costly war is having a severe impact on the European economies, on America and the rest of the world, because the prices of several commodities are going up. And that is why what has often been said, that there are these elites and unelected, the tyranny of the unelected that we may call. There are military-industrial complexes which do benefit when conflicts like this happen, but there has to be a limit to that. Even when you talk about the war in the Middle East that is going on, there is very little effort which we've witnessed from the United States to stop the conflicts. You have been funding the war on one hand, and they're giving a little bit of ointment to the others. For a long period of time, the Hamas network and the leadership was sitting in Qatar, planning it out. What did Biden administration do about it? The entire Biden administration and the Five Eye Alliance was so much concerned about Niger, who was a designated terrorist in Canada, but could not inform Israel about the attack that was supposed to happen, that was about to happen on October 7 last year. So I think what I feel is this: it may or may not be easy to prevent a conflict, but the one thing is very sure: the Biden administration lacked intent to stop the conflicts. Number two, there are many other areas, and the moment the conflict ends, the price of several critical commodities will come down. The moment the price of commodities come down, many of the economies which are global south economies will start prospering. And Trump is a transactional person who understands that it is important for United States to accommodate other countries, understand other countries' concern. The biggest problem for the Biden administration was this, that they thought that they can do a control-alt-del and you can just wipe out Russia from the map of Europe. It's certainly not going to happen. Right. It did not happen. Russia today is a far more de-dollarized and resilient economy. The Americans were buying the same oil from Russia being channeled through India. So I think Trump has a better prospect in terms of reducing conflicts, improving ties than Biden administration.
Yes, Pathik. In fact, we're also joined by Aarti Chopra, who's a political observer, live from San Francisco. Now, Ms. Chopra, as Pathik was telling us about the impact on the Russia-Ukraine war and the politics behind it, how do you see this impacting Europe per se? Because it is, of course, witnessing, wars at both ends right now. If you see one side, of course, not far away is Israel and what's been happening in West Asia. And now, of course, for 2 long years, or more than 2 years, the Russia-Ukraine